Hey everyone, welcome to another exciting adventure. Today, Audio Novel presents Ben 10, Earth's Mightiest Heroes by Firestorm 808. And if you're looking for more amazing stories, don't forget to check out my Patreon page. Your support helps turn incredible tales like this one into fully immersive audiobooks. Join me on this journey, and together, we can bring more stories to life. Thank you for being part of the adventure. Let's begin. Chapter 16, Anger Management. New York. Avengers Mansion. The Danger Zone. As soon as Tony told them the name, Ben had some idea of what he was getting into. Tony guided the group to a room with blank wall panels. The room began to shift with a few button presses, separating the group and creating new hallways. Since they were superheroes, Tony programmed superhuman threats, living up to the name. While not designed to kill, if you got hit, it would hurt, a lot. Wasp found herself in a dark corridor with neon green lights. When she took a few steps forward, the sounds of shifting panels caused her to freeze and turn in their direction. Several guns were deployed from the wall. With little warning, they fired several missiles fired at her. Shrinking down, she narrowly dodged the first one. As the second approached, she flew upward and away. Stinger blasts made some detonate away from her. However, one of the remaining missiles exploded a bit too close, the blast sending her into the wall. Pulling herself to one knee, Wasp took a breath. The guns reloaded before launching another volley of rockets. As she was about to fire again, several repulsor blasts destroyed them. Iron Man landed before Wasp and raised an arm at the guns. The armored gauntlet flipped open, revealing its own small missile. With a smirk, Tony fired, destroying the obstacle with relative ease. Before Tony could boast, more weapons were deployed at their location. Not wanting to stick around, they made a tactical retreat. Ant-Man walked through the darkness cautiously. In an instant, fluorescent lights shined. Metal tentacles extended out from the floor and wrapped themselves around the hero's legs. When strength failed to free him, Ant-Man pressed a button on his belt. His PIM particles activated, shrinking the hero out of their possible grasp. His escape was cut short when floor panels flipped up, dropping him below before closing. The room rumbled as the floor exploded, revealing an irritated Giant Man. Thor held his enchanted hammer, Mjolnir, in one hand and his cape billowing behind him. In a test of agility, he flew through a long corridor with rotating arms and wrecking balls. Despite the Asgardian's strength, his overconfidence in this mortal test got him. A wrecking ball managed to get into his blind spot and struck him into the wall. Like a domino effect, this slip was enough for him to get battered one after another before landing on the ground. His godly rage started to simmer, unamused by his lackluster failure. Thor raised his hammer and smashed one of the arms. With a throw of Mjolnir, it destroyed several walls, leaving a relieved Thor behind. The Hulk casually walked around the room. In his mind, anything that Stark would throw at him shouldn't be as bad as what the military threw at him to kill or capture. He knew it was for training, but this wasn't something Hulk actively did. For the most part, he was locked away inside Banner until the stresses of life caused him to come out again. Now, he held the reins. He was technically a hero now, trying, at least. The shift between survival and heroism would be difficult to get used to. It didn't take long to reach an empty hallway. A floor panel lit up as she stepped on it. About 50 feet away, opposite walls extended out and pressed against each other. One by one, they closed toward the Hulk. An unlucky drone that tried to attack Hulk was grabbed and thrown into the wall compactors. Unbothered, Hulk waited for it to reach him, and when it did, he held both arms out. Instead of crushing its victim, the metal creaked against gamma-enhanced muscle. Hulk felt the strain as the pressure grew. Growling, he gave a forceful shove to both sides, destroying them and opening up the next room. There, Hulk stood before a large armored robot several feet taller than him. As soon as the simulation began, the robot launched a powerful energy blast at the Hulk, who quickly charged toward the robot with incredible speed. The armor was no match for the Hulk's strength, and he quickly smashed through it, causing it to stumble back against the wall. The robot regained its footing and launched several more energy blasts at the Hulk, who easily tanked them and continued his attack. The Hulk unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks on the robot, each one causing the machine to crunch and spark. Using its advanced AI, it began to electrify itself and grapple the Hulk. The Hulk, however, was not intimidated. The electricity coursing through him only fueled his rage, allowing him to fight back even harder. Despite what others may think, the Hulk was not simple-minded. He was smart enough to determine the location of critical systems and exploit them to his advantage. Ultimately, the Hulk emerged victorious, destroying it with a powerful smash. In the next chamber, Four Arms was ready to test his abilities and combat skills. His four massive arms flexed in anticipation. Robots and drones emerged from all sides, firing energy blasts and launching projectiles at him. Four Arms quickly responded, using his incredible strength to punch and smash the machines. Four Arms broke through another barrier, a destroyed drone in each hand. Turrets turned to his location and fired a barrage of bullets and missiles. You weren't kidding about getting on our level. Ben charged at the wall, shutting down those defenses. As the simulation progressed, the difficulty level increased. Four Arms found himself facing multiple opponents at once. When he dodged an energy beam, the roof above came down on him, and his arms raised to catch it. The weight pressing down on the alien hero started increasing dramatically, reaching several million metric tons and more. It got to the point that Four Arms was brought down to one knee. Seeing that he was reaching his base limit, the alien hero yelled out, focusing on going even further beyond. He pushed himself to the limit, pushing his muscles to the max. In a flash of green light, the red alien changed. He grew larger and blue compared to the standard Tetramand. There were purple muscle fibers exposed across his body, and he wore black overalls with white stripes. Surprisingly, there were only 2 arms, but they looked a bit peculiar. With greater ease, Ultimate Four Arms pushed himself back up. The strain of the press was reaching its limit now. With a definitive upward shove, the entire roof section exploded. Similar to the Hulk, another robot titan came for him. Four Arms stepped into the metaphorical ring. The fight began, and Ultimate Four Arms immediately used his footwork to close the distance on the robot before it could respond. This dash speed was proving to be an effective weapon. The robot responded by punching at Four Arms, but he bobbed his head to dodge and used the momentum to retaliate with a quick combination of compact punches in succession. The alien's enhanced flexibility allowed attacks from seemingly impossible angles and positions while also pivoting on his legs and fighting in both the orthodox and southpaw stances. As the fight continued, the robot increased its speed. Slowly, dodging and countering became more difficult. Seeing this, Ultimate Four Arms kicked it up a notch. Using his advanced muscle fiber control, his 2 arms split down the middle, now matching his namesake. While his arms were now half their size, his flurry punches were 4 times faster than before while still stronger. Despite the robot's advanced technology, Ultimate Four Arms still had the advantage. The match was intense, with both fighters pushing themselves to the limit. In the end, Ultimate Four Arms emerged victorious, having successfully defeated the robot with a powerful punch to its central processor, causing it to malfunction and shut down. As things settled, Ultimate Four Arms met up with the others in an adjacent room. Understandably, the more human teammates showed signs of exhaustion. "Heh. You know how to go big, don't you, Tony?" The armored Avenger laughed. "Damn right. He got a better look at the evolved Tetramand. Gotta say, I'm liking the color." Wasp flew over and landed on Ultimate Four Arms' shoulder. "Is this normal from that red form?" "Kinda. You can consider it a bit of an upgrade, stronger, faster, more control." With a thought, he reverted back to his base red form. "It's not something to use casually." Four Arms turned to the rest of the heavy hitters on their team. On the side, Hulk rolled his shoulders while Thor stretched his arm. "Seemed a bit soft. Is that the best you've got?" Hulk crossed his arms in a bit of pride. "You're all lucky that this room is self-repairing." Iron Man then smirked under his helmet. "By the way, that was level 1 of 10. Four Arms turned to Wasp on his shoulder. "When's our cheat day?" Wasp panted. "Hopefully, tomorrow. Kinda reminds me of the Perplexahedron." "The what?" Ever watch the movie Cube?" "Yeah. Well, imagine that but the size of a planet with armed drones and traps." Wasp looked back at the danger zone. "I'll stick with this." Later. Most of the team took a break before moving on to the next portion of the tour. Hulk and Thor managed to make some small talk with each other regarding the training room. They entered a room with glass-like walls. At the center of the room was a large round table with a large A, matching their Avengers ID cards. Tony gestured to the operations room. And this is the assembly hall. Ooh. Wasp flew in to explore. Ant-Man sighed. All the money you've thrown into this is very impressive, Tony. Were you bored? Are we your new pet project? Why are we here? Come on, Hank. There's no need to be so negative, chimed Janet. Yeah. Forearms walked and took a seat at the table. He made it pretty clear after the whole graviton thing. Hulk took a seat next to him. That's right, Red. Tony turned back to the scientist. You bring up a good question. You seemed kind of angry, but that's okay. Iron Man and the team gathered around the table. Jarvis, bring up the most wanted list. The table projected a hologram of various criminal faces. While some were familiar to Ben, like Graviton and Mandrill, he'd have to read their profiles when there was time. 74 supervillains escaped on the day of the breakout. Graviton is being held by S.H.I.E.L.D. We caught Mandrill, but we've got more work to do. Technically, Hulk was one of them, but I'm working with the legal team to get the big guy an official pardon. Forearms and the others agreed. Thank God, you're handling that stuff. We don't need to be getting caught up in the bureaucracy in the middle of saving people. A figurative weight lifted off the Hulk's shoulders after hearing that. For a brief moment, Hulk's eyes flashed yellow again. He could have sworn he heard someone else speaking to him. It came out muddled. Did S.H.I.E.L.D. get back to us on how all the systems failed? Asked Forearms. For supervillain prisons failing was definitely not a coincidence. Someone felt that they would benefit from unleashing all this chaos. Iron Man sighed and shook his head. Sorry, but S.H.I.E.L.D. hasn't gotten back to us. Not even the big news organizations have been answered. It's all being kept hush-hush for now. Either Fury's keeping a tight lid on the situation, or he doesn't know. Either way leaves more work for us. Well, that sucks. Hopefully, they give us something. Forearms started going down the line of villains. Thor pointed to a group of faces. I know many of these villains. The Wrecker and his crew are formidable. His weapon is of unearthly might. Ant-Man put up a hand. If we do recapture them all, where do we put them? The big house is destroyed. The vault is destroyed. We haven't heard anything about the cube. Wait. Where did they put Mandrill? Asked the alien. I would hope locked in a cell with male-only jailers. This brought the room to a pause. Tony quickly messaged the local station that took Mandrill in. A few seconds later, he sighed in relief. He was secure and followed the containment procedure provided by S.H.I.E.L.D. We're good for now. In any case, I'm working with a colleague on something now. Reed Richards has proposed a prison that is actually outside this dimension. In a place he calls the negative zone. I have not heard of such a place. Thor believed that maybe Heimdall was familiar with it. This idea caused the alien hero to pause. This was the second time a sentient species decided on an extra-dimensional prison. It's not a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. To clarify, did you guys discover or create this dimension? Discovered. Why? Asked Tony. Forearms blinked. Don't you think there should be a little more research done there before we start chucking people out of the universe? I have to agree with him, Tony, remarked Ant-Man. Do we know if there are any negative long-term effects or even native inhabitants? We're not trying to be inhumane. Tony rubbed the back of his neck. Well, not yet, but we're working on it. Hank sighed. It pains me to say this, but we may need to ask the MSRD to use their facilities temporarily. Forearms cringed at the name. Oh, God. Not those guys. Too much talking, Hulk groaned. We should just go get these guys. He punched his fist into his hand for emphasis. Figure everything else out later. Ant-Man sighed. As much as some of us may like to, Hulk, we need a solution afterward. Furthermore, we don't even know what caused the breakout in the first place. What's to stop it from happening again? Wasp started dozing off on her side of the table. You know, maybe we should call it a day. It's getting late, and we all need some time to recollect ourselves. Let's get some rest and concentrate on beating up some bad guys tomorrow." The others agreed as well. "I can get behind that, at least," Hulk said tiredly. Maybe the stress of the past few days was getting to him. Night. After an eventful evening, it was decided that everyone go their separate ways and recuperate. While Wasp wanted to go back to their penthouse, Ant-Man convinced her to come back with him to Grayburn College. There were several reports that he had to finish for the board. As for Iron Man, there was a bunch more paperwork and legal he had to finish up with Pepper at Stark Tower to get the Avengers project off the ground. Hulk and Thor remained at the mansion, with the former making his way to the backyard. In comparison, the God of Thunder relaxed before the familiar fireplace. As for Four Arms, he hadn't prepared anything for short-term stays here at the mansion, so he was wandering about the halls alone, save for the Azimuth AI. From his earpiece, he gave his thoughts on today. As far as official meetings go, today was still productive. Ben shrugged. True. It could have been worse. What are your thoughts on the breakout and stuff? It is unfortunate, but my connection with the cube was left moot when all major power systems were physically cut off. I'm as in the dark as you. Yeah. I was expecting that. Do you think we should teach them how to make their own prison dimension? While it is interesting to see that some circles here have already discovered interdimensional travel, I'm a bit disappointed that their first instinct is to place their prisoners there before exploring and cataloging it. There's a reason I created the null void, less unknown factors. I'm concerned about this negative zone too. Who knows what's in there? In any case, there is another issue I'd like to bring up. I've been picking up some strange energy readings throughout the day, but I couldn't make it out. If I had to guess, it would be magic-related. Life energy was not his strong suit. Maybe it's just Thor. It's not. I had already taken his ambient energy, and the source appears to be coming from outside the mansion. Four Arms blinked. That's not good. It's not. And it's only grown stronger as the day went on. I don't know why, but whatever it's trying to do, it's not working. I advise caution tonight. Arms slumped. With my luck, it'll blow up in my face soon. Better to make the most of it and have it outside the house. Mansion garden. The Hulk sat in the moonlight, surrounded by various plants before the koi pond. After taking a breath, he dipped a finger in the water, sending a ripple to all corners. Through the distortion, he could barely see the image of Banner. Making a dash, Hulk. They will, on dash dot. Before Hulk could ask what he was saying, he heard a knocking. Turning his head, he found Four Arms leaning against a wooden post. You doing all right, Hulk? The giant turned back to the water to find nothing. He shrugged. Fine, I guess. Four Arms pulled out his Avengers card. How about we get something to eat and take a trip to the park, take our mind off of things? Hulk looked at the brick walls around the property and the metal gate. This place was still uncomfortable for him. Maybe in time, it would change. I'd like that. Chapter 17, Not According to Plan. Grayburn College. Hank's laboratory. Across town, Hank worked on one of his Ultron sentry heads. Most of them had been destroyed when the helicarrier and the big house went down. At the moment, he was in the process of optimizing them for the next model. Preoccupied with his tinkering, he barely noticed Jan ranting to him until she shrank down and flew right into his field of vision. You never listen to me. I can't believe you don't think this is cool. Wait, what? Oh, I do think this is cool, Hank replied, completely missing her point. He gestured to the Ultron head. The modifications I've made to the AI are very exciting. Wasp sighed at this. Ugh, not stupid Ultron, the Avengers. We're superheroes now. Hank wasn't as enthusiastic. I'm a scientist. With superpowers. On a superhero team. Wasp got in Hank's face. Hank pushed himself away from his work table, Ultron robot head in hand. Look, I applaud the idea. But just because Iron Man says we're a team doesn't make it so. We're 6 strangers, he clarified. It takes time to form a team. It takes trust. Hank, how can you expect us to build trust if we don't even try? This is no different than one of your collaborative projects. I suppose. All I'm asking from you is a chance. The main goal of this group is to help people. You love helping people. Can't you just give it a try, for me? Hank took a breath. I owe you that much, at the very least. We don't guarantee it'll work, but we'll have some experience with this sort of thing moving forward. Jan stopped to ponder. I wonder where Thor slept before now. Does he even sleep? I bet Hulk just slept wherever he wanted. She gasped with an epiphany. That's it. I'm moving into the mansion. What? Hank gasped, whirling around and staring. You have a penthouse apartment in the city, Hank tried to argue. Why, you don't have to. Jan flew up to his face again. Firemen sleep in the firehouse, she reasoned before flying off to prepare her things. With that, she was gone. Hank sighed deeply and spoke to the Ultron head in his hands. She's very excited. Stark Industries. Tony's office. Tony sat at his desk, looking at Fury, who had his back turned. He looked to Pepper. I don't remember him on the schedule. Potts shrugged. He's Nick Fury. He wanted a meeting. What was I supposed to do? He's already stonewalling our government permits and contract proposals. Her piece said, she left the room. Tony glanced back to Fury. Let me guess. S.H.I.E.L.D. needs weapons, you want to recruit Iron Man, and you need my help. Nick huffed in amusement. Not this time. This time, I came to help you. You see, believe it or not. I want your little Avengers project to succeed. Behind his desk, Tony raised a brow at the bold declaration. Avengers Mansion. For Arms and Hulk closed the front door. Hey, JARVIS. Hulk and I are going to grab a bite to eat and hand at the park. That cool? From a nearby terminal, JARVIS replied. You are free to come and go just as any other Avenger. I shall take care of Thor in your absences. Pepper, having received the notification from JARVIS, added on. Please don't break anything while you're gone. I'm also in charge of your PR. For Arms and Hulk huffed in amusement. Trust me and Hulk to know how to handle ourselves in public. Worst case scenario, another escapee shows up. That's an inevitable concern, but still, take care. Thanks. With that, the duo hit the streets of New York. Later. In the mansion, Thor sat alone in the lounge, staring at the fireplace, lost in the dancing flames as he reflected. While Thor was familiar with the television, growing up in a magical land gave the Asgardian little interest in watching right now. Instead, he contemplated on the events of the day. When he showed interest in joining the Avengers, he expected training and the occasional fights. However, today showed that there were a lot of logistics involved in being a hero of Earth. Not too dissimilar to the responsibilities of a king and managing Asgard. He felt the bitter taste of his father's words from before. Knowing that the mansion had something like an enchanted spirit, he spoke. Ethereal voice. JARVIS. Yes, sir. Would you say that being an Avenger involves a lot of responsibilities and planning, like managing prisoner holdings and relations with the government? Most definitely. For the Avengers to perform their duties smoothly, there needs to be a proper support system under them. Does Asgard not experience similar situations? Thor was silent before speaking. I would be lying to say that my activities at home were not supported by others. I was never great at diplomacy and managing the kingdom. My father and his advisors maintained Asgard while I and others were on missions. The Thunder God sighed. Perhaps I was wrong about my home's need of me. New York Central Park. For Arms and Hulk laid back against a grassy hill, each of them with stacks of pizzas. The occasional jogger gave them looks but continued on their way. Some people were wary, but seeing the two giants wait in line for food upturned their impressions. They were not wrong, Hulk. There are, like, 30 Ray's pizzas. They all claim to be the original, but the real ones in Little Italy. Hulk ate a slice whole. Boston style is more filling. Aren't those like inches thick? Yup. He turned to the alien. Never had Chicago pizza. I dunno. From what I saw, they seem more like a casserole in a bread bowl. Isn't the cheese below the sauce? Hulk shrugged. Still good. Buttery crust. Layers of cheese and meat. Meh. I like my crust and extra cheese, but I think needing to eat it with a spoon is a bit much. Forearms bit another slice. Maybe we can hitch a ride on the jet to Chicago and try it out next week. The giant paused another bit. Not sure if I'm still here. The other hero raised a brow. What do you mean? Hulk put down his food and laid back. Hard to trust strangers, even you. Forearms frowned. This have anything to do with Bruce? Hulk groaned. Bruce has issues. I deal with them. He's vulnerable. Bruce gave the abridged version of what happened. Not hard to believe your bosses turned on their employees. Look at what happened to Graviton. Granted, he was super obsessed with his powers. You're not, preferring to isolate yourself. Never know when they hurt me, or I hurt them. Easier to be alone. The alien took a breath. Is that really what you want? Hulk opened his mouth to say yes, only to say otherwise. I don't know. You think everyone's afraid of you, that they either want to use or destroy you. Hulk nodded. Can't trust anyone. Everyone has their guard up for the monster. Forearms stared out into the park. Their appearance had already caused people to leave. Not everyone. As soon as Hulk heard that, the alien next to him released a bright green light. Familiar with the glow, he covered his eyes. When he put them down, he blinked at the form before him. It was a brown-haired human with green eyes wearing a white jacket and brown slacks. Ben smirked at the green giant. You're not a monster, Hulk. Monsters have no reason, morals, or motive. I've already met Bruce, and it's only fair that you meet the person behind the transformations. Name's Ben. Ben Tennyson. Hulk made a confused face. Human. Ben laughed. I didn't lie about being part alien. The giant wasn't really sure what to say. This was definitely a first outside of Rick Jones, let alone another super. However, before Hulk could open his mouth, Ben's eyes widened in shock. Look out. Ben dove to his left as a blast of green energy reduced his area and pizza boxes to slag. Not the pizza. Behind the crest of the hill, another flash of green appeared. The new transformation had a large black-haired muscular being with bolts on each side of his neck and torso and two tower-shaped conductor coil-like generators on his back. Frankenstrike growled alongside the Hulk. Who the hell do you think you are? From the tree line, a pair of people who looked awfully familiar stomped onto the scene. The first was an extremely beautiful woman with fair skin, green eyes, and long blonde hair which reaches down to her waist. The voluptuous woman wore a skin-tight green suit, a matching miniskirt, and a tiara. The second wielded a giant axe. He was bald and as big as the Hulk with a handlebar mustache. He wore red chainmail, shoulder plates, and brown boots and gloves. The blonde grumbled and pointed another glowing finger at the alien. I have been trying all day to get that green oaf to listen to me, but you keep getting in my way. Frankenstrike blinked. I did. His mind recalled his earlier conversation with Azimuth. Oh. Still have no idea what I did. Stark Industries. Fury walked up to Stark's desk officially. S.H.I.E.L.D. tolerates superheroes, but just barely. A team of superpowered vigilantes, rounding up criminals makes many people uneasy. I believe in what you're doing, Tony. I believe the Avengers are important. And behind the scenes, I'll do whatever I can to help you. Tony huffed. Wow, I almost believed you. Tony leaned back in his chair. I don't know what game you're playing, but I know you'll only help us when you're not trying to manipulate us. Fury chuckled and turned to Stark. Take the good with the bad. Your team and I both have something we want. Depending on how things go, everybody wins. You're a businessman, Tony. You want the lawyers to draft an agreement. Tony crossed his arms. Maybe I'd like it all in writing and notarized. That way, I can shove it in your face when you break the deal. Then again, you guys aren't too keen on following the law yourselves. You guys stole my designs for those mandroids, my trade secrets. Fury frowned. If you haven't noticed, we're fighting Nazis who also stole your technology. We're just evening the playing field. Tony threw his hands in the air. You couldn't have just asked like a normal person. Would you have said yes? And leave you alone with my tech? Hell, no. Although, I would have considered a subcontract of me leading the strike team with a lease of my tech that would be returned after each mission. The director huffed. Perhaps I acted too harshly. I'm sure you can speak to the rest of the team on some kind of common ground with S.H.I.E.L.D. Additionally, I've seen your recent proposals, including those private power stations, and pardon. My pull can help make things easier for the both of us. Tony put his hands together and hummed in contemplation. The last thing I want is to have you guys ordering us around. However, I won't deny the need for legal help. He sighed. I'll see what the others think. Any update on containment moving forward? Fury sighed. With several superhuman prisons out of commission, we are currently in talks with the MSRD to use their facilities. Tony clapped his hands. Well, I have some plans in the works, but I'll get back to you on that. He was about to ask about Hydra, but his Avengers ID card was activated. Everybody, wake up, shouted a strange voice, identified by an A06 username. I don't know if they're on the list, but Hulk and I got a witch and her axe-wielding lackey on our ass in Central Park. Get here ASAP. Tony looked to Fury, wondering if he knew, but the S.H.I.E.L.D. director just shrugged. It's your team, hero. I'm sure you can deal with it. The playboy scoffed at his answer. Tony pulled out his ID card and pressed a small button on the right corner. The A lit up in a blue light, and an alarm sounded from the card. Avengers, assemble. An alarm was sent to all Avenger cards. Central Park. Massive muscles rippling with power, Hulk took a stance against the Executioner. The opponent charged at Hulk with a fierce yell, swinging his massive battle axe. Unfazed, the Hulk caught the axe with one hand and punched his chest with the other. Hulk swung a massive fist at the Executioner, but the axe wielder could dodge it and strike back with a powerful blow to Hulk's chest. Hulk barely flinched, but the Executioner's strength was undeniable. Hulk quickly closed the gap between them and grabbed the Executioner by the throat, lifting him off the ground. The Executioner struggled to free himself, but Hulk's grip is too strong. Rearing his head back, the Executioner slammed his head into the Hulk, freeing him from his grasp. Surprised by the Hulk's strength, the Executioner activates a rune on his weapon, releasing an ominous glow. He jumps into the air and brings down the axe with tremendous force. Hulk put both of his arms against the attack and yelled as the magic-enhanced blade pierced his skin. Rage grew stronger. Steam rose from the injuries as his enhanced regeneration activated. Faster than the Executioner could react, he grabbed the axe and chucked it across the park. The two fighters started to exchange blows, each one trying to gain the upper hand. Hulk's incredible strength and durability were matched by the Executioner's speed and agility. Meanwhile, Frankenstrike launched a series of electrical blasts at the Enchantress, but she easily deflected them with a wave of her hand. The Enchantress then unleashed a green wave that sent Frankenstrike flying backward. The alien hero would not be stopped so easily. He quickly recovered and charged his body through his coils, cackling with lightning. From between the protrusions of his back, a mighty bolt of green lightning shot toward the witch. At the last moment, she erected a barrier, diffusing the energy over its surface. The Enchantress then unleashed a barrage of dark energy blasts at Frankenstrike, but he could dodge and block with his gauntlets. After baiting her with a few fake-out punches, he managed to grab her by the arm and unleash a powerful electric shock that temporarily stunned the Enchantress. Frankenstrike took advantage of the opportunity and kicked the Enchantress. What he didn't expect was her body exploding into a plume of smoke. It was a ruse. From behind, Enchantress dropped her invisibility and grabbed Frankenstrike's head. Green tendrils attempted to probe into the alien's mind to corrupt it into another puppet of hers. Sadly for her, Transiliens had different biology regarding the brain. Not even Corrodium could break them. Large hands grabbed at the woman's shoulders, but before he could retaliate, the body of the Hulk slammed into his back, dropping the witch. Thanks to the distraction, the Enchantress teleported back to her bodyguard. Loki will not be pleased by these developments, but I still have one trick left. She started reciting an incantation, not noticing the small change to the night sky. Clouds darkened, signaling the arrival of their lord and master. Chapter 18, Disclosure. Central Park. In an ancient Norwegian dialect, Enchantress continued her chant. Threads of emerald magic swirled around her before seeping into the executioner and the ground. Scourge roared as he increased in size about twofold. Meanwhile, the soil and rock around them coalesced into bipedal magical golems. Frankenstrike blinked at the arrival of the makeshift army. Now that's a bit much. Here we go again, grumbled Hulk. Suddenly, the storm clouds above struck a blue lightning bolt onto the park. There, the four were interrupted by the arrival of an Asgardian prince, creating a massive cloud of dust from the impact. Thor, thank Odin. Frankenstrike breathed a sigh. Whatever, you're here. Thor glared at the magical duo in front of him. Amora and Scourge. Why are you here? Wait. You know these people. Frankenstrike got up and stood by Thor. I, the Enchantress and her executioner. They are Asgardians. Thor replied with a hint of bitterness in his voice. Amora winked at the Thunder God. Hello, Golden Boy. It's been a while. Is this another attempt to gain my favor? Thor twirled his hammer at the ready. Frankenstrike's shoulders slagged. Are you telling me we're fighting your ex? The executioner growled and gripped his axe. They never courted each other. She was using me for the throne, groaned Thor. The Enchantress crossed her arms. Is that so bad? God, I'm getting flashbacks. Frankenstrike shook his head at those memories. Thor's eyes narrowed as he diverted his attention back to the pair. Why have you come here, Amora? He demanded. Oh, you love Midgard so much, Thunderer, the Enchantress taunted as she raised her hand, which then covered itself in magical green energy. We thought we would come and see what all the fuss is about. Hulk spat. Crazy bitch. Unfortunately, Scourge did not take the insult to his love kindly, his enlarged form sprinting at the green giant. However, his pursuit was abruptly halted when Thor charged forward with a battle cry with Mjolnir raised high. He struck Scourge in the face with the hammer, causing disorientation and sending Scourge flying into a statue. Despite this, Scourge became more furious as he marched forward, letting out a roar before diving at Thor and tackling him mid-flight. Both of them crashed into the forest with Hulk in close pursuit. The collision left a trench over half the park in its wake. Hashtag. Frankenstrike attempted to subdue Amore, but he was fooled once more. His body phased through another illusionary construct. Damn it. Another spell allowed her to slip through his grasp and disappear. As much as he wanted to assist with Scourge, the alien hero could see the numerous golems entering the city. It was an obvious distraction, but it still worked. Two more huge creatures emerged from the ground, towering over him, ready to attack. When the golems started to charge at him, Frankenstrike instinctively shot a blast of purple electricity at one of them. As expected, the electricity was grounded into the dirt and rock, causing no damage. The golem roared and punched at Frankenstrike, but he dodged and punched the golem in the face with his metallic hand. The golem stumbled back but quickly regained its balance. The second golem joined the fight and attacked Frankenstrike from behind. In a flash, now four arms quickly turned around and grabbed the golem's arm, dropping it into a suplex. The golem lost chunks of itself but didn't let go. Instead, it used its other hand to punch Four Arms, sending him flying through the air. Four Arms landed on his feet and got back up, ready for more. He looked at the two golems, now charging at him fully. He quickly jumped into the air and clapped all four hands simultaneously, releasing a thunderclap air burst. The golems ran into the shot, and they were thrown back. Four Arms walked towards the golems and slammed all four fists down, obliterating them. The other golem started to attack Four Arms, but he was too quick. He dodged the golem's punches and kicked it in the stomach, causing it to stumble back. Four Arms threw a right hook, causing it to fall to the ground. The golem tried to get back up, but Four Arms jumped on the golem's chest and inflicted a flurry of straight punches. The golem couldn't stop Four Arms. Eventually, it exploded into pieces, leaving nothing but dust behind. Unfortunately, there were still more in the area. Meanwhile, Scourge and Thor grappled on the ground, wrestling to one-up the other to a standstill. With Scourge distracted, he failed to notice Hulk's incoming fist until it collided with his jaw, sending him a few meters away. Not willing to lose ground, Scourge advanced on the heroes. The thunderous sound of Mjolnir echoed throughout the park. Thor charges forward, swinging Mjolnir with all his might. The executioner parries the blow with his axe, sparks flying as the weapons collide. The two warriors circled each other, sizing each other up. The god strikes again, this time with a lightning-fast uppercut. The executioner ducks under the blow and retaliates with a powerful overhead swing. Thor jumps back, dodging the attack and launching a barrage of lightning bolts. Scourge deflects the bolts with his axe, his massive strength and skill matched by Thor's godly powers. The two warriors clash again and again, neither gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, Thor stumbles as the executioner lands a heavy blow to his ribs. Thor grunts in pain but quickly regains his footing and retaliates with a mighty thunderclap that shakes the ground. The executioner staggered but stayed on his feet. He roars with rage and charges forward, swinging his axe in a wide arc. Thor blocks the blow with Mjolnir and counters with a massive lightning strike that envelopes the executioner. As the dust cleared, he could hear the warriors chuckle. As expected of Amora, the enchantment of Scourge gave him resistance to Thor's main attack element. The fight was interrupted when Wasp entered the scene. Before Scourge could attack again, yellow blasts pelted Scourge. The surprise attack was enough to force Scourge back for a moment. Wasp fires another barrage of energy blast from her suit's blasters, but Scourge deftly dodges and counters with a sweeping strike from his axe. At that moment, Iron Man appeared, soaring towards Scourge to hinder his progress. Despite Iron Man's jet boots applying pressure, Scourge continued moving forward, his gaze fixed on Thor with deadly intention. But Tony was suddenly disrupted when an alarm blared within his helmet. Jarvis had completed his scan of the Scourge. Alert, unknown energy detected. Looking back, Tony could see some green energy surrounding him. Ugh. Magic, he complained sarcastically. However, Iron Man never finished his thoughts, so Scourge grabbed Iron Man by the head with his massive hand and slammed Iron Avenger into the ground. Wasp darted around Scourge, shrinking to her smaller size and stinging him. Scourge bellowed in pain at his more sensitive spots but quickly regained his composure. She grew to full size and flew into the air, raining down stinging shots upon Scourge. Scourge swings his axe with all his might, but Wasp is too quick and agile, darting and weaving through the air. Thor ran over and helped Iron Man to his feet. There's some kind of weird energy around the guy. Iron reoriented himself. Mr. Alien said there was a witch here, and it's similar to what your hammer gives off. The Asgardian face hardened. 'Tis dark magic. Scourge has been enchanted to fight on my level. Wasp then landed next to them with a thud. Less talking, more hitting, please. The trio saw Hulk trying to push back against the weight of a fist. Wasp stood back up and charged towards Scourge, firing her blasters and unleashing a barrage of stinging shots. Scourge held his ground, swinging his enchanted axe to deflect Wasp's attacks. Scourge tanked more of Wasp's attacks and was about to re-engage. Before Scourge could get too close, Giantman arrived on the scene, slamming a giant hand down on the green giant and pinning him to the ground. The heroes looked up to see Giantman with a confident grin, holding Scourge in place. I don't think this is a team-building exercise, he quipped. Before anyone could respond, Giantman flipped over the heroes and landed on his back. Scourge released his hold on the giant hero's hand and jumped into the air. Scourge merely backhanded the others away and landed on Giant Man's head. The warrior raised his axe, intending to bisect Giant Man's head, but Scourge saw movement out of the corner of his eye and saw Thor heading right towards him, his hammer raised. The Asgardian swung his hammer, but Scourge was quick to dodge it. The missed attack caused Thor to stumble and lose his balance, allowing Scourge to grab his cape and spin him around with increasing velocity before sending him flying away. Iron Man attempted to fly in and tackle Scourge, but the villain was one step ahead. He saw Iron Man approaching and used his powers to hurl him into some trees in the distance. Scourge gracefully jumped off Giant Man's head and landed skillfully on his shoulder. When the size-changing hero turned to face him, Scourge swiftly punched him unconscious. Hey, ugly. Get a load of me. The forearms transformed once again into Ultimate Forearms. Ultimate Forearms dove in, launching a barrage of punches at the executioner, who managed to dodge a decent amount of the blows. Still, Scourge could feel the sheer power behind them. The executioner began to strike at the alien, only for each purple limb to parry and counter each move. Wasp shot multiple stingers at the Asgardian wielding an axe, but to no avail, as the enhanced foe was occupied with a more pressing danger. Ben continued his attack, hoping to keep the man's attention. Scourge soon got annoyed. Drawing back both arms, he slammed his hands together, releasing a massive shock wave. In the corner of his eye, he saw the red-armored man flying toward him. With a flick of his wrist, the magical axe embedded itself into Iron Man's chest plate. The Iron Avenger landed on the ground with a thud. Ultimate Forearms was caught off guard by the Scourge's attack and was left stunned, allowing the Scourge to strike with both fists. When the alien hero and Thor tried to cover for their friend, green magic bolts blasted them away, causing Mjolnir to fall. The Avengers. Amora had revealed herself once more. As annoying as you may be, you had better hope someone more capable chooses to avenge you. Found the witch. The two stood over Iron Man, whose systems had been shut down due to the damage from the axe still embedded in his chest plate. JARVIS. JARVIS, raise the shields, now. Not possible, sir. The AI responded, armor systems are in critical condition and are losing power. Iron Man then felt a jerk within his armor as Scourge pulled his battle axe out of his armored chest, leaving a large gash. Angered, Thor reached for his weapon, only to hit a magical barrier. He even tried calling it, but his weapon would not budge. Iron Man's armor was damaged, and Thor was weaponless and unable to defend himself, leaving the Asgardian prince vulnerable to his opponent's attacks. Meanwhile, seeing that her attacks barely did anything to the two beings, Wasp flew over to the downed Iron Man. Iron Man. Now might be a good time for some kind of something, she said urgently. Iron Man groaned within his Deadpool armor as sparks and fluid leaked. Armor's leaking energy faster than I can recharge. Unless you got some spare batteries lying around or an electrical socket. Before he could finish, a green ring of mist encased Wasp, dragging her away and positioning her next to Thor, who was also immobilized. Hulk, Ultimate Forearms, and Hank were the only ones standing. However, the Executioner and Amora soon threw the former two across the park. Giantman attempted to punch the Executioner several times, but the Asgardian proved far more agile than he appeared, effortlessly dodging each fist. The Executioner's axe glowed red and swung, launching a massive fireball, colliding with Giantman's head. Unfortunately, the magical fire didn't mix well with the PIM particles, reverting the giant to standard size. The Executioner advanced on Ant-Man with a predatory smile and pinned him to the ground. The Giantman first, Amora ordered. His head will make a good trophy on my wall. Executioner nodded, then raised his axe to its zenith, ready to decapitate the man. Hank. Wasp choked as a tear threatened to fall. When the blade was inches away from the neck, Scourge's body froze. What? Moments ago, he felt a stinging sensation, and now he was helpless. The others, however, noticed a small object embedded in the man's back. It was a metal bolt. Made it just in time, sounded a voice. Everyone turned to see the Hulk in a different form of Frankenstrike. He stood at 12 feet with grayish skin, scar tissue, and purple stitches across his body. His eyes are green, which resemble protective goggles. His bumpy left arm had cracks, generating a purple glow. The right arm had a Tesla coil on the elbow, protruding from his metallic, bolted gauntlet where the energy travels through. What did you do? Demanded Enchantress. Not even her influence over Scourge could make him budge. Ultimate Frankenstrike gestured to the bolts on his neck, matching the one on Scourge. You may affect his mind, but I control his body now. Bolts ejected from his arm onto others gave him control of their motor functions. Next to him, Hulk cracked his knuckles, ready to beat an easy target. Game over. Amora tried harder to help Scourge but to no avail. To think I tried to convince a green brute like you to work under my control. Suddenly, all the strange events from the past day started to click. That was you. Hulk's fists clenched. Not Banner. Ultimate Frankenstrike was just as surprised. She was gaslighting you to leave us. The ambient gamma radiation in the park increased. She lit something. Hulk raised both fists and Ultimate Frankenstrike supercharged his left arm's muscle fibers in his left arm. The two struck the ground simultaneously, generating a pseudo-earthquake and emitting electric shock waves. The sheer intensity threw the Executioner and Enchantress away from the others, breaking the Enchantress's concentration. The Avengers were now free from the witch's spell. Thor held out his hand, summoning Mjolnir to him. Then, he held his mighty hammer aloft, calling a lightning bolt, which sparked and crackled in every direction. The enchantress got back up and stood her ground, opposing the prince. "I do not fear your lightning, Odinson. Your magic is nothing against mine. You are not my target, witch." Thor stood aside, revealing Iron Man. Lighting sparks across his armor. Armor energy reserves at 214%, JARVIS announced. The Iron Avenger grinned. Activating his thrusters, he narrowly avoided a slash from a sluggish executioner, desperately trying to overcome the bolt's control over him. Tony fired a repulsor blast to his chest, knocking him back to be next to his mistress. Iron Man landed and regrouped with the Avengers. "Take them down." Iron Man ordered as the Avengers charged at their enemies. Iron Man activated his weapons and charged forward at Scourge. Scourge swung his axe with incredible force, but Iron Man quickly dodged each blow and launched missiles at Scourge. Scourge, however, was not one to be underestimated. He deftly dodged the missiles and lunged forward, his axe slamming into Iron Man's armor. The impact was tremendous, sending Iron Man flying backward, but he quickly recovered and fired his repulsors at Scourge. Unfortunately, Scourge was hit by the force of the repulsors, sending him flying backward and crashing into a building. Wasp fired several stingers at the enchantress, who blocked the attack with a magical shield. She jumped away from Thor's hammer strike before she could counter. Iron Man took the opportunity to advance, charging at Scourge with a barrage of energy blasts. Scourge stood up, his armor damaged but still intact, and blocked Iron Man's punches with his axe. The two warriors continued to exchange blows, their weapons clashing in a symphony of destruction. Iron Man's missiles and repulsors were met with Scourge's massive swings of his axe, and both were determined to come out on top. However, as the fight continued, Scourge gained the upper hand, and his strength and size gave him the advantage. Iron Man was pushed back, his armor taking heavy damage, but he refused to give up. With those words, Iron Man activated his unibeam, unleashing a massive blast of energy at Scourge. The beam hit Scourge head-on, his armor taking heavy damage, but he refused to fall. Instead, he lunged forward at Iron Man, swinging his axe with all his might. Iron Man, however, was ready. He used his repulsors to deflect the axe and punch Scourge in the chest. The impact was enough to send Scourge flying backward, crashing before finally coming to a stop. Then, the inventor refocused his attention on the witch. At the last moment, the executioner raised his axe to block a punch from the Hulk, but the green giant's strength proved too strong for the brute, and he was sent sliding back a few meters. Wasp flew forward, firing her stingers at the executioner's face, but the brute blocked them. The Asgardian then slammed his blue axe into the ground, causing an icy wave to spread across the floor and freeze Hulk and Ultimate Frankenstrike in place as they charged forward. Before the two could break out, the executioner swung his axe again, shattering the ice and sending both heroes flying across the field. Iron Man and Thor struggled against Enchantress, whose magic proved too strong for them. She blocked Thor's blows with a shield, evaded his attacks, and then blasted him with magic, causing him to crash into Giant Man, who had just woken up, sending them into a lake. Iron Man attempted to attack with his repulsors, but Enchantress teleported away each time, taunting him. Finally, after another failed attempt, she surrounded Iron Man with green magic and sent him flying into a statue. Wasp taunted the executioner while flying around and stinging him, easily avoiding his axe due to her quickness. However, this was a distraction as Hulk appeared and punched the executioner, sending him flying over the trees. The Enchantress witnessed the situation and realized that the Avengers were already at an advantage due to their large number. She aimed to balance the playing field, and while she would have preferred to control the shapeshifter, she began with the Hulk instead. The Hulk's head was engulfed in a green glow, and he was under her control, looking directly at her and causing her to smile. "Destroy them all, my creature." However, the Hulk abruptly halted and shook his head, breaking free from her spell as his gamma energy overpowered the foreign magic. He looked at the Enchantress with wrathful eyes, a clear mind now in control. "No one controls the Hulk," he declared and slammed his foot into the ground, sending an earthquake straight to the Enchantress, throwing her off balance. The Avengers seized the opportunity as the Enchantress was down. Iron Man unleashed his unibeam, while Thor and Ultimate Frankenstrike released lightning bolts. All the strikes converged on the Enchantress's location, resulting in a massive blast. After the dust settled, Iron Man, Thor, and Ultimate Frankenstrike gathered around the unconscious Enchantress. Despite her bruises and scratches, she was still intact, which only fueled Ultimate Frankenstrike's resentment towards Asgardian invincibility. As the heroes turned their attention, they were drawn to Giantman's moans, who Wasp was helping. "Watch out!" Wasp suddenly screamed. The others tried to turn, but the executioner's axe swiftly swatted them aside. Then, the Asgardian powerhouse lifted the Enchantress onto his shoulder and, with a swift swipe of his axe, opened a portal for their escape before anyone could react. Giantman and Wasp stepped forward as the others struggled to regain footing from the unexpected attack. Does somebody want to explain what that was all about?" Giantman asked, his voice expressing his injuries. "Ex-girlfriend," answered Frankenstrike, now out of the evolved state. Thor glared at his friend. "I can assure you, no. They are old enemies from Asgard. The Enchantress finds joy in causing me pain." Wasp deadpanned. "That sounds just like an ex." Ignoring the chuckles from the others, Thor walked up to the Hulk, who stood to the side. "You have won the day, friend Hulk. Truly thou art a warrior to be reckoned with, for few can resist the Enchantress' charms." He held his hand for the Hulk to shake, but the green giant was apprehensive. Hulk looked over to Ben, and the alien hero could already tell what the giant wanted. Ben gave him a nod and gestured to accept the hand. The green giant took the offered hand. "Wasn't easy." "It never is," chuckled Thor. Iron Man looked at the others, clearly tired and dirty. "Let's head back to the mansion. I think we can all agree that we need some rest." Frankenstrike and Hulk were the last to leave the area. The former turned to Hulk. "You coming? I'm sure you want to see everyone's faces." A smirk escaped Hulk's lips. "Yeah. Avengers Mansion. Main Hall." When everyone arrived at the mansion, the others were prepared to get cleaned up and rest. However, they were all stopped by their resident alien hybrid. "Hey, guys. Gather up. I've got something to show you guys." Wasp wiped her brow. "Can't it wait until after we shower? Trust me. It's better to get this out of the way now." Frankenstrike turned into the same brown-haired human with green eyes back at the park in a flash of green light. Hulk was amused. Judging by the expression on the others' faces, they were confused. "So you can turn into a human? Isn't that what you always do?" asked Thor. The cogs in Hank's and Janet's brains turned. "Wait. You said that you're part human. That means Dash." Ben smirked. "Yup. This is my birth form. Name's Ben. Ben Tennyson." Hank apprehensively approached, inspecting his limbs. "You look indistinguishable from a normal human." The hero gestured to Thor, and they nodded in acceptance. "Considering that everyone here doesn't have a secret identity between us, I figured that this was only fair." Ben turned to the Hulk. "Besides, who can I trust if I can't show a little vulnerability with the people I'm hanging out with trying to save the world?" The green giant sighed in relief. Perhaps this could turn out better than he thought. Thor bellowed. "It is good to know you value us so much, dear Ben." Suffice it to say everyone had some new questions about their new teammate. However, that would have to wait for later. It was getting late. Ben smirked at his team. "In case you guys are interested, Hulk and I are doing authentic Chicago-style pizza next week." After hearing voices of agreement and suggestions for another food place the week after, Tony got a notification on his phone. After reading the message, he beamed to the others. "Good news, Hulk. We got your pardon." The Avengers voiced their surprise. "How'd you pull that off?" asked Hank. Tony scratched his cheek in embarrassment. I may or may not have agreed for us to make some compromise with S.H.I.E.L.D. to help with legal matters." He held up both hands in defense of the Hulk's expression change. "Rest assured. You'll have the best lawyers money can buy to ensure our rights and independence." At this point, the others groaned at more paperwork being added to their plate. Wasp pinched the bridge of her nose. "Fine. We'll talk about it after lunch tomorrow. I'm done with today." As far as first days go, this wasn't so bad. Chapter 19, Lesser of Two Evils. Damocles Base. High above Earth. Year 2010. Following his ship's emergency temporal displacement into the past, Kang ordered his crew to spend the next few days taking note of their current resources and performing reconnaissance. Small probes were sent to the surface below to document and analyze. The denizens of the 41st century were amazed by their time's stark differences. The sky was blue, the sun was shining, and a sense of calmness was in the air. They quickly got to work, setting up their research stations and equipment. As they worked, they couldn't help but be struck by the stark differences between their time and the Earth of 2010. The technology was primitive, the buildings were outdated, and the people seemed livelier. One of the scientists, Dr. Maya Patel, was fascinated by the various plant life that had long gone extinct. "This is incredible," she said, "it's like being in a completely different world." Others agreed regarding the land and sea. In some ways, the megacities of the 41st century felt more cold and distant compared to the more suburban land here. For some that didn't have any real ties to their old reality, settling down here wasn't a bad option. In any case, they continued the work for their lord, hoping that they would be rewarded handsomely for their efforts. Meanwhile, Kang spent time contemplating his plans moving forward. Time travel was a fickle thing. Only beings outside of time's domain understood its true rules and limitations. He, a man from the 30th century, accidentally traveled to the 40th century. He found a war-torn Earth where barbarians battled with technology from past eras of which they did not know how they worked. This was the dawn of the legacy of Kang. First, Kang conquered the Earth, then began conquering the galaxy, taking over entire empires. Humanity was at the apex of power in the universe. From his experiences, the slightest push, the smallest touch, echoes throughout time. Even an act of kindness may have more severe repercussions than one can know or can see. An older era coined the term, many worlds interpretation. All decisions lead to a new branch of reality. To rewrite an existing history was unheard of to him. Regarding time travelers like himself, the timeline resists change in some capacity. Going back in time to make your past self wear a different shirt would cause the start of a new branch. Still, if changes are insignificant in the long run, the branch's history will eventually merge back with its source branch, correcting any possible paradoxes. Kang's initial travel to the 1940s did cause a new branch, but those changes recombined with his current history. The 41st century still suffered the same fate. At some point, humanity was extinguished, retroactively erasing his empire. It was only thanks to Damocles' base that he and the remains of his people escaped the erasure of their timeline. The Emperor sighed. He needed more information. "Computer, display our current chronal coordinates." A nearby crystal display outputted a long string of numbers and symbols. Kang's brow furrowed. That can't be right. However, even after a manual check, the result was the same. According to the fourth-dimensional coordinates, his timeline was approximately 3 deviations from his original target. If the numbers were accurate, then history was changed by a third party between 1940 and the present 2010. I've gone through the historical records numerous times. There shouldn't have been any instances of previous time travel not already accounted for before my first trip. A knock at the door brought him out of his thoughts. His wife, Princess Ravana Renslayer, had opened the door. Kang got up from his chair and walked to her. "Love, you should be resting." She walked to him and leaned on his chair. "I know, but so much has happened in the past few days. It's a lot to process." Kang's features softened. "I can't even imagine how you are handling this whole ordeal. Our entire planet, our home, was erased from history. How was this possible?" "I'm sorry." The men took a breath. "I don't have all the answers, but I'm not going to give up on them." He gestured to the next room, where several of their people continued to work. Suddenly, one of his men approached their door. "Excuse me, my lord. There are new developments in our research that you must be informed of." With a nod, Kang and Ravana followed their officer to the bridge. Several images appeared on the screen. It took little time to connect and extract information from this period's global communication network. We confirmed the local time and started working on world events. The images of a statue of Captain America in front of the Statue of Liberty and a ceremonial tombstone were displayed. We have confirmed that Captain America is still deceased according to the public records. "Is that good?" asked Ravana. This was the first time hearing about the men. Kang frowned. That's both fortunate yet concerning. My initial calculations and theories indicated that Captain Rogers' actions in the 21st century were the first dominoes to fall, leading to Armageddon. Ravana's eyes widened. This dead men caused our home to be destroyed. Kang shook his head. It's not that simple, my love. From what I've determined, some outside force rewrote our history. The captain was just the catalyst of a long series of events. The officer seemed unsure of himself. I do not doubt your intellect, sir. However, you may not have had all the variables. After cross-referencing public figures from the records we had on file, we discovered an anomaly. The conqueror didn't like where this was going, his irritation growing. What variable did he miss? It seemed impossible. Explain. Ravana did her best to soothe her husband and gestured for the officer to keep going. According to our records, the Avengers at this time consisted of Iron Man, Thor, Wasp, and Ant-Man. When going through recent news, we found contradictions. The screen showed a recent news article and mainstream news segment describing a battle between the Avengers and individuals labeled as the Enchantress and Scourge. Our history says that Hulk temporarily left the team due to irreconcilable differences. In this time period, the opposite happened. The screen showed an amateur photo of the Hulk and a red being with 4 arms in the park eating pizza. Ravana blinked at the mundane scene. Earth was much stranger in the past. Kang's eyes widened on the other hand. Who the hell is that? We aren't sure, sir. There is nothing about it in our database. Following the incident at the park, the Hulk remained with the Avengers. Kang closed his eyes and started going through his calculations again. He was supposed to leave and return after an incident in Las Vegas. Eyes narrowed on the anomaly. What do we know about the new variable? From what we discovered, the being is some sort of shapeshifter, capable of transforming into many creatures with varying abilities. Its origin is currently unknown. The first sightings occurred west of North America before moving toward the East Coast. His emperor seeded, and all the points were starting to connect. It seems that I have found my third party. Sir. Kang dismissed the officer. You did well in informing me of these developments. I have much to consider moving forward. His shoulders seemed to sag for a moment. Keep up the work, and I assure you we will all go home soon. Ravana smiled at her husband. People would see Kang's stern personality and assume the worst. Even she refused his hand in marriage when Kang first allowed her father to rule his kingdom under Kang's empire, pressuring Ravana to marry him. The brief moments of compassion revealed the men that came before Kang. With a salute, the officer went back to his research. As expected. Thank you, sir. Kang and Ravana walked back to his lab. Things have gotten more complicated than I anticipated. At a console, Kang input the new information regarding the shape-shifting variable. His version of machine learning allowed him to consider past and present variables. The future was not a fixed, predetermined thing but rather a set of probabilities that could be calculated based on the present. Computer, bring up the most probable scenario should Captain America remain deceased. 82% humanity's extinction. 18% humanity's survival. And if Captain America were to return, asked Ravana. 45% humanity's extinction. 55% humanity's survival. Kang grit his teeth. History had changed to reach this point. Humanity won't likely survive past the 22nd century if Captain America doesn't return to the world, but he may cause humanity to end before the 40th century. It was practically a coin flip. The likely future had become too clouded. I was told Captain America was deceased, stated his wife. Is this not the case? History says that he returned somehow, but I ensured he was lost in the Arctic. Ravana raised a brow. How did you check? Even after 20 years, Captain Rogers was still lost in the sea. Even with his superhuman physiology, it's near impossible that he survived all these years. Near impossible or definitively impossible. The men stayed silent, not wanting to accept that his bias affected him more than he wanted to admit. Ravana wrapped her arms around her husband. Nathaniel. You know I don't like it when you get this way. Will you throw away our chance at going home? Kang sighed. She was the only one that knew the truth about him. His only anchor in a time, not his own. Come, let us find our catalyst. The Arctic Circle. Kang the Conqueror stood atop a mountain in the Arctic Circle, his gaze fixed on the endless white expanse. The bitter wind whipped around him, lashing his armor and sending his cape billowing out behind him. Captain America's frozen body was somewhere in the Arctic Circle, buried deep beneath the ice. And so he had come, determined to find it at any cost. Beside him, Ravana touched the snowfall. It was a rare experience to see this type of weather. The world succumbed to global warming centuries ago. Only recently was Kang trying to stabilize the Earth's conditions to expand his empire across the planet. Kang began to descend the mountain, crossing the frozen tundra. He had come prepared, with all the technology and resources at his disposal. His armor protected him from the harsh elements, and his energy weapons were fully charged. He had also brought a team of his most loyal soldiers, trained and equipped with the latest technology. As they made their way deeper into the Arctic wilderness, Kang couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation building within him. The team stopped in front of a massive glacier towering high above them. Kang scanned the area. This was definitely where he last watched the men fall into the waters. He searched for any sign of the captain's body on the surface, but it was a pipe dream. The man was likely several feet below. Then again, the ice caps have been shrinking in recent years. As he searched, Kang's soldiers began to dig through the ice with their tools. They worked tirelessly, chipping away at the glacier with incredible speed. Kang watched them, his eyes narrowed in determination. He knew the captain's body was buried deep beneath the ice. And he would find it, no matter what it took. Finally, after hours of digging, one of the soldiers called out to Kang. "Sir, we found something," he shouted. Kang rushed over. As the soldiers cleared the ice, a body emerged beneath the glacier. Kang's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized the familiar red, white, and blue costume of Captain America. It was frozen solid, its features twisted in a look of agony. Ravana stared at the man that was both their savior and their damnation. "I can't imagine he's still alive after all this time." A scientist attached a device to the ice near the captain's chest and head. "I'm still detecting brain activity, but it's low." Based on the heart readings, his physiology induced an artificial hibernation to preserve itself in the sub-zero waters. Kang reached out and touched the icy surface. The soldiers began to load the frozen body onto a transport vehicle, preparing to take it back to Kang's time ship. Kang sighed at the frozen body. "Likely damned if I don't. Possibly damned if I do." "What do we plan to do now?" asked Ravana. Kang crossed his arms. "If I'm bringing back Captain America, I'm doing it on my terms." Chapter 20, The Future is Now. Captain America's eyes fluttered open, the sunlight piercing through the thin veil of his eyelids. He was lying on the ground, and his senses sharpened. He could hear the rhythmic sound of waves crashing nearby. Confusion washed over him as he blinked away the disorientation, trying to understand how he had gotten here. He first noticed the sky, an expanse of blue dotted with fluffy white clouds. Then, soft voices drew his attention to a couple sitting a few feet away on a weathered blanket. Their backs turned to him. They were an older pair, their faces creased with age. The man was tall, his hair a mix of silver and white, while the woman had short, curly hair the color of autumn leaves, her eyes sparkling like emeralds. They were whispering. The man noticed Captain America's movement first and gently nudged his partner. Both turned to face him, their expressions shifting from mild curiosity to concern. "Are you all right, son?" the man asked, his voice steady, with a hint of a Canadian accent. Captain America pushed himself onto his elbows, feeling the grains of sand beneath his fingers. I'm not sure," he replied, his voice rough from disuse. He glanced around, trying to make sense of his surroundings. "Where am I?" The woman offered a kind smile. "You're on a beach near Vancouver Island. We found you washed up on the shore a little while ago. Do you remember how you got here?" His mind raced, fragments of memories flashing through his head, an icy plunge, darkness, a feeling of being trapped. "I was on a mission." "How long was I out?" The couple exchanged a glance, and the man gave a slight shrug. "It's hard to say. When we found you, you were frozen solid, but you started to thaw out pretty quickly in the sun. We thought you were dead until you started breathing. You're more sturdier than I thought." We were just about to call for help when you woke up. Captain America looked down at himself, noticing his uniform and shield lying nearby, half buried in the sand. He reached for it instinctively, feeling a sense of grounding as his fingers wrapped around the familiar metal. "What's your name?" the woman asked gently, sensing his turmoil. "Steve," he replied after a moment. "Steve Rogers. But most people know me as Captain America." His status as America's poster boy wasn't exactly a secret. Recognition dawned on their faces, and the men nodded slowly. "Well, Steve, you've certainly been through quite an ordeal. Let's get you dried up, and we'll help you figure out what to do next." Captain America managed a grateful smile, still trying to process everything. "Thank you for finding me." The woman patted his shoulder reassuringly. "You're welcome, Steve. You're safe now. We'll make sure of it." Hashtag. Nathan and Donna guided Captain America away from the beach, each holding one of his arms to steady him as they walked up a gentle slope covered in wildflowers. The sun's warmth was soothing, but Steve Rogers' mind was still racing, trying to reconcile what happened to him. "Thank you," he said quietly, looking from Nathan to Donna. "I appreciate your help. It's all a bit overwhelming." Nathan gave him a reassuring nod. "It's the least we can do, Steve. We're just glad we found you when we did." With her warm smile, Donna added, "You must have been through a lot. Let's get you inside and make sure you're all right." As they crested the hill, a quaint cottage came into view. Nestled among the trees, it had a small garden out front. It was a charming, rustic home that radiated hospitality. Nathan led the way to the front door, opening it to reveal a cozy interior with wooden floors, comfortable furniture, and an array of family photos adorning the walls. "Welcome to our home," Donna said, gesturing for Steve to sit on a plush sofa. "I'm Donna, by the way, and this is my husband, Nathan." Steve sat down, feeling the softness of the cushions against his back. "Thank you, Donna and Nathan. I don't know how to repay you for your kindness." Nathan waved off the comment with a smile. "No need to worry about that now. Let's focus on getting you settled and figuring out what's next." Donna disappeared into the kitchen momentarily, returning with a steaming cup of tea and a plate of sandwiches. She placed them on the coffee table in front of Steve. "Here, have something to eat. You must be starving." Steve realized how hungry he was as he reached for a sandwich. He sipped the tea, savoring its warmth. "So, Steve," Nathan began, sitting opposite him, "what do you remember doing before you woke up here?" Steve hesitated, the question bringing a flood of memories. "The last thing I remember was the war." "Is it still going on?" "I have to report to the general." The couple looked at each other before answering. "If you're talking about World War II, it's over, son. It's been over for a while." "What? It couldn't have been that long. I was on a mission. There was a rocket, and then I hit the ocean. Everything went dark." Nathan and Donna exchanged a look, their expressions a mix of sympathy and surprise. "Steve," Donna said gently, "I'm not sure how to break this easier, but it's 2010. Steve went still. "That can't. You've been asleep for a very long time." Steve felt a lump form in his throat as he processed the information. 65 years. Almost a lifetime. He looked around the room, taking in the modern touches mingled with the rustic charm. It was a different world, yet somehow, the kindness of these strangers made it feel less alien. "I understand that it might sound unbelievable." Nathan scratched his head. "Frankly, I'm unsure how else to prove it to you. We have some newspapers, but I suppose a trip to town would be more convincing." "I see," he said slowly, trying to keep his composure. "How about we do that after getting some food in you and a night's rest?" "I'd like that. Thank you." Nathan leaned forward, his voice steady and comforting. "Don't worry. We'll help you however we can. You're welcome to stay here as long as you need." Tears pricked at the corners of Steve's eyes, and he blinked them away, so many things possibly left behind left unsaid. "I don't know what to say." Donna reached out and placed a hand on his. "You don't need to say anything, Steve. We'll take it one step at a time together." Days later. The small town near Nathan and Donna's home was a picturesque snapshot of rural life. Quaint shops lined the main street, colorful awnings fluttering in the gentle breeze. The air was filled with the scent of fresh pine. As they walked through the town, Steve Rogers, dressed in Nathan's old flannel shirt and jeans, tried to absorb the reality of his new era. Nathan and Donna led the way, their pace leisurely. Steve felt strange emotions at the subtle yet profound changes that had shaped the world during his absence. Nathan glanced over at Steve, noticing how his eyes scanned everything, absorbing details. "How are you holding up, Steve?" Nathan asked gently, his tone filled with genuine concern. Steve managed a small smile. "It's a lot to take in. Everything's familiar but different." A Honda Civic drove past them. "I imagined that Stark's flying cars would have taken off by now. I appreciate you both showing me around." Donna pointed to a charming little diner on the corner. "That place has the best coffee in town. Thought we could start there, get you a taste of 2010's finest brew." They entered the diner and were greeted by the friendly chime of a bell above the door. The interior was cozy with checkered tablecloths. The waitress, a cheerful woman in her mid-50s, welcomed them warmly and led them to a booth by the window. As they sat down, Steve took in the bustling atmosphere. People chatted animatedly, some tapping away on small, rectangular devices that he quickly learned were called smartphones. The technology fascinated him, a far cry from his time's rotary phones and radios. Nathan ordered coffee for all three of them, and soon, the waitress returned with steaming mugs. Steve took a sip, savoring the rich, robust flavor. "This is good," he admitted, a genuine smile spreading. Donna chuckled. "Told you. Some things get better with time." They spent the next hour walking through the town, stopping at various shops and points of interest. At the bookstore, Steve marveled at the sheer number of titles available, many covering events he had missed. Nathan explained some significant historical moments while Donna pointed out the latest bestsellers. They watched children play on swings at the park, and couples stroll hand in hand. The simplicity brought a sense of peace to Steve's mind. Weeks later. A few weeks passed in the cozy warmth of Nathan and Donna's home. Steve Rogers, gradually acclimating to the modern world, found solace in the peaceful surroundings. He spent his days helping Nathan with chores around the house, learning more about the changes in the world, and occasionally catching glimpses of news broadcasts that hinted at a world still in need of heroes. Hearing about major metahuman breakouts across the globe seemed to cement choice. Seeing the mugshot and name Baron Heinrich Zemo across the TV on the list of most wanted almost made him shatter his mug. The following day, Steve decided it was time to move on. He knew he couldn't impose on Nathan and Donna forever, and there was a pull inside him to find his place in this new era. After breakfast, he approached Nathan and Donna, sitting on the porch, enjoying their coffee. "Nathan, Donna," he began, his voice steady. "I want to thank you for everything you've done for me, but I think it's time for me to go." Donna looked up. "We knew this day would come, Steve. You're not just a soldier but also a good man. From what the news has been lately, the world needs you." Nathan nodded in agreement. "Do you have a plan?" Steve nodded, adjusting the straps of the sturdy backpack Nathan had given him. "I'm going to head south and return to the United States. There's unfinished business with an old enemy. I'm not sure how the government will react when they see me. Maybe I'll meet those Avengers." Donna stood up and embraced him. "Take care of yourself, Steve. And remember, you always have a home here with us." Nathan shook Steve's hand firmly, then pulled him into a brief, heartfelt hug. "Stay safe out there, and don't hesitate to reach out if you need anything." They helped Steve get a basic satellite phone with only calling available. His odd jobs around town helped him earn enough cash for the journey. With his shield in a knapsack, Steve set off down the winding road that led away from the cottage. The next morning, Nathan and Donna sat at their kitchen table, the warmth of the early sun filtering through the lace curtains. The remnants of breakfast lay on the table. Now that they were alone and secured, they pressed a button on their watches, revealing the actual forms of Nathaniel Richards, aka Kang, and Queen Ravonna Renslayer. Kang leaned back in his chair, a thoughtful expression on his face. "The first phase is complete." Ravonna sipped her coffee, a serene smile playing on her lips. "This was much more enjoyable than we anticipated. The adjustments we've made to the time stream seem to be integrating well," Nathaniel said. Steve is on his way to the US. If my calculations are correct, he will meet with an old friend. Ravonna nodded. Despite his involvement in destroying humanity, he's a kind young man, just as history said. She set her cup down and reached across the table to take Nathaniel's hand. I must say, this rural home, this era, it's a wonderful respite from the constant chaos of our Empire flagship. There's something about it that soothes the soul. Nathaniel smiled, squeezing her hand gently. Steve Rogers would make a fine soldier in my empire, but that's not what he needs to be right now. In any case, I can agree with the atmosphere. It makes me forget about the wasteland from which I had to bring humanity. The silence here isn't oppressive, it's tranquil. I've found it, grounding. Ravonna's gaze wandered to the window, where the garden they had tended together bloomed vibrantly. Do you think we'll ever grow tired of this simplicity? Nathaniel followed her gaze, his expression thoughtful. Time has a way of making even the most extraordinary things feel ordinary. But this place, this life we've carved out for ourselves, it's a rare kind of ordinary. One that's filled with small, meaningful moments. Ravonna looked back at him, her eyes filled with affection. I cherish these moments with you, Nathaniel. Whether tending the garden, watching the sunrise, or simply sharing a meal. It's a different adventure I wouldn't trade for anything. Nathaniel's smile widened, and he leaned forward to kiss her hand. Nor would I, Ravonna. I suppose you are right in some way. This feels like a home, and I will do anything to ensure our future continues. They sat in comfortable silence for a few moments, savoring the peace. The sound of birds chirping outside and the distant hum of the ocean waves filled the air. Do you think Steve will be all right? Ravonna asked softly, her concern for the man evident. He'll be fine, Nathaniel replied. Besides the implants, we have a scouting team behind him. Ravonna nodded, reassured. Now that Steve is on his own, I suppose it's time for us to return to our ship. Nathaniel stood, pulling her to her feet and into a warm embrace. Well, there's no need to rush. Steve left the cottage a few days ahead of our estimates. Ravonna giggled and dragged the men to the couch to relax. Elsewhere. Steve traversed Canada with a mix of hitchhiking and walking. Nights were spent under the stars, the crackling of campfires comforting. His funds were better spent on food than lodging. Time in the military gave him sufficient survival skills in the wilderness. He passed through small towns and bustling cities, meeting people kind enough to offer directions, a warm meal, or a resting place. He worked odd jobs, helped a local farmer with his harvest, and even lent a hand at a community center. He encountered travelers, and each conversation added a piece to the puzzle of this new world. Soon, he would know that the world was still as strange as it used to be. #. The small town of Elkford was quiet. Its residents went about their daily lives, enjoying the peaceful ambience surrounding them. Steve Rogers walked through in a simple flannel shirt and jeans. As he strolled down the main street, he noticed the friendly faces of the townspeople. Children played in the park, and shopkeepers chatted with customers. Suddenly, a blood-curdling roar shattered the tranquility. Steve's senses went on high alert as he turned to see a massive white beast tearing through the town, its fury unleashed upon everything in its path. Cars were overturned, windows shattered, and people screamed in terror as the beast rampaged. Instinctively, Steve sprang into action. He dashed toward a group of children frozen in fear near the park, scooping them up and carrying them to safety behind a sturdy brick wall. Stay here, stay low, he instructed, calm but authoritative. Turning back to face the chaos, he saw a group of figures emerging from the tree line. The first had a primal appearance. He stood over 6 foot with a heavily muscled physique. His most distinguishing feature was his wild, mane-like blonde hair and sideburns, giving him a distinctly feral look. He wore a tan and black bodysuit with fur accents. The second was covered in a red and black full-body suit with black patches around his eyes, sides, and shoulders. Only his white, expressive eyes were visible, conveying a surprising range of emotions despite the lack of a visible mouth or eyebrows. He had katanas strapped to his back, various firearms, and an assortment of grenades and pouches. The third also had a towering figure with a monstrous physique. His skin was unnaturally pale, contrasting starkly with his long, flowing blonde hair. His costume was primarily red with silver accents, including a prominent red chest harness and shoulder pads that add to his intimidating presence. The most distinctive feature was the retractable carbonadium tentacles from his wrists. The last was a tall, slender woman with an athletic build. Her most recognizable feature was her extendable, razor-sharp adamantium fingernails. Her costume resembled traditional Japanese attire with modern combat gear. Her long, dark hair flowed freely, styled in a high ponytail. "Out of the way!" Sabertooth growled, his eyes gleaming with predatory excitement. He lunged at the Wendigo, claws extended, while Deadpool fired his guns recklessly, bullets ricocheting off walls and cars. Omega Red unleashed his lethal carbonadium coils, lashing out at the beast, while Lady Deathstrike's adamantium claws sliced through the air. The Wendigo roared in pain, its attacks becoming more frenzied as it fought back against its attackers. Cars overturned, and walls came crumbling down. Steve moved swiftly, focused on protecting the townspeople. He guided a panicked couple out of the line of fire, then shielded a group of elderly residents with his own body from an explosion, ushering them into the safety of a nearby building. "Stay inside and keep away from the windows," he ordered. As Steve rushed back into the fray, Deadpool's distinctive voice rang out above the chaos. "Hey, ugly. Over here." Deadpool paused mid-shootout to strike a dramatic pose, then resumed firing with gusto. Steve managed a tight smile despite the situation. He needed to draw the Wendigo away from the civilians. He grabbed a piece of rubble and hurled it at the beast, shouting to get its attention. "Over here, you big brute." The Wendigo turned its blood-red eyes towards Steve, growling menacingly. It charged at him, and Steve braced himself, ready to dodge at the last second. Just as the creature reached him, he rolled to the side, causing the Wendigo to crash into a parked truck, buying precious seconds for more townspeople to escape. Weapon X continued their assault, keeping the Wendigo occupied, but their collateral damage was immense. Buildings crumbled, and the town square was left in ruins. Deadpool somersaulted off a rooftop, landing beside Steve. "Nice move, dude. You should consider a career in monster baiting. It's all the rage." Steve shot him a look. "I don't know who you are. Just focus on taking that thing down without hurting anyone else." "Ah, you do care." Deadpool responded with mock affection. "Don't worry, I'm a professional." "Sort of." His eyes gleamed with predatory excitement. Sabertooth growled, "Time to bring this beast down." His claws extended, and he lunged at the Wendigo, slashing at its thick fur and drawing first blood. The Wendigo howled in pain and fury, swiping back with its massive paws. Deadpool, perched on a nearby rooftop, fired his guns with reckless abandon. "Hey! Have you ever considered therapy? It's great for anger issues." His bullets peppered the Wendigo's hide, causing little more than irritation to the giant creature. "Come on, big guy, just take a little tranquilizer nap, and we can all go home." Omega Red moved in with deadly precision, his carbonadium coils extending and wrapping around the Wendigo's limbs. "Hold still, beast," he hissed, his grip tightening. The Wendigo thrashed, pulling Omega Red off his feet and slamming him into a wall, but the Russian mutant held on, his eyes filled with cold determination. Lady Deathstrike darted in with lightning speed, her adamantium claws slicing through the Wendigo's flesh. "We need to weaken it," she called out, dodging a swipe from the creature and countering with a slash of her own. Her claws aimed at vital points. Passing out from blood loss was also on the table. The Wendigo roared, driven into a frenzy by the relentless assault. It lashed out wildly, its powerful blows sending Sabertooth flying into a parked car, crumpling the metal like paper. Sabertooth shook it off with a snarl, leaping back into the fray. "You're gonna pay for that, furball." Deadpool somersaulted off the rooftop, landing beside Omega Red. "Need a hand, comrade," he quipped, slicing at the Wendigo's tendons with his katana. "Or maybe a coil. Those things are nifty." Omega Red grunted, tightening his grip. "Just keep it distracted." Lady Deathstrike seized the opportunity, her claws flashing as she attacked the Wendigo's arms. The beast howled, its movements growing more sluggish as blood poured from its wounds. "It's slowing down," she said, her eyes narrowing. "We're close." The Wendigo, sensing its impending defeat, let out a final, desperate roar and lashed out with a ferocity born of survival instinct. It broke free from Omega Red's coils and charged through the town square, scattering debris in its wake. The beast crashed through a line of trees, retreating into the dense forest that bordered the town. It's getting away. Sabertooth roared, shaking off the remnants of the car he had been thrown into. Deadpool turned to the others, his eyes gleaming behind his mask. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go, X-Force. He took off after the Wendigo, his swords at the ready. Not our name. Omega Red and Lady Deathstrike followed close behind, their eyes locked on the retreating form of the Wendigo. This isn't over, Omega Red muttered, his coils retracting as he ran. Not by a long shot. The 4 mutants plunged into the forest, their pursuit relentless. Should Weapon X have killed everyone to get rid of witnesses? Maybe, but they weren't explicitly told to do that. They just needed to catch the Wendigo. In any case, they were sure Department H would get involved and commence Phase 2. Breathing heavily, Steve looked around at the devastation. The town was in ruins, but miraculously, there were few fatalities. He had managed to protect the townspeople from the worst of the chaos. As he helped a group of firefighters extinguish a burning building, the townspeople emerged from their hiding places with gratitude and relief evident on their faces. One of the town's elders approached Steve, her eyes filled with tears. Thank you, young man. You saved us all. Steve nodded, his expression solemn. Just doing what I could. Ensure everyone gets to safety and that the injured are cared for. Despite better judgment, he promised to follow them and stop the creature after he tended to the people. Chapter 21, It's Just Business. Stark Industries Tower. Morning. The CEO, Tony Stark, was working on a device in his office while meeting with another CEO. To the visitor's left sat Ben in his green-accented suit. Tony had asked the alien hero to sit in the meeting as a consultant. It seemed that the Iron Avenger was dead set on being the scientist who increased Earth's technology level rating. In front of Tony, the CEO of Williams Innovations, Sanford Williams, wore a beige business suit and red tie. He got right to the point. I don't need to tell you that Stark Industries is crushing us. Energy was our main innovation, but we've had nothing to compete ever since you came out with the arc reactor technology. Ben nodded. To be fair, cold fusion is a major milestone in energy production. I think the next nuclear advancement after this is a Dyson sphere. Sanford sighed. I'm aware of that. But there are still so many other projects and fields in development in my company. I just need more time, but we're going under, Sanford informed, lightly slamming his hands on the table. Meanwhile, Tony was reviewing a spherical device. The armored Avenger flipped a switch, which got a response from Jarvis. Security image not found. Error, Jarvis informed Tony, to Tony's hidden frustration. Ben pinched the bridge of his nose. Tony, don't you think you should talk to the guy who took the time to set up this meeting with you, which you agreed with? Tony took his eyes off his work and looked at Sanford for the first time during the meeting. Well, yeah. I've been buying company shares while others have sold theirs. They lost faith, but I know you guys have potential. I could have easily bought you guys out entirely, but I didn't. Isn't the extra capital investment helping you guys stay afloat? Sanford frowned. It is, but I can't help but feel control over my own company is slipping through my fingers. We don't know each other, but I came to ask you personally, don't do this. He asked in a slightly pleading tone. I built Williams Innovations from nothing. He lowered his head a bit somberly. Not even my sons want to speak with me. It's all I have. Tony cringed a bit. Oh. If that's the case, you were a bit too late. Simon looked at him in slight alarm and disbelief. What? I became the majority shareholder about 15 minutes ago, Tony answered. Simon stood up in anger. No. I'm not going to let you do this. You hear me, Stark? He raised his voice as he turned and began to walk out of the room. Ben frowned and quickly pulled the man back into his seat. Hold on, Williams. Why are you saying that? Aren't you still the CEO whether or not Tony holds majority shares? Williams simmered. A major or even a majority shareholder will have more power than a CEO, but their power is limited mostly to shareholder meetings. If they do have a majority, they can exercise this within limits to do things. They can also pressure the board or the CEO to do certain things. I'm not going to let Tony destroy my entire life. Destroy? You make it sound like Tony was abusing his influence during the meetings. The hero blinked. Was he? Tony rolled his eyes. No, I was not. I don't even show up to those meetings. Pepper or another assistant does and gives me the TLDR on what's happening. Sanford, what exactly are you scared of happening anyways? Asked Ben. I think we're all on the wrong page about what's happening. I just know that Tony is going to conspire with the board and push me out of office only for him to take over. Tony stared at Simon with his mouth open. Why the hell would I do that? I already got my hands full with Stark Industries and being an Avenger. Why would I add the CEO of your company on top of that? William's emotions seemed to settle down. You aren't. Ben sighed. Frankly, if the board saw you acting like this, they'd probably do it themselves. Tony dropped everything to free his hands. Let me explain. Even as a majority shareholder, Business Williams Innovations would continue as usual. I'm trying to save your company, not take it over. You said it yourself that it wasn't going to survive. I know you have brilliant tech in development. I want to work with you to save what you built. All I wanted to do was help. Ben turned to the visitor. I'm sorry, Sanford, but Tony sounds pretty hands-off with the investment into your company. Sanford slumped in his seat. You're not going to do anything. Tony mimicked the posture. Sanford, you're overestimating my business prowess. I'm not a tech mogul buying up all the smaller startups. Ben pulled out his phone for a quick web search. Your public image says otherwise. Note to self, speak with the PR department. Tony groaned. Sanford, would it make you feel better if I signed something? The lawyers can draft something to ensure my involvement stays strictly financial. The man perked up, hope in his heart. You mean it? Tony pulled out a card and handed it to Sanford. Speak to my legal department, and we'll square up something this week. I guarantee it. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark. I guess I got ahead of myself there. He stood up and started walking out of the office. You won't regret it. Williams Innovations can stand independently, just wait and see. Well, that turned out better than I expected, Tony, Ant-Man spoke out as he climbed up from inside the machine Tony had been working on. Things would have gone south if Ben didn't encourage you two to talk during the meeting. Yeah. Tony told the fellow scientist in his usual tone. Ben rolled his eyes. I feel so appreciated. Is this how most of your meetings with other companies go? Hank continued. I would have assumed Pepper would be taking Ben's place as a mediator. Pepper was busy with another department contract. Tony changed the topic. Did you find something on the hard drive or not? You could have crushed that guy, Tony. What kind of man callously disregards another human being like that? Ant-Man continued to pry on the matter, not liking what he had seen and heard. You were acting like kind of a dick, Tony. Ben gestured to the device. I know whatever this is important, but come on. This could have been settled in less than 5 minutes of a sincere business talk. The dude was about to storm out of here. Tony rubbed his forehead. Look, I had a plan you guys wouldn't understand. Hank slumped his shoulders. I would like to think communication is important in business relations. We aren't psychic. Sanford had all these fears building up because he wasn't in the loop of your plan. Ben nodded. This also applies to being an Avenger, man. If we save the world, we must be on the same page. He started walking out the door as well. I need some air. Let me know if something comes up. Later. Skies over New York. Come on, they're getting away, Wasp shouted over the air currents blowing around her. Thor and Wasp chased after a small, sphere-shaped AIM probe. The two patrolled the city that day when they encountered a business deal between the supervillain science organization and an unknown buyer. They immediately intervened since they knew that if AIM was involved, it meant something in the area of weapons, and that led them to where they were now. They seemed to be of little threat, Thor scoffed as he flew alongside Janet on her left. As the AIM agents fled, their last desperate shot was a strange black orb that sped toward Thor and Wasp. The orb expanded into a swirling vortex, pulling them in with a force that defied comprehension. Thor. What is this thing? Wasp screamed, her voice strained as she felt herself pulled into the void. It's like a black hole. Thor growled, his voice a deep rumble even through the chaos. He could see Wasp stretched, her body elongating as if she were made of rubber. He, too, could feel the immense forces trying to pull him apart. Wasp's eyes widened in terror as she experienced spaghettification, her body stretched vertically and compressed horizontally. The pain was excruciating, her every atom feeling the strain of the tidal forces. Thinking quickly, Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir. "Hold on, Janet," he roared. Summoning every ounce of his divine strength, he called forth the storm's power. The sky above them darkened, thunder rolling ominously. With a mighty cry, he directed a lightning bolt toward his hammer. The magical lightning struck Mjolnir, and Thor felt the power surge coursing through him. He aimed the hammer toward the heart of the vortex, channeling the storm's energy into the black hole. A brilliant flash of light erupted from Mjolnir, the energy bursting outward in a powerful wave. The black hole shuddered, its pull weakening as the energy disrupted its core. The gravitational forces around them began to waver, and Thor unleashed a massive burst of lightning with one final push. The bolt struck the vortex, causing it to implode in a spectacular explosion of energy. Wasp felt the pressure easing, her body slowly returning to normal. She gasped for breath, her limbs trembling from the ordeal. Thor, too, felt the release of the immense forces as the vortex disintegrated. The two Avengers hovered in the air, the storm's remnants crackling around them. "That's crazier than I was thinking," Wasp commented as she rested her hands on her knees for a minute as she caught her breath. Thor looked over at Wasp, concern etched on his face. "Are you all right, Janet?" he asked, his voice gentle despite the thunderous power he had just unleashed. Wasp nodded weakly, a determined smile forming on her lips. "Yeah, I think so. That was intense. It reminded me of Graviton." Wasp chuckled, her strength returning. "Thanks for the save, Thor." "Anytime," Thor replied, his eyes twinkling with camaraderie. "Now, let us return the favor to AIM. I tire of these geeks," Thor then scowled. "Should we not call the other Avengers? They'll only slow us down, big guy. Think you can clip their wings?" "Aye," Thor smirked in excited reply. He then returned his hammer and threw it hard at the AIM ship. It hit dead on and damaged the ship just enough to leave a part of it billowing smoke but still keep on flying. Thor grabbed his hammer as it returned to his hand. He was about to pursue it when Wasp cut him off, shouting, "Hold up." "But they will escape," Thor argued. "They'll think they're escaping, but they're gonna lead us right to their secret base, where we'll beat them all up," Wasp explained as she indicated the smoke trail the ship was leaving. Thor stared for a moment before his smirk of excitement returned at the prospect of a greater challenge. Thor grinned. Verily. Suddenly, a streak of bright light flashed across the sky, drawing their attention. A figure emerged with wings shimmering with cosmic energy. Its body was slim and aerodynamic, covered in a smooth, dark blue exoskeleton with bright, luminescent green accents that ran along its limbs and torso. His head was elongated and angular, with a prominent beak-like snout and piercing, glowing green eyes. The most distinctive feature was the large, membranous wings extending from his shoulders and laced with bioluminescent veins. It swooped down towards the two Avengers. Wasp raised a brow at the pterosaur-like being with the familiar hourglass symbol. "Ben. What form is this?" The alien hero smirked. "Astrodactyl." Wasp chuckled. "A bit on the nose, but I like it." "It is good to see you, Ben," regarded Thor. He turned to Wasp. "And you said it would take too long." "Yeah, I was hard not to notice." Astrodactyl gestured to the sky. "The black hole, the massive storm, and all that." He shrugged. "At this point, I see the spontaneous storms and lightning as the Thor signal." Thor chuckled. "I'm flattered." Wasp blinked. "That's not a bad idea." Astrodactyl chuckled. "Thanks. I'm thinking of more for the others." "So, what happened here?" "We were patrolling when we encountered suspicious vagrants." Thor turned Janet. "What was this deal we interrupted?" "Something about weapons." "Yeah, big ones. From what Iron Man told me, these AIM science geeks specialize in making some pretty crazy stuff." "You were right about it being a black hole launcher." Wasp, still catching her breath, smiled at Ben. They tried to trap us, but Thor managed to disrupt it with a powerful lightning strike. We're lucky to be in one piece. Astrodactyl's eyes widened. Man, AIM doesn't hold back. Glad you two are okay. Wasp smirked and started following a smoke trail. Come on. The three of us shouldn't have any trouble at their base. Astrodactyl flared his thrusters alongside Thor. I'm down for that. Stark Tower. Tony and Hank had moved into the Iron Man armory so that the former could work on his armor, and Hank had taken that moment to broach the topic he was discussing earlier. We're not judging you. We're just saying that you need to learn how to connect with people, Hank tried to insist. How is that not judging? Tony asked skeptically. Because I've been down this road before, Hank retorted solemnly. All right, enough. You've been glaring at me for weeks ever since the breakout. This isn't about Sanford. This is about Ultron, Tony finally snapped as he stood up to throw his glare at Hank. It's part of a bigger problem you have. Ultron was just another example, Hank argued. 5 years ago, you asked me to help you change the world. Your tech with my ideas for mapping a human mind onto a machine. Tony had to turn away in shame at that memory. I know what I did, Hank. He was getting close to shouting at the size changer. Making weapons was not what I agreed to. Hank growled. Were you even going to tell me you were shopping Ultron around to the military? Fine. I should have told you before talking to them. I was wrong. I'm a different person now. Hank huffed in skepticism. Right. You say you've changed, and maybe you're not making weapons anymore, but you're still only thinking about yourself. The men turned away. You said yourself that you didn't trust S.H.I.E.L.D. for being secretive. I thought the same when I saw what was happening to the inmates. Hank, if you know what's good for you, you'll shut up right now, Tony growled. With your lack of transparency, maybe Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. are a good fit. Elsewhere. The sleek, black limousine glided smoothly through the city streets, its tinted windows obscuring the tense scene. Simon Williams sat across from his brother, Eric, the tension palpable in the confined space. The plush leather seats and the soft hum of the engine did little to ease Simon's nerves as he fidgeted. Eric, leaning back, studied his younger brother with a calculating gaze. The first wore red aviators, boots, and a leather jacket over a black turtleneck and slacks. Simon Williams sighed. Thanks for meeting up with me, Eric. The other man sat in the shadows in front of him. Well, that's what brothers are for. What can I do for the favorite son? That's not. Simon slumped in his seat. Drink? Eric asked, already pouring himself a glass of whiskey. Simon shook his head, declining the offer. He knew he needed to stay clear-headed for this conversation. Eric raised an eyebrow but didn't push, settling into his leather seat. I need some money, Simon blurted out, unable to find a more tactful way to broach the subject. He saw the glint of amusement in Eric's eyes. Straight to the point, as always, Eric said, swirling the amber liquid in his glass. You and Dad were right. The acting scene in Hollywood didn't work out. I'm in deep debt, and occasional gigs can't keep me afloat. I'm on my last legs. Why not ask Father? He's always been more generous with you. I don't want to ask Dad for money. I won't. I need help, Eric. Simon stiffened, the mention of their father striking a nerve. You know why, Eric. I can't. I just can't go to him for this. He wasn't fair to you. Perhaps they were right. Well, what are brothers for? Eric Williams, aka Grim Reaper, smirked. Gotta say, I'm surprised to hear from you after all these years since you cut off from the family like I did. After what the news station said about me, I figured you didn't want to associate with people like me. You were always Mother's favorite, loving you while I was born bad. He huffed. Father always had a heavy hand. Eric. I know we didn't always see eye to eye growing up. That's why I left. I didn't want to be that kind of man. Eric's expression softened, but it was a facade. All right, Simon, how much do you need? Taking a deep breath, Simon forced himself to maintain eye contact. 20,000. My business, it's on the brink. One good investment and I can turn it around. I just need a little help to get there. Eric's eyes narrowed. 20 grand is a lot of money, little brother. And you want it with no strings. You must think highly of my generosity. Simon clenched his fists, struggling to keep his composure. I'm not asking for charity, Eric. Eric leaned back, his eyes narrowing slightly. So what's in it for me? Simon bristled at the implication. I'll pay you back, with interest, if you want. This isn't a handout, Eric. Just a loan. Eric chuckled, a low, menacing sound that sent chills down Simon's spine. Of course, it's a loan. But I don't need the money, Simon. What I need is loyalty. A long silence stretched between them, filled only by the hum of the car and the distant sounds of the city outside. What kind? Finally, Eric leaned back again, a sly smile curving his lips. Don't worry. It's nothing personal. I do know people who can help you. The limo pulled into a warehouse, and Grim Reaper led Simon down an elevator. These people have a lot of funds, but it won't be for free. You'll have to do something for us. Simon's heart sank. He knew what Eric was asking. I don't know, Simon said in uncertainty. Trust me. You're in good hands, the Grim Reaper said as they approached a large room with AIM scientists working on various equipment. Welcome. A voice said, getting Simon to look to his left. GUH. Simon yelled out, seeing the men in front of him. The being had a big head, small arms and legs, brown eyes and hair, and he moved around in a floating chair. To AIM. Meanwhile. Canada. The helicopter's rotor sliced through the crisp Canadian air, carrying 2 passengers over the vast, untamed wilderness below. Inside, a young soldier sat nervously across from another man, his features obscured by the shadows cast by his brown Stetson hat. The soldier glanced repeatedly at the imposing figure, finally gathering the courage to speak. Sir, I know I'm not supposed to ask questions, but who are you? His voice wavered with unease. The man lifted his head slightly, revealing piercing eyes beneath the brim of his hat. No one you want to know, kid, he replied, his tone gruff and dismissive. Minutes later, the helicopter descended over a small town, smoke curling up from several buildings. As the chopper touched down, the scene of devastation became clear, emergency services swarmed the area, fires still being extinguished. The stranger stepped out, revealing brown leather boots, blue jeans, a black leather jacket over a yellow undershirt, and a brown duffel bag slung over his shoulder. Logan took in the scene with a critical eye, his face stern. Looks like someone had a bad day, he muttered. Nearby, an officer spoke into their radio. Copy. About 95% of the population has been accounted for. A general in a green uniform approached Logan, motioning for him to walk. The two made their way through the chaotic streets. It happened about 4 hours ago, just before noon, the general began. A creature was sighted crossing the US-Canadian border. This is what happened when it reached civilization. Logan raised an eyebrow. Creature. The general nodded. The Americans call it the Wendigo. Intel is sketchy. Department H thinks the US military is covering up their major breakout earlier this month. Logan sniffed the air, his keen senses picking up more than just smoke. In his mind's eye, he saw a monstrous figure roaring and attacking a car. He smells unnatural. Gunpowder, too. He moved a piece of rubble, uncovering a sign that read, "Welcome to Elkford," among a pile of spent bullet casings. Well, someone tried to fight back. The general continued, the survivors reported that a group of individuals followed the creature into their town, where they confronted it. When asked about their descriptions, the townsfolk were too scared and focused on the creature to care and ran for their lives. The monster and the gunman came and went like a storm. Logan surveyed the damage. Not as many casualties as I expected. We were told that a young man intervened and did what he could to evacuate the people to safety. Damn, good job if you ask me. Logan's eyes narrowed. Any word from him about the attack? The general shook his head. The people said that as soon as he got everyone to safety, he set out to chase them down. Logan smirked. Balls, son of a bitch. The general's expression turned serious. Department H wants you to find these possible mercenaries and stop the Wendigo before he reaches another town or city. And if you can't stop it, kill it. Logan's smirk widened into a grin. Sounds like fun. Omnitrix DNA entry. Name, Astrodactyl. Species, Turbosaurian. Home world, Terradino. Powers and abilities. Astrodactyl can fly with his jetpack, and his retractable wings prove stability for this ability. He can create a propulsion blast from his jetpack using internalized star power to enhance his flight. Astrodactyl's star power can be used to create different weapons, the most common being energy whips. Astrodactyl can use his star power to fire an energy beam from his mouth. Astrodactyl possesses enhanced strength, strong enough to carry and lift a cerebrocrustacean with his prehensile feet. Astrodactyl can survive in the vacuum of space. Chapter 22, Eyes of Wonder. AIM compound, lower floor. The large head grinned. I have been told of your financial struggles, Simon. We alleviate them for a price. Simon steeled himself. Yeah. Eric mentioned that. What kind of price? You will participate in our experiment in exchange for a hefty sum. We can remake you, Simon Williams, into something powerful, MODOK declared. Simon glanced between his brother and MODOK, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. That is more than I was expecting. Also, you said something. Are you saying that I won't be human anymore? MODOK's lips curled into a thin smile. Human? Why would you want to be human when you can be more? For one, I'd like to have my career options open. Becoming a monstrosity like the Hulk or the Thing would be very limiting. MODOK, Eric interrupted, drawing the creature's attention. Yes, humanity is relative, MODOK continued, undeterred. You will retain everything that makes you Simon Williams. MODOK rolled his eyes. I can assure you that you won't become a brute. We aim for precise control of superhuman powers, not a blunt hammer. Superpowers. Simon nodded. Okay. I can work with that. So long as he didn't commit crimes, he could still be a celebrity, right? Maybe have his superhero brand, like Iron Man. So, what kind of powers are we working with? I am pleased to hear your cooperation. We will use Zeta beams to imbue your living matter with ionic energy. You will become a wonder of science. The power at your disposal will be incalculable. So, I'll be able to shoot lasers from my hands or something. MODOK paused. Yes, you will. And so much more, he thought. Simon shrugged. I guess I'm in. A good choice, MODOK said, motioning to the drones. Prep him. The scientists took Simon, cleaned him, put him in a containment suit, and placed him in a box before MODOK turned the beam on. The mechanical drones swarmed around Simon, their precise, automated movements preparing him for the radical procedure. As they worked, MODOK turned to Eric, his tone deceptively casual. You do understand that no one has actually survived this process, correct? Eric's response was a sardonic huff accompanied by a smile. That's life. With a dismissive wave, Eric turned his attention to a group of AIM scientists laboring over a strange blue cube. Strucker wants an update on the weapon he's paying you to create. MODOK glided between Eric and the enigmatic cube, his expression stern. Hydra may be eager to take over the world, but they need the science of the advanced idea mechanics to do it. When there is an update, I'll inform Baron Strucker personally. Eric shrugged, his interest waning. Let me know if my brother survives, he said as he left the ominous chamber behind. Outside, Eric slipped into the back seat of his sleek, waiting limo. As the vehicle pulled from the facility, an AIM ship, billowing smoke from recent damage, descended toward the base. AIM compound, upper floor. The roof to the AIM base rumbled open, revealing a smoking AIM ship descending into the hidden lair. The acrid smell of burnt electronics filled the air as the ship touched down, its landing gear struggling under the weight of the damage it had sustained. What happened? An AIM scientist demanded, rushing to the figures who emerged from the jet, their faces smudged with soot and their uniforms torn. We were in the middle of the Magia sale when two Avengers burst in, one of the agents panted, his eyes wide with lingering fear. Thor and Wasp chased us, but we managed to shake them. The first scientist's eyes widened in panic. The Avengers were chasing you, and you came here. What were you thinking? A small voice chirped from his shoulder. Yeah, you guys. What were you thinking? The scientist froze, his eyes slowly turning to see Wasp, in her diminutive form, perched casually on his shoulder. "Hi," she greeted with a sweet smile before blasting him with a bioelectric sting that sent him sprawling to the ground, unconscious. The two AIM agents turned to run, but they didn't get far. Wasp flitted off the downed scientist's shoulder, growing to full size as she landed before the fleeing men. Her hands crackled with bioelectric energy, and with swift, precise movements, she released twin stings that struck one in the back. The agent convulsed as the energy coursed through his body, then collapsed to the ground, knocked out cold. The last of the three ran without looking, crashing into the chest of a Norse god and knocking himself out. "Looks like the welcoming committee is a bit understaffed," Wasp quipped, brushing her hands off. Thor smiled at her. "Well done, Wasp." Astrodactyl landed next to the ship. "Yeah, not bad." Wasp smirked. "I know. We gotta move before more of AIM's lackeys arrive." Wasp nodded. "Let's try to keep it quiet for now." The alien hero kept at a steady hover. "We don't want to rattle the nest too much and make them scatter to escape." Thor chuckled. "And I shall be there to shepherd the flock." With that, the three Avengers moved deeper into the base. Hashtag. Two AIM scientists place Simon Williams in a metal sarcophagus-like chamber. Slowly, the chamber cover began to lower over him. Above, a spherical device lowered itself from the ceiling within a yard of the chamber. Its surface was adorned with glowing circuits, pulsating as it aligned directly above Simon. An AIM scientist reached for a lever. With a final glance at the readouts on his monitor, he pulled the lever down, activating the procedure with an ominous click. The chamber filled with a low, throbbing hum as the Zeta beams powered up. Simon's breath quickened, his eyes darting around the confined space. Suddenly, brilliant beams of purple light burst from the spherical device, enveloping him in a dazzling display of energy. The ionic energy surged through his body, every cell igniting excruciatingly. Arg! Simon's scream pierced the air, raw and primal. The pain was unlike anything he had ever experienced, a searing agony that seemed to tear at his very essence. He writhed within the chamber, muscles spasming uncontrollably as the ionic energy coursed through him, reshaping his living matter on a molecular level. Outside, the scientists watched with clinical detachment, monitoring the data as Simon's transformation progressed. The purple light within the chamber intensified, casting eerie shadows across their faces. Simon's screams continued. Seconds felt like hours as the procedure dragged on, the relentless energy waves assaulting Simon's senses. His vision blurred, his world dissolving into a haze of light. Meanwhile, Thor, Astrodactyl, and Wasp stood before the reinforced wall of the AIM testing lab. With a roar, Thor swung Mjolnir, now crackling with electrified energy, and shattered the wall, sending debris flying. They entered the room in a cloud of dust and sparks. Inside, they found a vast lab filled with strange devices and the eerie hum of machinery. In the center, Simon Williams was strapped to a table, writhing under the effect of a purple ionic zeta beam. Standing nearby was MODOK, flanked by three AIM scientists, their expressions a mix of fear and determination. Wasp pointed directly at MODOK. "Okay, stop. What is that?" Thor blinked, trying to make sense of the grotesque figure before them. "'Tis some kind of. That is a very big head." Astrodactyl tilted his head, studying MODOK's disproportionate form. "Its limbs are like toothpicks compared to his head. I am MODOK. I am the ultimate human-machine interface. I am designed only for conquest," the creature proclaimed, his voice filled with mechanical malice. "Mental organism designed only for conquest." "Whatever you say, freak show," Wasp retorted, crossing her arms under her chest. MODOK's face twisted in rage. "Be silent." Thor laughed, shaking his head. "It looks like a frost giant's head on an infant's body." Astrodactyl chuckled. "It's like someone used a shriveled-up Mr. Potato Head." MODOK snarled, raising a glowing appendage. Rah! A beam of energy shot from his headpiece, striking Thor in the chest and sending him hurtling out of the hole they had just made. "Thor!" Wasp and Astrodactyl shouted as the Asgardian flew backward. They dodged another beam aimed at them, darting with agility and speed through the lab. Thor's arm emerged from the wreckage, and Mjolnir charged with lightning. With a fierce battle cry, he sent a shockwave that knocked the three approaching AIM scientists away, their bodies tumbling through the air like ragdolls. Wasp and Astrodactyl executed evasive maneuvers, peppering MODOK with energy blasts. Their attacks were swift, a coordinated dance around the enraged creature. In the chaos, MODOK's beam crossed streams with the one radiating over Simon, causing a massive buildup of ionic energy. The purple beam fizzled out before a surge of energy flooded Simon's chamber below. Astrodactyl glanced at the chamber, his eyes widening. What were you guys working on? Whatever it is, I think you broke it, Wasp said, her voice tinged with concern. As the smoke cleared, the testing chamber lay in ruins. In the center stood Simon, his body now composed entirely of purple energy, his eyes glowing red, and his hair gone. He survived. MODOK exclaimed in surprise. The mental bolt must have changed the algorithm. Thor got back on his feet, shaking off the debris. Another villain. Wasp shrugged. Probably. You want to hit him, or do you want me to? Astrodactyl raised a hand. How about we wait for him to make the first move? Simon wavered, his hands on his knees as he struggled to regain his bearings. What? What happened? Where am I? Who am I? MODOK's eyes gleamed with triumph. Incredible. I have created a being of pure ionic energy. I am science. I am genius. His gloating was cut short as Mjolnir smashed into his face, sending him sprawling backward. Wasp and Astrodactyl slowly floated down to the men composed of purple energy, their movements cautious as they approached him. Simon grabbed at his head, his expression pained and confused as he looked at them. Who are you? Astrodactyl held up his hands in a calming gesture. Whoa. Take it easy, man. Wasp nodded, her voice gentle. Let's all just stay calm. What's your name? Simon struggled to concentrate, his chest rising and falling as if he needed to breathe despite his new form. My name is... Suddenly, a green mystical haze enveloped his eyes, and his tone went flat. I am but a tool for a greater purpose. His arms shot up, and with a surge of power, he fired a massive beam at his would-be rescuers. Astrodactyl and Wasp narrowly dodged the attack, their eyes widening in shock. They turned around to see the beam had vaporized several layers of steel and concrete, creating a gaping hole that opened up to the surface above. Astrodactyl looked back at Wasp, his expression serious. Yeah, I think it's time we called for backup. Wasp nodded, her eyes fixed on Simon, who stood rigid, the green haze still glowing in his eyes. Agreed. We need to contain him before he causes any more damage. Stark Tower. Tony Stark was fastening the final piece of his Iron Man suit. The armor clicked into place. He turned to face Hank Pym, a mix of exasperation in his eyes. What else am I supposed to do, Hank? Tell me. Hank Pym stood across from him, his stance rigid with frustration. Try being an actual team player. Stop being so egocentric. Tony's eyes narrowed behind his mask. Have you not seen the Avengers Mansion facility I provided us? His tone was defensive, bordering on accusatory. Hank's jaw tightened. That's being a sponsor, Tony. We saved the world together or not at all. Before Tony could respond, both their Avengers cards began to vibrate and emit a soft, insistent beeping. Tony glanced at his card, then at Hank, his expression closing off. We're done with this conversation. As Tony turned away, Hank shook his head, a resolute look in his eyes. This isn't over, Tony. The words hung in the air as the two heroes prepared to face the latest crisis, their unresolved conflict simmering beneath the surface. Avengers Mansion. The garden of Avengers Mansion was personally designed by Tony's mother. The koi pond, in particular, was nestled amidst vibrant flowers and towering trees and was a sanctuary where even Hulk could find a moment of peace. Hulk knelt by the water's edge, his immense form casting a shadow over the pond. He watched the colorful koi fish swim lazily. Hulk breathed softly and leaned closer, his reflection becoming sharper in the still water. From the ripples emerged Bruce Banner's face, looking up at him with a soft, understanding expression. We needed this, didn't we? Bruce's voice echoed in Hulk's mind, familiar yet distant. Hulk huffed in agreement, gruff but softer than usual. quiet. No fighting. Bruce's reflection nodded. I'm glad you appreciate these moments too. You may like proving yourself to be the strongest, but even that can get tiring. Hulk grunted, his massive hands gently stirring the water. The koi fish darted away, then slowly returned, curious about the giant who disturbed their world. Hard sometimes. I know, Bruce said, his reflection rippling as a breeze stirred the pond. But that's the life we live. Banner paused. What Ben mentioned before at the cube, do you think we can ever see Betty again? Do you want to? Hulk's green eyes softened as he gazed at Bruce. Yes. His eyes narrowed. But not with Ross in the way. Yeah, I figured, Bruce's reflection replied. Do you think the Avengers can pull some strings for us? The giant was quiet. Hulk can hope. Hulk sends another ripple through the water. The koi fish swam closer, seemingly unafraid now. Hulk sighed, blending with the gentle rustling of the leaves around them. We'll ask. The sudden buzz of his Avengers membership card shattered the serenity. Hulk's brow furrowed as he reached into his tattered shorts and pulled out the card. Emergency alert, the card's display flashed in bold red. Hulk growled softly, his relaxation interrupted. He tapped the card's screen with a massive finger, and a map of the city was displayed with a beacon at the target location. He glanced back at the pond, where Bruce's reflection had vanished, replaced by his hulking visage. The koi fish scattered, sensing the shift in his mood. His movement caused the ground to tremble slightly. He took a deep breath, trying to hold onto a sliver of the calm he had felt moments ago. We'll be back, Banner, Hulk muttered, slipping the card back into his pocket. AIM compound, upper floor. Wasp hovered in the air, her hands crackling with energy as she fired her electrical stingers at Simon. Astrodactyl joined in, unleashing his powerful energy breath. The combined force pushed Simon back, but his new form remained mostly unharmed. His eyes glowed with an intense green haze as he floated upward, retaliating with blasts of ionic energy. Wasp and Astrodactyl dodged with agile aerial maneuvers, their movements precise and coordinated. Just then, MODOK rose from the ground, his eyes gleaming with twisted pride. This man is a wonder of science. He is not something so easily taken down by energy-based attacks. Thor advanced, Mjolnir glowing with magical lightning. He swung the empowered hammer at Simon, who crossed his arms to block the blow. The sheer force pushed Simon's legs several inches into the floor, cracking the concrete beneath him. With a yell of rage, Simon tackled Thor, both crashing into the next room. They traded blow, and Thor's magical lightning seemed to have an effect, sizzling against Simon's ionic form. Simon retaliated with an uppercut, but Thor caught the next punch and headbutted him. Simon unleashed eye lasers, but Thor blocked them with Mjolnir, the beams reflecting harmlessly off the enchanted weapon. Simon roared, his body surging with power. He launched himself at Thor with blinding speed, throwing a punch. Thor blocked with Mjolnir, and the impact sent shockwaves through the room. Simon followed up with an arm swipe. Thor parried and swung Mjolnir in a wide arc, releasing a bolt of lightning that struck Simon square in the chest, momentarily stunning him. Recovering quickly, Simon retaliated with an energy blast from his hands. Thor barely had time to brace as the blast hit him, sending him skidding across the floor. With a grimace, Thor rose, the aura of lightning around him intensifying. Simon flew upward, his eyes glowing. He unleashed twin beams from his eyes, cutting through the air. Thor raised Mjolnir, deflecting the beams with the enchanted hammer, and the reflected energy scorched the walls around them. Thor closed the distance between them with a mighty leap, swinging Mjolnir in a devastating overhead strike. Simon crossed his arms to block, but unlike last time, the force drove him into the ground, creating a crater beneath his feet. Enraged, Simon surged upward, tackling Thor and smashing him through several walls and into the city streets. Immediately, civilians ran for safety. Thor's lightning seared Simon's ionic form and caused him to falter. Simon roared, delivering an uppercut that sent Thor sprawling. As Thor rose, Simon followed with a barrage of energy blasts from his hands. Thor gritted his teeth, enduring the onslaught, then summoned a massive lightning bolt from the sky. The bolt struck Mjolnir and then arced toward Simon, enveloping him in a blinding surge. Simon screamed, the lightning coursing through his body. He stood still, his form flickering as if caught between two states. Thor saw the opening and charged, swinging Mjolnir with all his might. The hammer connected with Simon's midsection, sending him crashing through the streets. Simon struggled to his feet, shaking off the debris. "You cannot stop me." Thor landed before him. "We can and we will." Meanwhile, AIM soldiers swarmed to confront the intruders. MODOK, hovering above, directed his forces. Astrodactyl and Wasp exchanged a quick glance. Wasp shot into the air, her tiny form darting around. She unleashed her electrical stingers, hitting several AIM soldiers in the face, causing them to convulse and drop their weapons. "I got this side." Astrodactyl nodded, "and I got the others." He took a deep breath and unleashed an energy blast from his mouth. The beam tore through a group of soldiers, sending them flying across the lab. He spread his wings wide and took to the air, swooping down to knock over more AIM agents with his talons. MODOK sneered. Whatever energy that strange creature used was unfamiliar to him. His scanners noted that it was foreign. Curious. Meanwhile, AIM soldiers regrouped and began firing their energy rifles at Astrodactyl. He dodged and weaved through the air, returning fire. Explosions rocked the lab as the soldiers fell one by one. Moving from the grunts, Astrodactyl fired an energy blast at MODOK, but the villain activated a force field, deflecting the attack. "I was designed for conquest." MODOK roared, retaliating with a barrage of energy beams from his headpiece. Astrodactyl twisted in midair, narrowly avoiding the beams. "The hell is that supposed to mean anyways?" In the corner of his vision, a rocket whistled through the air and exploded, sending Astrodactyl crashing into a nearby room. As he moved the rubble off himself, the Omnitrix beeped. Asmus voiced concern. "I don't know why, but I'm detecting a large concentration of extra-dimensional cosmic energy nearby." Turning his head, Astrodactyl saw a glowing blue cube suspended in a strange glass container. "What the hell is that?" "Canada." The small plane buzzed low over the vast expanse of the Canadian wilderness, its shadow skimming across the snow-covered treetops. Clad in his rugged leather gear, Wolverine peered out of the small window, his keen eyes scanning the landscape below. The pilot's voice crackled through the headset. "Sir, I think we got something," the pilot called out, pointing to a swath of forest where trees lay splintered and toppled. Wolverine leaned closer to the window, eyes narrowing as he saw the signs of heavy destruction. Entire trees were ripped from the ground, and a dark scar marred the pristine white of the snow. "Do you want us to try for a landing?" the pilot asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "Don't bother," Wolverine replied, his voice a low growl. He stood up, sliding his mask over his face, and moved to the plane's rear. The pilot opened the door, cold wind whipping through the cabin. Without hesitation, Wolverine leaped out, the wind roaring in his ears as he plummeted towards the earth. Adjusting his body midair, Wolverine aimed for the side of a snowy mountain. He hit the slope with a thud, the impact jarring but manageable. Claws extended, he dug into the snow and rock, using the momentum to slide down the mountainside. Snow sprayed around him as he deftly navigated the descent, finally coming to a halt near the base. Rising to his feet, Wolverine sniffed the air, catching a familiar scent mixed with something foul and unnatural. He followed it to an impact crater, where the snow had been blasted away to reveal the dark earth beneath. Kneeling, he inhaled deeply, the scent of the Wendigo unmistakable. He took off into the trees without wasting another moment, moving with a predator's grace and speed. Branches snapped underfoot, and the cold air stung his face, but he pressed on, following the scent trail through the dense forest. Reaching the edge of a cliff, he paused, scanning the expanse below. A frozen lake spread out beneath him, bordered by more forest. Far below, he could see a waterfall cascading down, its roar faint but distinct. Descending the cliffside with practiced ease, Wolverine reached the waterfall's base. He knelt by the stream, cupping his hands to drink the icy water. As he drank, a gray wolf emerged from the trees, approaching the stream cautiously. The wolf eyed Wolverine but sensed no threat, joining him for a drink before slipping back into the forest's shadows. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the trees. Wolverine's head snapped up, ears pricking at the sound. Rising to his feet, he followed the noise, weaving through the trees with relentless determination. He found the tracks in the snow, massive footprints leading deeper into the wilderness. Wolverine crouched, examining the prints closely. The Wendigo was close. Hashtag. As Wolverine began closing in on the Wendigo, he picked up another scent ahead. It was, oddly familiar. Frowning, he stayed low, minimizing the crunch of the snow beneath his feet as he crept toward the possible threat. Drawing closer past a thick brush, he spotted a broad man leaning against a tree. Strands of blonde hair stuck out from his hood, and he was scanning the forest intently. It would seem this man was also after the Wendigo. If the general was anything to go by, it might have been the civilian from town trying to be a hero. Moving silently, Wolverine sneaked up behind the man. However, he didn't expect the stranger to whirl around with lightning speed, grapple him, and slam him into the snow. The man was stronger than Wolverine anticipated. With a snarl, Wolverine forced himself out of the grapple and pinned the man to the tree, extending a claw to keep him in place. What the hell was that for? Who are you? Wolverine growled. The blond man's eyes widened at the sight of Wolverine's face. James. He didn't expect to meet a familiar face after all these years. Had he been frozen as well? Wolverine narrowed his eyes, his grip tightening. Who the fuck is James? The man hesitated, shock etched across his features. It's me, Steve. Steve Rogers. Wolverine's scowl deepened as he tried to piece together the fragments of his past. The name stirred something, but it was like grasping at smoke. Steve. He studied the man's face, recognition dawning slowly but obscured by the fog of lost memories. Yeah, it's me, Steve confirmed, his voice softer now, though the tension between them remained. After all we've been through, don't tell me you forgot your captain. Wolverine didn't answer but kept his claws up. Steve faltered. James, what happened to you? Chapter 23, Second Chances. Tony blasted off from the basement, leaving Hank behind in a cloud of dust. His suit's systems were buzzing with activity, directing him toward the source of the alert. Within a minute, he spotted a massive blue lightning bolt striking across town, carving a massive hole into an office building. Okay. Someone certainly hates the 9-to-5, Tony quipped, his voice masking the seriousness of the situation. His sensors detected an unusual energy reading as he scanned the ruined office. What the hell? That can't be right, he muttered. His eyes locked onto the figure of Simon, now transformed into a being of pure energy, sprawled against a pile of broken office desks. Iron Man cautiously approached the recovering energy humanoid. Before Tony could react, Simon sprang to his feet, gripping the billionaire by his armor with his bare hands. Another insect to my queen, Simon growled. Who? Tony managed to ask, but Simon didn't answer. Instead, he began to tear off Tony's armor like tissue paper. The sheer force of Simon's blows made Tony cry out in pain as pieces of his suit were ripped away. Simon's strength was overwhelming. He slammed Tony's head through several concrete walls, each impact causing Tony to see stars. Fortunately, his helmet absorbed some shock, but the suit barely held together. Simon then slammed Tony against a plastic trout hanging on the office wall before chucking him through the window. Tony plummeted to the streets below, crashing into the pavement. Every part of his body ached, and he struggled to move, his suit's systems flickering. As Simon was about to follow, a massive shadow loomed over him. He looked up just in time to see a green giant in shorts, Hulk. Simon barely had time to react before Hulk's massive fist connected with his face, sending him backward. Gworg. Simon's vision blacked out momentarily as he crashed into the opposite side of the office. Hulk turned his attention to Tony, who was trying to get back on his feet. Okay. Tony managed a weak smile, his helmet cracked but still functional. I've had better days, but I've also had worse. Hulk nodded, then turned back to Simon. You ruin Hulk's day, Hulk smash you. Simon roared. Defiance shall be punished. Hulk's response was a thunderous roar of his own as he charged. Thank God for insurance. Tony, watching from below, activated his emergency repair systems. Avengers, assemble. AIM Laboratory 5. Turning his head, Astrodactyl locked eyes with a glowing blue cube suspended in a strange glass container. What the hell is that? I'm not sure, answered Azimuth. It appears stable. Try and remove it from the casing. Meanwhile, a beam of green light washed over a nearby terminal. Azimuth sifted through files while also leaving a few surprises of his own. Without hesitation, Astrodactyl smashed the glass case and picked up the cube. Real gentle, Azimuth rolled his eyes. The Omnitrix began to scan the object. It's some sort of containment unit. Extra-dimensional energy from somewhere seems to flow into it. Is that bad? Azimuth hummed thoughtfully. This level of technology is up there with the Nalgians. Definitely bad, Ben replied, his voice tinged with concern. As the scan continued, a sudden arc of anomalous energy from the cube struck the Omnitrix. Ben yelped in surprise and dropped the cube, which seemed dimmer than before. Is the Omnitrix okay, Azimuth? Azimuth's voice was stunned. There haven't been any changes to the core systems, but it seemed to accelerate the scan. You could say that it uploaded something into the database. Ben blinked in confusion. What's that supposed to mean? I'm not sure. I can't even make heads or tails of it yet. The complexity of the information is greater than I expected. Azimuth's tone suggested they had stumbled into something far beyond their understanding. As Astrodactyl bent down to grab the cube again, an alarm echoed through the facility. The cube seemed to react, teleporting out of the room in a flash of light. Well, crap, groaned Ben, watching as the cube disappeared. That can't be good. Azimuth's voice was grave. Indeed. AIM Laboratory 1. You're a disgrace to real scientists. Wasp shouted as she darted towards MODOK, aiming a kick at his oversized head. Ack! MODOK grunted as her kick connected, sending him into a nearby wall. AIM soldiers flooded into the room, firing their weapons. Wasp expertly weaved between the laser fire, her tiny form darting and dodging easily. So, tell me the truth. Your boss, he freaks you out, right? She asked, firing off her stingers at the soldiers. Each shot found its mark, and the downed soldiers groaned in pain. I mean, look at him. Why would somebody do that? MODOK picked himself up, his eyes glaring with rage. Not that it is of any concern to you, but my creation was not voluntary. Suddenly, Astrodactyl flew into the room, and a green flash engulfed him. In his place stood a humanoid made of extremely durable stone and crystal. The impact of his landing generated a shockwave, sending the AIM soldiers stumbling. His body was overall indigo, with several dark lines and spots. His hands and face were magenta, and he also sported 6 magenta shards on his back, 2 on his chest, and 1 on the top of his head that resembled a horn. His face had a mouth and 1 large green eye at the center. Laser fire from the soldiers simply absorbed into his body, making him glow like a rainbow. With a raised hand, Chromastone fired twice the energy, knocking out half the AIM soldiers in a single blast. Chromastone then grabbed hold of MODOK, lifting him effortlessly. Who's the purple guy? Did you do sick and twisted experiments on him too? MODOK struggled in his grasp, his mechanical limbs flailing. Simon Williams consented to the experiment in exchange for monetary compensation. His current mental state was not anticipated. Chromastone frowned, the name ringing a bell. Seriously? He paused, thinking. Wait. Is he related to? MODOK's thrusters activated, slipping him out of Chromastone's grasp. And you? The alarms indicated that you made contact with our unfinished project. That cube thing. Chromastone glared. How did clowns like you get your hands on something like that anyway? Do you know what kind of power you're playing with? You dared to lay a hand on our cosmic cube and question our intelligence. MODOK seethed. That cube shall be my magnum opus, far away from prying eyes like yourself. Wasp ducked another attack before blasting an AIM soldier. Ben, what are you guys talking about? Chromastone kicked away an AIM soldier who was charging at him. I'll tell you later. Silence. Get out of my laboratory. MODOK then fired the thrusters on his chair to their maximum, slamming Chromastone through the wall of the AIM headquarters and into the side of the building that housed it. My mental rays will tear your mind apart. When Chromastone saw red streaks of light headed his way, he paid no mind, believing he could absorb them like the others. He was sorely mistaken. On contact, he felt like throwing up. It was like the worst hangover multiplied by 10, with church bells around him. The hero fell to his knees, clutching his head. Ow. 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 While Chromastone was highly resistant to typical energy projections, psychic attacks differed entirely. He started banging his head against the floor. Fuck. Bang you. Bang, psychic damage. No mind is a match for MODOK, the AIM leader smirked. Yeah. Well, the moon is no match for your head. A shrunken wasp sneaked up behind MODOK and fired stingers into the gem on his forehead. With MODOK's concentration broken, Chromastone managed to stand back up. You are so paying for that. Chromastone placed both hands to his side and began charging up an attack. Any remaining laser fire from AIM soldiers who fired on him only added to his power. With a shout, Chromastone unleashed a prismatic beam at MODOK, sending him back into the lab. MODOK crashed into a bank of computers, sparks flying everywhere. He struggled to rise, his systems malfunctioning. MODOK was barely floating, his chair sparking and sputtering. Substantial damage sustained. Defeat is unacceptable. Begin self-preservation subroutine, MODOK commanded, typing furiously on his control panel. A second later, the entire complex went on lockdown, heavy metal doors slamming shut and locking the heroes out. Chromastone pounded on the doors, leaving massive dents and minuscule holes, but his efforts were futile. Suddenly, the entire building began to shake violently. Oh no. The entire base. Wasp began, eyes wide with realization. Is a ship, Chromastone finished in surprise as he saw the thrusters moving directly over them. Man, would Hank love that, Wasp commented with glee. Then, the thrusters began to start up. Ah, this seems bad. Chromastone quickly flew to Wasp and pulled her into his chest. Not wasting any more time, he and Wasp blasted through the building, punching through several walls until they reached the city's open air. Inside, the AIM base's thrusters roared to life, propelling the entire structure upward and destroying the building as it did. Smoke filled the city blocks, obscuring visibility. It took a minute or two for the air to clear, and by that time, the AIM base had rocketed away, leaving only a trail of smoke behind. Chromastone and Wasp landed on a rooftop a safe distance away. Chromastone gently set Wasp down, allowing her to catch her breath. Not that I'm ungrateful, but how does a crystal rock alien fly? Wasp asked, still slightly breathless. Chromastone chuckled. It's a long story. I'll tell you later. Wasp shook her head in amusement. We kinda lost the bad guys. Think the others will be upset. A little bit, but I think they'll be happy to know about some malware I uploaded into one of their computers. If they connect to the wider net, we should be able to get something. He huffed. I don't trust them with that cube. Wasp chuckled. All right, some good news then. So, how do you think the others are handling that weird purple guy? Barely a second after she asked that question, their Avengers ID cards began beeping, indicating that someone was calling the team into action. Wasp pulled hers out, seeing its alarm flashing. Chromastone sighed. Not great. Wasp tapped her ID card, bringing up the emergency alert. Looks like Hank is in trouble. We need to regroup with the others. Right. Before we go, let me make a call. I think I have a lead. Meanwhile, Simon fired beams of ionic energy from his eyes. The blast struck Hulk, pushing him back but failing to penetrate his thick skin. Hulk roared and charged forward. With a speed that belied his size, Hulk closed the distance and swung a massive fist at Simon. The blow connected, sending Simon crashing through a row of abandoned cars. The vehicles crumpled like tin cans under the impact. Simon quickly recovered, hovering back into the air. He sneered, his voice echoing with an otherworldly timbre. I am beyond human. Hulk leaped into the air, bringing both fists down in a hammer strike. Simon met him halfway, intercepting the blow with a barrier of ionic energy. The collision unleashed a shockwave that shattered windows and sent debris flying. The two were locked in a stalemate, raw strength against raw energy for a moment. Then, with a surge of power, Simon pushed Hulk back, sending him skidding across the asphalt. Hulk dug his feet in, leaving deep gouges in the road as he came to a stop. Simon unleashed another barrage of energy blasts. Hulk shielded himself with his massive forearms, gritting his teeth against the onslaught. With a growl, he pushed through the pain and charged again, dodging to avoid the blasts. He reached Simon in a heartbeat, grabbing him by the torso and slamming him into the ground. The impact created a crater, and Hulk didn't let up. He pummeled Simon with relentless blows, each one shaking the surrounding buildings. But Simon wasn't done yet. He gathered his energy and released a pulse of ionic force, throwing Hulk off him and into the side of a nearby skyscraper. Hulk recovered quickly, shaking off the debris, and charged once more. Simon rose from the crater, his form glowing brighter with accumulated energy. The two met in a titanic clash, exchanging blows that could level entire buildings. Simon delivered a powerful uppercut that lifted Hulk off his feet. Hulk retaliated with a thunderous clap of his hands, the shockwave disorienting Simon. Taking advantage, Hulk grabbed Simon by the leg and swung him around, smashing him into the ground repeatedly before tossing him back into the building. Before Hulk could advance further, a shrunken Hank flew in front of the green giant. "Hold on, Hulk. I just got a call from Ben and Janet. I know this guy, kinda." Hulk looked back at their battle damage and raised a skeptical brow. Hank slacked. I know. The others might have a plan, but we must restrain or keep him calm." Hulk could hear Thor land close by. Simon seemed haggard, reeled back from the last attack. Hank flew closer to the men before returning to normal size. "Simon, please calm down. I know your father. I can't even imagine how you ended up as ionic energy." The green haze around Simon's head flickered but remained. Shut up." He charged at Hank, tackling him and crashing through the window. Simon first crashed into the pavement below, while Hank turned into Giantman to break his fall. However, being slammed into concrete and up against a titan-sized Hank Pym doesn't deter Simon. Hank held up a hand to the others to stay back. "Please, stay down, Simon. We want to help you." Hank used his massive hand to pin him down. Simon struggled and forced Hank's giant hand off him. To top things off, Simon's body grew to outmatch Giantman's. "You're able to expand the ionic energy. That's amazing." Hank's pupils shrunk as he took a sucker punch, sending him into a building. "Should we do something?" asked Thor. Hulk shrugged. Iron Man waved a hand. He can take a bit more." Hank caught Simon's fist before it could meet his face again. Hank tries to pin him, but Simon grows even bigger to break free, throwing Hank over his shoulder onto some more buildings. "A little help, please." The trio stared up at the enemy, now twice the size of Giantman. "Okay, now we intervene." Behind Iron Man, a large pod landed, opening to reveal a large suit. Hulk glared at the rather familiar design. "You mad the Hulkbusters?" Tony paused, looking back at his heavy-duty suit and Hulk. "I know it looks bad, but I swear it's not what you think." Hashtag. As Ant-Man approached, Simon turned and fired a beam of ionic energy at him. Scott shrank just in time, the blast passing harmlessly over his head. He grew back to his normal size, leaping onto a nearby car and using it as a springboard to launch himself at Simon. Ant-Man aimed a punch at Simon's midsection. Simon caught his fist effortlessly, his grip like iron. He flung Ant-Man aside, sending him skidding across the pavement. Scott grunted, trying to right himself as Hulk charged in, delivering a powerful punch to Simon's leg. The impact knocked Simon off balance, and he staggered. Thor seized the opportunity, flying in and striking Simon's back with Mjolnir. The blow sent a lightning surge through Simon, causing him to roar in pain. Scott quickly righted himself, using his suit to shrink down and avoid a follow-up blast from Simon. He darted forward, weaving through Simon's attacks with agility and precision. Growing to full size, he delivered a powerful kick to Simon's chest, pushing him back a few steps. Hulk followed up with a mighty uppercut, his fists connecting with Simon's jaw. Simon reeled from the blow, and Thor conjured lightning, blasting Simon with a powerful bolt that crackled and sizzled around him. Ant-Man took advantage of the distraction, growing to giant size and bringing a massive fist down on Simon. Simon caught the punch again, but this time, the sheer force of the blow drove him into the ground, creating a small crater. Scott didn't let up, using his size to his advantage and pummeling Simon with a barrage of giant punches. With a surge of energy, Simon pushed back, sending Ant-Man stumbling. He flew into the air, firing down a concentrated beam of ionic energy. Scott dodged, shrinking to avoid the blast and growing again to deliver another powerful strike. Simon countered with a punch of his own, the impact sending shockwaves through the surrounding buildings. Scott rolled with the blow, using his momentum to flip over Simon and land behind him. Hulk seized the moment, grabbing Simon by the neck and pulling him to the ground. Simon struggled, his ionic energy flaring wildly, but Hulk's grip was unyielding. Thor landed beside them, placing Mjolnir on Simon's chest. "Stay down," Thor commanded, his voice thunderous. Simon thrashed beneath Mjolnir's enchantment. His strength was immense but not enough to lift the enchanted hammer. The ionic energy around him cracked and sparked, but with Hulk holding him down and Thor's hammer restraining him, his resistance waned. A beam of light shone directly down on Simon. Now armed with his Hulkbuster armor, Tony covered Simon in a force field emanating from the giant gauntlet. That should keep him from phasing out. Scott, returning to normal size, stood beside his teammates. "Think that'll hold him?" Thor nodded. "It will. For now." Simon glared up at them, his eyes glowing with anger and confusion. "You're not yourself, Simon," Ant-Man said, his tone firm but empathetic. "We're here to help you." Simon continued to struggle, but the fight was leaving him, slowly shrinking to human size. "Chroma Stone arrives." "All right, we're here," called a voice. Alongside Wasp, Chroma Stone soared through the sky, carrying Stanford Williams gently but swiftly toward the street. As they landed nearby, Stanford's eyes widened in shock and horror. "My God, Simon, what have they done to you?" he whispered, barely able to believe his eyes. Chroma Stone set Stanford down gently. "You need to talk to him, Mr. Williams. He's not completely gone. Your voice might reach him." "Mr. Williams." Iron Man turned to Chroma Stone. "Why did you bring him here?" Chroma Stone and Wasp pointed ahead. "That." Stanford's feet felt weighted as he walked toward the being the Avengers called his son. The energy flickered around Simon, unstable and erratic. "Simon. Son, is that you?" Simon's eyes flickered with recognition, the green haze of mind control dimming slightly. "Dad," he muttered, his voice a mix of confusion and anger. Stanford nodded, swallowing hard. He approached his son cautiously, his heart pounding in his chest. "Simon, it's me." "What? What happened to you?" Shock filled Stanford's chest. "Why, you were right, Dad. I just wanted to pursue my dreams, but I failed." Simon ached. "To pay off my massive debts, I went to Eric. They promised payment." "Eric?" Stanford faltered at the mention of his estranged son. "Why didn't you tell me? I would have helped you." "Not because you cared. You never cared about my dreams. All you cared about was the family business." Stanford had wanted Simon to learn the business. "Your future would have been secured. But would I have been happy? You weren't the greatest father, but I tried to see things your way. But no matter what I did, you still weren't satisfied. I even learned chess for us." Stanford was a hard and stern father to both of his sons, never satisfied with their achievements, and even prone to physically punishing them. "What I did to you was wrong." Stanford offered only a frown at Simon's A- result in math. "I never meant to. I couldn't bear admitting you were right about me. I was a failure." Tears welled up in Simon's eyes as he struggled to sit up. "You pushed me away. You made me feel like I was never good enough." Stanford's eyes filled with regret. "I know, Simon. I know I failed you. I was so focused on my business and legacy that I didn't see what was right in front of me. I didn't see you." Simon's expression twisted with pain and anger. "You were never there for me, Dad. All you cared about was your company. You never supported my dreams, my acting career." Stanford reached out, placing a trembling hand on Simon's shoulder. "I'm sorry, son. I'm so sorry. I should have supported you and encouraged you. I should have been the father you needed." Simon shook his head, the energy around him fluctuating. "It's too late, Dad. Look at me. Look at what I've become." "It's not too late, Simon," Stanford insisted. "We can still fix this. We can find a way to help you." Let me make it up to you. Let me be the father you deserve. Simon's eyes softened, the anger giving way to sorrow. I wanted you to be proud of me. I am proud of you, Simon, Stanford said, his voice breaking. I always have been, even if I never showed it. You're my son, and nothing will ever change that. The mind control over Simon continued to wane, the green haze dissipating completely. He reached out and embraced his father, the energy around him stabilizing. I don't know what to do, Dad. I'm scared. We'll figure it out together, Stanford promised, holding his son tightly. We'll get through this. You're not alone anymore. Suddenly, Simon cried, doubling over as his body flickered with unstable ionic energy. Sparks flew from him, his form convulsing and destabilizing. Ant-Man saw bursts of ionic energy coming from Simon's form. Something's not right. Warning, energy flux detected, Jarvis warned. Simon's body began to lose its humanoid shape, becoming more like wisps of smoke being lost to the wind. Simon, oh, no. Simon, your energy. It's destabilizing. Stanford warned. Whatever you did to become this, it's tearing you apart. At the same time, Simon's body continued to lose its shape. Simon's ionic field is unstable, I think he's going into critical, Tony explained. Hank, we've got to save him. I don't know if we can. Look at the ions, he's too far. We have to do something. We can't just let him die, urged Wasp. Okay. We need something to contain the energy, to stabilize it. Got it. Iron Man affirmed. Looking over his shoulder back to Stark Tower, he immediately took hold of Simon's destabilizing form, busting down the wall into his tower's basement to the arc reactor. Simon's arm completely lost its form, becoming nothing but wisping energy from a stub at the end of his arm. Wait. What's happening to me? The continued loss of ionic energy from Simon's body caused his body to lose the ability to stand. Simon, listen, Tony urged, leaving no room for arguments. The arc reactor can absorb your energy. It can keep you alive. The others arrived in tow. Listen to him, Simon, Stanford insisted. If you don't let us help, you'll help me get him into the reactor. Tony called out. Come on, son. Hold it together. We'll figure out a way to save you. Simon's body flickered more violently, beams of energy shooting out uncontrollably. He's not gonna make it. Stanford shouted, panic in his voice. Do something, please. Chroma Stone made a split-second decision. I have an idea, but it's risky. Trust me. He positioned himself before Simon, energy resonating with the unstable ionic waves. What are you doing? Stanford asked, his voice filled with urgency. Something drastic, Chroma Stone replied. He reached out, his crystalline hand glowing intensely. He placed his hand on Simon's chest, focusing all his energy. He began absorbing Simon's ionic essence, drawing it into his body. Simon cried out in pain and fear, but Chroma Stone didn't waver. He concentrated fiercely, using his crystal sapien abilities to carve Simon's mind and body into the molecular lattice of his backup crystal. Stanford watched in shock, his heart in his throat. Please let this work. Chroma Stone's body glowed brightly, and his energy shifted and stabilized as he absorbed more of Simon's essence. This was a delicate process, and any mistake could mean the end for Simon. Finally, with a surge of power, Chroma Stone absorbed the last of Simon's ionic form. The glow around him intensified briefly before slowly fading, leaving only a soft, steady energy pulse within his crystalline structure. Stanford rushed forward, his eyes wide with hope and fear. Simon. Can you hear me? Chroma Stone nodded, his voice calm but strained. He's in here. I can feel him. He's safe, for now. Tony let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. We need to get you both to the labs immediately. We can work on a more permanent solution there. Stanford kept his hand on Chroma Stone's shoulder, tears streaming down his face. Thank you. Thank you for saving my son. Chroma Stone gave a small, reassuring smile. We'll get him back, Mr. Williams. I promise. Meanwhile, Amora the Enchantress stood in her lair, thick with the scent of exotic herbs and the glow of enchanted candles. Her frustration was palpable as she paced back and forth, her emerald eyes flashing with anger. The loss of Simon Williams was a significant setback. "Damn those Avengers," she muttered, her voice dripping with venom. "Simon was supposed to be my tool to keep them occupied while Loki carried out our plan." At first, she wanted to have a test drive of the new lackey, but she got carried away. She stopped before a large, ornate mirror, its surface rippling like water. With a flick of her wrist, the mirror showed images of the recent battle, highlighting the moment Simon was freed from her control and absorbed into Chromastone's crystal form. Her delicate fingers clenched into fists. "I need more allies," she declared, echoing in the chamber. "Thor and his team must be kept distracted at all costs." Omnitrix DNA entry. Name, Chromastone. Species, Crystal Sapien. Home world, Petropia. Powers and abilities. Chromastone can produce rainbow-colored energy from inside his body. He can then expel it out as powerful beams from either his hands, the shards on his body, or his eye, but only to a limited extent, as he will eventually run out of energy until he absorbs more. Chromastone also has dynakinesis, allowing him to control the direction of his energy with extreme precision. Chromastone can also use its energy to corrupt and manipulate external energy sources. Chromastone can allow nearly any kind of energy, including lasers, electricity, mana, and any type of electromagnetic radiation, from ultraviolet light to cosmic rays, to collect within or phase through his body without harm, which he can then convert into his rainbow energy. Absorbing external energy will supercharge Chromastone's beams, making them more powerful depending on what was absorbed. Chromastone can redirect energy attacks instead of absorbing them. In addition to being immune to electricity, Chromastone can conduct it back at the attacker. Chromastone is capable of instant levitation and flight. Chromastone can survive in the vacuum of space. Due to him being made of super-dense silicon-based crystals, Chromastone is immune to possession from a xenocyte. Chromastone has the power to generate focused gamma rays and prismatic explosions. Chapter 24, A Worn Slate. Steve's eyes widened at the sight of Wolverine's face. James. He didn't expect to meet a familiar face after all these years. Had he been frozen as well? Wolverine narrowed his eyes, his grip tightening. "Who the fuck is James?" The man hesitated, shock etched across his features. "It's me, Steve. Steve Rogers." Wolverine's scowl deepened as he tried to piece together the fragments of his past. The name stirred something, but it was like grasping at smoke. Steve. He studied the man's face, recognition dawning slowly but obscured by the fog of lost memories. "Yeah, it's me," Steve confirmed, his voice softer now, though the tension between them remained. "After all we've been through, don't tell me you forgot your captain." Wolverine didn't answer but kept his claws up. Steve faltered. "James, what happened to you?" "I ain't James," Wolverine snapped. "I go by Logan." Steve's brow furrowed in confusion. "Logan, you know me. I was your squad captain." "I'm Captain America." Wolverine shook his head. "Captain America? That can't be right. Everything I read said Captain America was dead." Steve took a step closer, his eyes pleading. "We fought together in World War II, remember? We took down those Hydra bases and battled the Red Skull. You were always different from the rest of the squad, but not like me, not a super soldier. You were always willing to put yourself on the front line and take a bullet. It's like you knew you would be fine. I respected your privacy and waited for you to share your secrets." Wolverine's eyes flickered with uncertainty, his resolve wavering. Fleeting memories of a past life, of battles fought and comrades lost, swirled in the back of his mind. But he shook his head, pushing the thoughts away. "I don't remember any of that. Besides, you're way too young to be a World War II vet." Steve seemed to make a strange face. "Yeah. About that. I know this sounds weird, but I've been frozen in ice for over 60 years, and I just defrosted this month." Wolverine raised a skeptical brow. "Right." Steve's expression softened. "James, Logan, whoever you think you are now, you're still the same man. The same fighter. Something must have happened to you." Wolverine growled, frustration evident in his voice. I ain't James, and even if I was, I ain't your soldier anymore. He paused, changing the subject. What are you doing here, Steve? Why are you chasing the Wendigo? It's my duty to protect the innocent, no matter what country I'm in, Steve replied firmly. I was there when it attacked the town. I won't allow any more of that to happen. Well, the Wendigo is my target, and my target alone, Wolverine insisted. I don't play well with others. Steve huffed, a hint of a smile on his lips. You used to act like that during the war, too, but you always came around. The squad wore you down eventually. Rolling his eyes, Wolverine sighed. You're gonna be a problem whether I like it or not. Fine. We'll work together. But don't expect any team-building exercises, got it? Steve chuckled. Fine by me. Hashtag. Wolverine and Steve crept through the wilderness, the snow crunching softly beneath their feet. The dense forest around them was silent, save for the faint whisper of the wind. Wolverine led the way, his keen senses locked onto the scent of the Wendigo. As they moved, Wolverine broke the silence. So, what happened with the Wendigo in town? Steve's expression darkened slightly. I tried to protect the civilians. It was chaotic. Suddenly, 4 armed people showed up and started shooting and attacking the beast. Wolverine's brow furrowed. 4. You remember what they looked like? Steve nodded, his mind replaying the scene. The first was a man in a tan and black bodysuit with fur accents. The second was a woman with razor-sharp fingernails. The third was a man dressed in red, with whips coming from his wrists. The last one was covered in a red and black full-body suit. Wolverine groaned, shaking his head. Did the red and black one talk your head off? Steve nodded, a hint of a wry smile on his lips. Non-stop. Wolverine sighed deeply. Great. Deadpool. Just what we need. He glanced at Steve, his expression serious. Be on the lookout. We aren't the only ones hunting the Wendigo. And we need to get to it first. Hashtag. They approached a cliffside, peering over the edge. There, nestled in a patch of snow by a large rock, lay the Wendigo. The creature was bloodied and curled up, seemingly taking a nap. Its massive, hulking form was still intimidating even in repose. Wolverine tensed, ready to launch himself at the beast. But just as he was about to move, Steve grabbed him by the shoulder, pulling him back. Wait, Steve whispered, his voice calm but firm. He reached into his knapsack and pulled out his iconic shield, the star and stripes gleaming in the dim light. For a moment, Wolverine stared at the shield, an inkling of neurons firing in his brain. A fading image of a man in blue bashing an enemy soldier flashed in his mind. But he dismissed the thoughts, focusing back on the present. Steve met his eyes, understanding and determination in his gaze. We need to play this smart. If we charge in, it could escape or hurt more people. Let's cover the possible escape routes. Wolverine nodded, albeit grudgingly. He knew Steve was right, even if his instinct screamed for immediate action. Fine. You take the left. I'll take the right. Steve nodded, his grip tightening on his shield. All right. On my signal. They moved into position, silently flanking the sleeping Wendigo. Steve crouched behind a fallen log, his shield ready. Wolverine positioned himself on the opposite side, his claws extended and his senses on high alert. Steve raised his hand, signaling Wolverine to get ready. They shared a brief nod, understanding passing between them. Steve then brought his hand down sharply. Logan's eyes narrowed, and his lips curled into a feral snarl. His claws extended with a familiar snick as they emerged from his knuckles. They moved in perfect synchrony. Steve hurled his shield, the vibranium disc slicing through the air and striking the Wendigo's head. The creature jolted awake, roaring in pain and fury. As the Wendigo scrambled to its feet, Wolverine leaped from his hiding spot, claws gleaming, drawing the beast's attention. Steve followed suit, charging in with his shield raised. The Wendigo turned at the arrival, but it was too late. Wolverine and Steve had it cornered, cutting off its escape routes. Here it comes. Steve shouted, bracing himself. The Wendigo swung a massive claw at Logan, who ducked and rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding a swipe. Wolverine countered with a slash of his own, his adamantium claws cutting through the Wendigo's fur and flesh. The creature howled in pain and fury. Captain America flanked the Wendigo. He hurled his shield, striking the beast in the shoulder and causing it to stagger. The shield ricocheted back into his hand as he sprinted forward, aiming a powerful punch at the creature's midsection. One well-placed hit sent Logan sprawling into the snow, but he quickly scrambled to his feet, his healing factor already working to mend the damage. With a roar, the Wendigo lunged again, but this time Logan was ready. He sidestepped the charge, slashing at the creature's side as it barreled past him. Steve saw an opening and threw his shield again, aiming for the Wendigo's head. The shield struck true, dazing the monster. The Wendigo stumbled, blood staining the snow beneath it. In a last-ditch attempt, the Wendigo swung its massive arms at Steve. Steve raised his shield in time to take the blow. The sheer force of it launched Steve into the tree line. Logan seized the opportunity, launching onto the creature's back and driving his claws deep into its neck. "Stay down, you ugly son of a," he growled, but the Wendigo bucked wildly, trying to throw Wolverine off. Logan held on tight, his claws digging deeper into the beast's flesh. The Wendigo thrashed violently, desperate to dislodge its attacker. Logan's muscles strained against the beast's powerful movements, every sinew taut as he fought to maintain his grip. With a final, desperate roar, the Wendigo swung its massive arm back, managing to claw at Wolverine's side. Pain shot through Logan's body, but he gritted his teeth, refusing to let go. Suddenly, the sharp sting of multiple tranquilizer darts pierced their skin. Both combatants faltered, the potent tranquilizers working quickly to subdue them. Wolverine and the Wendigo started to fall to the ground, their bodies heavy and unresponsive. Logan's vision began to fade, the edges of his sight blurring into darkness. Before he blacked out, he saw the figures of Sabertooth, Deadpool, Omega Red, and Lady Deathstrike emerging from the shadows. Wolverine struggled to stay conscious, his eyes narrowing at the sight of his old enemies. Sabertooth and Lady Deathstrike moved in swiftly, beginning to restrain the Wendigo. Sabertooth glanced at Wolverine with a sinister grin. "Thanks, Runt. We've been trying to take him down for weeks," he said, satisfaction evident. Deadpool, ever the showman, waved enthusiastically at Wolverine. "Logan, buddy. It's me, Deadpool. I shot you," he exclaimed, his tone a mix of mockery and glee. As the last vestiges of consciousness slipped away, Wolverine could only glare at Deadpool, the irony of the situation not lost on him. #. The Weapon X team had finished tranquilizing the Wendigo and Wolverine. Sabertooth sniffed the air, his feral senses picking up something unusual. He crouched down, examining additional footprints in the snow. There was someone else here, he growled, someone with the Wendigo and Wolverine. Deadpool, leaning casually against a tree, dismissed it with a wave. Probably another one of the Wendigo's victims that tried to run away. "No big deal," he said casually. As if on cue, the sound of rotor blades slicing through the air grew louder. A helicopter descended through the canopy, sending snow and leaves swirling. Omega Red began securing the Wendigo in the cargo hold, his tentacles coiling around the beast to ensure it was firmly in place. Lady Deathstrike, her expression unreadable, knelt beside the unconscious Wolverine. She gently caressed his face with her adamantium claws, a dark promise in her eyes. "We've completed both objectives," she said to the others. "We have both the Wendigo and Wolverine. We shall waste no more time and return to base." Standing up, she glanced down at Wolverine one last time, her lips curling into a cold smile. "I will have fun with him yet," she murmured, her voice barely audible over the helicopter's roar. Sabertooth's eyes lingered on the distant tree line. Suspicion was etched into his features. But after a moment, he turned away and relented, joining the others as they began loading into the helicopter. The aircraft lifted off, leaving the serene wilderness behind. As the helicopter flew away, a certain blond man stood hidden among the trees, following its trajectory with keen eyes. He didn't think about it at first, but it started to click. He had met one of them in the Italian Alps. He grumbled under his breath, his expression one of frustration and concern. "Damn it, James. What have you gotten into?" he muttered before disappearing into the forest shadows, determined to follow. Years ago. The bar door swung open, spilling light onto the snowy street as James staggered out, clutching a nearly empty bottle of vodka. He downed the last of it, tossing the bottle aside and watching it shatter against the icy pavement. The night was cold, but the alcohol coursing through his veins kept him warm. He stumbled towards his car, his footsteps crunching in the fresh snow. A bald man in glasses and a heavy coat followed James, his presence unnoticed in the haze of drunkenness. As James fumbled for his keys, he turned around, bleary eyes locking onto the man. "What do you want?" James slurred, his voice thick with alcohol. Before he could react, two soldiers appeared from behind him. One of them swiftly struck James with the butt of his rifle, sending him crumpling to the ground. "Prepare the lab. We are on our way." Unconscious, James was lifted and carried into a waiting black van, its doors slamming shut. Hashtag. His vital signs are increasing. He's waking up. James awoke to the sensation of cold liquid enveloping his body. He was submerged in a test tank, tubes and wires attached to his shaved head and body, monitoring his vital signs. Panic surged through him as he realized where he was. His heart rate spiked, and he struggled against the restraints. "Now, Mrs. Hines, begin the adamantium bonding process." "Yes, Professor." Commencing infusion, a voice crackled through the intercom. Clad in a lab coat, the scientist watched with clinical detachment as the adamantium bonding process began. Liquid metal coursed through James' veins, causing his body to convulse in excruciating pain. Blood seeped from his pores as the adamantium fused with his skeleton, bone spikes erupting from his body in a grotesque display. "Vitals are erratic but holding," another scientist reported. "Excellent. Increase to the maximum." Adjusting the settings, the infusion was pushed to maximum, amplifying James' agony. His screams echoed through the laboratory, the sound muffled by the thick glass of the tank. Hashtag. James was locked in a cell, chained to the floor. His body still suffered from the brutal experiment, too weak to break free. He lay on the cold concrete, his breaths ragged and shallow. Pain racked his body as his bones contorted, adamantium claws slowly and painfully extending from his knuckles. He roared in pain and frustration, reverberating off the cell walls. Hashtag. Amid a raging snowstorm, James stood in the wilderness, with infrared headgear strapped to his head. The scientists monitored his readings from a nearby control center, their faces illuminated by the glow of their screens. He faced a massive brown bear, its breath visible in the frigid air as it rose on its hind legs, towering over him. Initiating mental conditioning and reprogramming, one of the scientists announced. Begin combat assessment. James' mind was a fog, but instinct took over. His claws extended with a metallic snick, and he lunged at the bear. Hashtag. Sabertooth leaned against a railing, his eyes scanning the row of fetuses growing in tanks, each marked with a letter and number. The eerie, dim light cast long shadows across the room, making the scene even more unsettling. "I don't care how long you had him, Professor, this is a mistake. I know him. He can't be controlled. You have his DNA, so just let me kill him," he growled, his voice low and menacing. Professor Truett Hudson raised a flashlight at their new member, who was restrained nearby. "I'll take that under advisement, Sabertooth. Prepare your team for the mission," he said, his tone dismissive. Sabertooth crossed his arms, his expression one of disdain. "Your funeral," he muttered before walking out of the room. As he left, the newly named Logan turned his gaze to a tank labeled X-23, seeing a reflection of himself in a gray uniform. The sight stirred something deep within him, a mix of confusion and anger. Hashtag. In the hangar, Deadpool, clad in a gray and black uniform, pulled a gun off the racks. "What do you say after the mission we kill all those floating babies?" he suggested with a twisted grin. Omega Red groaned in annoyance. "Do you ever shut up, Wilson?" Deadpool shrugged nonchalantly. "What? Babies creep me out." He aimed the rifle playfully. Rockabye, bam. Hashtag. Logan was once more submerged in a tank for testing, the cold water surrounding him as he struggled against his restraints. Bubbles rose rapidly as he thrashed, fighting against the programming. A scientist typed away frantically on a computer. "He's fighting the programming," she warned. From behind safety glass, Professor Truett Hudson gritted his teeth. "We are losing control. Increase the dosage. Initiate lockdown procedures, and someone activate Sabertooth." Logan punched against the tank's glass, his adamantium claws cutting through it like butter. Water began to leak out, and with a final, mighty push, Logan shattered the tank, breaking free. Soaked and enraged, he slashed at an assistant, cutting him down before throwing another into the safety glass and cracking it. Professor Truett Hudson backed away in fear. "Guards! Guards!" he shouted. A feral Logan broke through the safety glass, sending Professor Truett Hudson to the floor. He extended his claws, advancing menacingly. Professor Truett Hudson struggled to his feet as two soldiers burst through the door, guns at the ready. Hudson scrambled to the corner, but Logan was relentless. With a swift motion, he severed Hudson's right hand, causing the professor to scream in pain as he gripped his bleeding stump. The soldiers opened fire, but Logan was too quick. He lunged at them, stabbing both in the chest before they could react. With a feral snarl, he tore his way through the facility, leaving a trail of blood and broken bodies in his wake. Hashtag. Logan finally burst through the last door of the facility and into the wilderness. The cold air hit him, but it was a welcome relief from the sterile confines of the lab. He paused momentarily, taking in his surroundings, before sprinting into the forest, finally free from his captors and the torment. Hashtag. Sabertooth grinned as he repeatedly punched an unconscious and bound Wolverine, the force of his blows shaking the metal frame. "Wakey wakey time," he growled. Logan groaned, his vision slowly coming back. He was in a large, cold room, his arms and legs strapped to a wall, and he was only in his underwear. The cold air made his skin prickle. Off to the side, Deadpool leaned against a wall, twirling a bullet between his fingers. "Logan. Buddy. We missed you. Weapon X just hasn't been the same without you. Nobody calls me Bub anymore. And Omega Red's a bedwetter." The door opened, and two figures entered the room. One was Professor Truett Hudson, his right arm now a mechanical three-pronged claw. The other was Omega Red. "One day, I will tear out your flippant tongue, Wilson," Omega Red growled in his thick Russian accent. "He's very ashamed," Deadpool whispered to Logan, his eyes wide with mock sympathy. "Despite Deadpool's idiocy, Weapon X is indeed pleased to have you back, Logan," Professor Truett Hudson said, approaching him. "We put considerable time and money into you." "And pointy things," Deadpool added, twirling the bullet before tossing it away. "You were our best operative, Wolverine. So disappointing. But you did lead us to Homo Service. Of course, you know him better as the Wendigo," the professor said. "I shot him in the ass. With one of these," Deadpool said with a laugh, holding up one of his darts. Everyone looked at Deadpool with varying degrees of annoyance and confusion. "What?" "I did," Deadpool retorted, shrugging. Ignoring the lunatic, the professor returned his attention to Logan. "Weapon X has been pursuing the Wendigo for weeks. Unfortunately, there was some collateral damage. If only Department H had sent you in sooner, who knows how much destruction could have been avoided." "What do you want with the Wendigo?" Wolverine asked, his voice a low growl. Deadpool twirled his gun and placed it back in its holster. "We just want to see what makes it tick. We could use some new pets around here." Deadpool gasped as Omega Red wrapped one of his tendrils around Deadpool's neck, hoisting him off the ground. "We want the same thing we wanted with you, Logan, a weapon," the professor said. "I'll reprogram him, just like I did you. And then Weapon X will have one of the most powerful creatures on the planet at our disposal." Logan just stared at the professor for several seconds before growling, "You should have killed me when you had the chance. Because I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna kill all of them. And then I'm gonna cut out your heart." The professor stepped back, intimidated by Logan's fury. "Wolverine, after I'm done with you, you won't even remember this conversation. I've erased your life before, and I'm gonna do it again." He turned to walk away. "All you'll know is that you belong to Weapon X. Now and forever." Omega Red released Deadpool and followed the professor out of the room. On his knees, Deadpool rubbed his neck from the strain. "That was so not cool. I hate that guy." He narrowed his eyes at Logan and walked up to him. "Ah, Wolverine. You look so sad. Hey, if it makes you feel any better, Lady Deathstrike tried to kill you while you were asleep." Logan glared at Deadpool. "Better than having to listen to you." Deadpool unholstered his pistol. Man, she hates you. I mean, we all hate you. But Deathstrike really, really, really hates you. Hey, still have that unbreakable skull. Logan smiled, blinking slowly. Deadpool put his gun to Logan's forehead and pulled the trigger. As expected, the bullet ricocheted and hit Deadpool in the shoulder. Ow, damn it, he yelped, clutching his arm. Hashtag. Steve Rogers had spent days tracking the helicopter's path, driven by his determination to find James. The journey took him deep into the mountains, where the air was thin, and the cold was biting. Eventually, he came across an imposing compound nestled among the peaks. It was a fortress, well hidden from prying eyes and protected by rugged terrain. From his vantage point on a rocky outcrop, Steve observed the compound. Several armed guards patrolled the grounds with disciplined precision, their eyes scanning the area with practiced vigilance. Tall fences topped with razor wire surrounded the perimeter, and numerous cameras were mounted on the walls and fence posts, their lenses sweeping back and forth like mechanical sentinels. The setup reminded Steve of the surveillance equipment he had seen in shops when he first woke up in the modern world. Only these were far more sophisticated. He pulled out a pair of binoculars, adjusting the focus to get a better look. The guards were well equipped, carrying assault rifles and wearing body armor. They moved in coordinated patterns, covering each other's blind spots. Steve knew he would have to be careful. This wasn't a place he could just charge into without a plan. Scanning the compound, he noticed several key features: a main gate heavily fortified and constantly watched, guard towers at strategic points, and a large central building that seemed to be the hub of activity. Smaller structures dotted the area, some appearing to be barracks or storage units. There were no obvious weak points, but Steve had faced worse odds before. Steve shifted his gaze to the cameras again. They were positioned to cover every angle, making approaching nearly impossible without being seen. He needed to disable or avoid them to infiltrate the compound undetected. His mind raced, formulating a strategy. He would have to move quickly and silently, using the cover of night and the natural terrain to his advantage. Times may have changed, but the art of war stayed the same. Taking a deep breath, Steve steeled himself. He would find a way in. He would find James. And he would bring him back. Chapter 25, Moving Forward. New York. Tony Stark and Hank Pym stood side by side in the lab at Stark Tower, their faces lined with exhaustion and concentration. Before them was a specially designed containment chamber built to safely house Simon Williams in his ionic energy form. The sleek, cylindrical chamber hummed softly. Nearby, Stanford Williams watched with a mixture of hope and fear. His gaze was fixed on Chroma Stone, who stood before the chamber. Chroma Stone's hands were already gripping two of the chamber's nodes. "This is it," Tony murmured, adjusting a final dial on the control panel. "You sure you're ready for this?" Chroma Stone nodded, taking a deep breath. "I'm ready. Let's do this." Stanford moved closer. Hank assured the father. "Simon is in good hands." Chroma Stone closed his eyes, focusing his energy inward. He could feel Simon's essence within him, the ionic energy swirling like a storm within his crystalline structure. Carefully, he began to channel that energy, guiding it toward the nodes. The containment chamber responded immediately, its systems coming to life with a soft hum. Stanford watched in awe as Chroma Stone's glow intensified, the light pulsing in time with the energy transfer. Slowly but surely, Simon's mind and energy body began to coalesce within the tube, the swirling energy taking on a more defined shape. Inside the chamber, the ionic energy began to stabilize, gradually forming into the familiar silhouette of Simon Williams. His body flickered briefly, a sign of its immense strain, but the containment chamber held steady, absorbing the wild fluctuations and stabilizing his form. Stanford held his breath as the process neared completion. Finally, with a final surge of energy, Simon's dormant form fully emerged within the chamber. The swirling energy settled, and Simon's body appeared to be in a state of suspended animation. Chroma Stone exhaled deeply, releasing the nodes and stepping back. He's in there," Chroma Stone said. "He's safe." Stanford rushed forward, placing his hands on the glass of the containment chamber. "Simon. You're going to be okay. We're going to figure this out." Tony placed a reassuring hand on Stanford's shoulder. We'll do everything we can to help him, Mr. Williams. Hank and I have already started working on ways to stabilize his condition permanently. Hank nodded in agreement. It'll take time, but we won't stop until we find a solution. Simon's in good hands here. Stanford nodded, tears of relief welling up in his eyes. Thank you, both of you. Meanwhile, Azimuth observed the situation within the Omnitrix. He had been monitoring the energy transfer closely, and his expression was thoughtful. Azimuth spoke. This situation is delicate, but I believe Simon can be fully restored. I will offer my assistance in any way I can. Chromastone heard Azimuth's words echo in his earpiece. Thank you. Hashtag. Thor, Hulk, and Ben sat around a large dining table, a spread of earthly food laid out before them. The others decided to have different dinner plans. Thor, ever the jovial eater, tore into a roasted leg, while Hulk focused on an enormous bowl of steak, and Ben casually picked at his meal. Ben finally broke the silence, pushing his plate aside. You know, he began, glancing at Thor, I couldn't help but notice something when we were dealing with Simon earlier. Thor looked up, a brow raised as he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. What is it, friend Ben? There was this green haze, Ben said, leaning forward. I've seen it before when we've faced off against the Enchantress. You think she had something to do with Simon losing control? Thor froze for a split second, just enough for both Ben and Hulk to notice. The Asgardian cleared his throat, trying to appear nonchalant. I cannot deny that I sensed a familiar magic during the battle. Amora's presence was palpable. Hulk grunted, pausing in his meal. What's the deal with her anyway? Ben nodded. Yeah. It seems personal. What happened between you two? Thor sighed, setting down his food and resting his arms on the table. His expression was more somber than usual, a hint of regret in his eyes. It is a long story, but one that deserves telling, I suppose. The Asgardian warrior took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts. Before I was banished to Earth by my father, Odin, I was in a relationship with Sif. She is a fierce warrior and a loyal friend. Our bond was strong, forged in countless battles. But, as fate would have it when my father sent me to Midgard, my path diverged from hers. He paused, recalling memories from another age. Amora, the Enchantress, was smitten with me long before that. She is complicated and full of desire and ambition. When she saw me with Sif, she became jealous, though she hid it well. Ben listened intently, nodding along. So what happened when you got to Earth? While on Earth, Thor continued, I met Jane Foster. She was unlike anyone I had known, a mortal, yes, but brave, intelligent, and kind. I was smitten, as you say. A small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. By the time I was allowed to return to Asgard, Sif and I parted on mutual terms. We knew our paths had changed, and my heart was with Jane. Thor's face darkened slightly. But when Amora learned of my split with Sif, she thought it was her chance. She believed I would choose her. When I told her of Jane, she was furious. Her love turned to hatred, and she has never forgiven me for choosing a mortal over her. Thor, Ben began, do you hate Amora? Thor looked up, the question catching him off guard. He paused, considering his words carefully. Finally, he shook his head. No, Ben, I do not hate her. Amora is complex. She is indeed very beautiful, but I have learned that there is more to a woman than outward appearance. Beauty, while captivating, is not enough to make a person truly worthy. Ben nodded, waiting for Thor to continue. The Asgardian prince sighed, running a hand through his long blonde hair as he reflected on his past with Amora. There is good in her, Thor admitted with a hint of sadness. But it is buried beneath layers of vanity and greed, traits that have twisted her heart. In many ways, she is as I was in my younger years, arrogant, reckless, and too blinded by her own desires to see the harm she causes. He leaned back in his chair. I can see in her the potential for something greater. Perhaps, in a few centuries from now, if she were able to change, if she could overcome her vanity and embrace the goodness within her, I might consider giving her a chance. Thor's words hung in the air, filled with a mix of hope and melancholy. It was clear that he saw beyond Amora's flaws, recognizing the person she could become, even if she was far from it now. Ben listened intently, respecting Thor's perspective. You really believe she could change? Thor nodded slowly. I do. People can change, Ben. It took time, humility, and pain, but I changed. If I can, so can she. But that choice must be hers and hers alone. Ben let out a low whistle. That's some heavy stuff, Thor. But, there's something else I gotta ask. How long do Asgardians live? Thor looked at Ben. We live for thousands of years. My father, Odin, is much older than I am, and still, he remains strong. Ben and Hulk exchanged a glance, a silent conversation passing between them. Finally, Ben spoke up again. Thor, does Jane know that? Thor hesitated, the weight of the question hanging in the air. I have not mentioned it to her, he admitted. It did not seem important in the beginning, but now. Ben leaned forward. If you want any sort of long-term relationship with Jane, she needs to know. She's gonna grow old, Thor, while you're still in your prime. That's not something you can hide from her. Thor looked down at the table, the truth of Ben's words sinking in. He had always known, deep down, that this conversation would come. But hearing it spoken aloud made it all the more real. I suppose you are right, Ben, Thor said, finally lifting his gaze to meet his friend's. She deserves to know the truth. I only hope she can accept it. Hulk, who had been quietly listening, placed a large hand on Thor's shoulder. If she loves you, she will. Be honest. Lord knows what he would give to have the same conversation with Betty. Thor nodded, the resolve returning to his eyes. Thank you, my friends. Your counsel is wise. I will speak to Jane, and I will face whatever comes, as I always have, with courage and honor. The three of them sat in silence for a moment, the gravity of the situation sinking in. Then, Ben clapped his hands together, breaking the tension. All right, enough of the heavy stuff. Let's finish eating before Hulk clears the table. Wakanda. The moon hung high in the night sky, casting a silvery glow over the ceremonial grounds of Wakanda. The air was thick with tension as the people of Wakanda gathered in silence, their eyes fixed on the scene unfolding before them. The rhythmic beat of drums echoed in the distance, reverberating through the hearts of all who watched. M'Baku, leader of the white gorilla tribe, stood at the center of the arena, his massive form towering above the others. His voice boomed across the grounds, filled with challenge and anticipation. Face me. Come, Black Panther, and face the man-ape. Seated on the ornate throne was King Chaka Udaku, the current Black Panther. He was dressed in his traditional royal attire. By his side stood his family, Queen Ramonda, Princess Shuri, and Prince T'Challa, as he looked upon his father. Chaka rose from his throne. One of the Dora Milaje stepped forward, silently removing the king's cape with a fluid motion, revealing the powerful physique of a seasoned warrior. T'Challa stepped forward. Father, please. Do not do this. Chaka turned to his son. It is the law, my son. This is how the kings of Wakanda have chosen to rule. This is how it was written, and we will respect it. But the white gorilla tribe, they cannot claim what is ours, T'Challa argued. The shaman, standing nearby, spoke in a voice that carried the weight of tradition. M'Baku has made a challenge to the throne of Wakanda. It is your father's duty as king and Black Panther to meet it. T'Challa's concern deepened. Father, if you lose, you know what he will do to this country. Chaka's eyes softened as he looked at his son. And that, with the other, he delivered a powerful punch that knocked the men out cold. Before the soldier could hit the ground, Steve whipped his shield from his back and flung it backward. The shield spun through the air, striking another guard squarely in the stomach. The force of the impact knocked the wind out of him, and he doubled over, his weapon clattering to the ground. Steve heard the telltale click of a pistol being drawn and turned just in time to see another guard aiming at him. Steve spun around the guard and twisting his pistol hand. The gun dropped to the floor, and Steve followed up with a powerful uppercut that sent the guard sprawling. Another guard, thinking he had an opening, aimed a pistol at Steve's back. Steve dropped to the floor, supporting himself with one hand, and swung his body around in a sweeping kick. His right foot knocked the gun out of the guard's hand, and in the same motion, his left foot struck the man in the stomach with a solid thud. The guard staggered back, gasping for air, before collapsing to the ground. Within moments, the corridor was littered with dead and unconscious guards. The few who were still conscious groaned in pain. Breathing heavily, Steve glanced back at Laura. She was watching them with wide, unblinking eyes. There was no fear in her gaze. Logan wiped the blood from his claws, retracting them with a low grunt. "You okay, kid?" Laura nodded, her gaze dropping to the floor. She hesitated for a moment before looking back up at Logan. Does killing get easier, for us?" The question hung in the air, and for a moment, both Logan and Steve were silent. It was a question neither of them had an easy answer to, one that had no simple truth. Logan's gaze turned distant, sifting through a lifetime of memories. He took a deep breath. "Easier? Maybe. But it don't make it right. You learn to live with it, 'cause you gotta. You do what you gotta do to survive, to protect the people you care about. But it always sticks with you, every face, every life. You don't forget." Steve could see the truth in Logan's words. It was a burden they all shared, but one that was uniquely difficult for someone like Laura, so young yet thrust into this violent world. Logan continued. "You're gonna have to make choices, Laura. And some of them, they're gonna haunt you." He looked into her eyes. There was the same expression that he'd seen in the mirror at times. "Maybe they already are, but you can't let it turn you into something you don't want to be." Laura nodded slowly, absorbing his words. She had seen and done so much already. Steve finally spoke. "You're not alone in this, Laura. People like James and I." Logan rolled his eyes at his alleged name. "We fight so kids like you don't have to. That's what makes us different from the monsters we fight." He placed a hand on her shoulder. "Killing might get easier, but it's not something you should ever take lightly." Laura looked between the two of them. "Okay," she said softly, the word a promise to herself as much as to them. Hashtag. Deadpool glanced over at Professor Thornton. "Are you sure they're heading this way?" Thornton huffed, adjusting his glasses in irritation. "This is the only access door to the surface levels. Additionally, I've already lost several security squads. Their last positions were each leading toward our location." Deadpool chuckled. "Talk about some battleship-level surveillance." Thornton grumbled. "Unfortunately, someone had destroyed the servers during their escape." Sabertooth growled. "I told you we needed to kill Wolverine. Now, he and the brat are on the prowl." Lady Deathstrike nodded in agreement. "They are more trouble than they are worth." Thornton pinched his nose. "I've already told you, he's worth more alive than dead." Deadpool leaned casually against the wall, twirling one of his katanas. "Look at the opportunity for a bring your daughter to work day, guys. Oh, she grows up so fast. It feels like yesterday when I was playing catch the dagger with her. I was winning, of course." Omega Red responded flatly, "That was yesterday." Deadpool paused, his head tilting as if in thought. "Oh, right." Thornton sighed, the stress evident. "Begin scouting the beginning sectors." The group started moving, but their pace slowed as soon as they were out of the professor's earshot. They exchanged a series of knowing glances and turned into a secluded room. Omega Red broke the silence. "We kill Wolverine and the kid. That is all that matters." Sabertooth bared his teeth in a predatory grin. Lady Deathstrike nodded sharply. "Agreed." Deadpool shrugged and drew his guns. "Whatever you say, Ponytail. Who am I to say no to a little murder?" He spun the guns theatrically before pointing them toward the door. "Strike a pose." Hashtag. As Steve, Logan, and Laura turned a corner, they came upon a large, reinforced door with a small observation window. They heard faint, low growls and shuffling. Steve peered through the glass, eyes widening at the sight. The room was filled with cages, each holding a hulking mass of muscle and fur with glowing red eyes, Wendigos. There were more than just one. Dozens of secondary infected Wendigos crowded the containment room. Logan joined Steve at the window and looked at the larger white one. "This was the target we were tracking. Didn't expect to find a whole damn horde of them." Steve glanced at Logan before looking back at Laura, who stood silently, her gaze fixed on the creatures. Laura was forced to fight the smaller ones as some kind of sick training. Logan clenched his fists. Department H sent me after the Wendigo, told me to take it down dead or alive. But seeing this, there's more going on here than they let on. If this many are infected here, how many more are out there? Unaccounted for. Steve nodded. So, what's the plan? Eliminate and detain all hostiles. Logan's eyes narrowed. That's one way to put it. He turned to Laura, who hadn't taken her eyes off the Wendigos since they arrived. But there's more to it. Laura's gaze seemed lost. She was tense. Clearly, the memories of their earlier training session today were still on her mind. Logan leaned closer to Steve, lowering his voice. Listen, someone has to stay behind when the G-men come to clean this mess up. And I don't want any of the experiments they've got going on here to continue. Steve looked at Logan. What are you asking of me, James? If we leave here alive, I need you to take the girl back to the States. I know a guy who can help her. He's got experience with kids like her. Logan reached into a hidden pocket, pulled out a small, worn business card, and handed it to Steve. Steve glanced at the card, reading the address. Westchester County, New York. Yeah. The guy there, he'll know what to do with her. But I can't leave this place standing. I need to stay and make sure everything usable gets destroyed. I don't want Department H getting the same ideas as these bastards. Steve looked at the card again, then back at Logan. James, are you sure about this? Logan nodded. It'll take some time, but I should be able to meet back up with you after. Steve's grip tightened on the card. He looked at Laura, who was still watching the Wendigos. All right. I'll get her out of here. But you better come back in one piece. Logan smirked, the hint of his old self showing through. You know me. I'm hard to kill. Hashtag. As the trio ran, Logan paused and held up a hand before sniffing the air. Steve reacted immediately, raising his shield and tackling Laura to the ground just as bullets whizzed through the air, barely missing them. A wall burst open from metal cables, latching onto Logan's torso and lifting him into the air. When the dust cleared, Omega Red emerged. His cold eyes locked on Logan as he yanked the men into the air. Logan struggled to free himself as he was pulled closer to his former teammate to no avail. Omega Red huffed in amusement. Please, struggle. It'll make your death taste so much sweeter. Omega Red's tendrils pumped energy into his body. Logan was now suspended and convulsing from the energy surging through his body, yelling in pain. No. Steve shouted. As he prepared to charge, he felt the cold press of a gun barrel against the side of his head. He slowly raised his hands, slightly turning to see who had gotten the drop on him. Deadpool grinned at him. Yes, as in yes. You're going to die. His finger twitched on the trigger, but Steve remained calm. Logan, however, was far from calm. Omega Red slammed Wolverine against the walls of the corridor. Deadpool squinted at Steve, a hint of recognition. Wait. Are you the same guy from the town we last fought Wendy at? Steve didn't say anything. Deadpool's gaze darted from Steve to Laura, who was holding the familiar star-spangled shield, then back to Steve again. Now you're here with the kid and Wolvie. Who are you and what the hell are you doing here? He paused, narrowing his eyes at the shield again. Wait, that looks oddly familiar. Logan managed to plant his feet against the corridor wall. Using it for leverage, he kicked both legs out, slamming them into Omega Red's face. The impact sent the larger man staggering back, momentarily loosening the grip of his tendrils and allowing Logan to break free. At the same moment, Steve made his move. He twisted sharply to the right, moving his head out of the gun's line of fire, and grabbed Deadpool's gun arm with his right hand. He struck Deadpool across the face with a powerful left hook, sending the mercenary stumbling back. Before Deadpool could recover, Steve disarmed him, quickly turning the weapon on its owner and firing 2 shots into Deadpool's legs. Suddenly, Deadpool's right arm fell off. Steve turned to see that Laura had dropped the shield and drew her claws on the men. Deadpool didn't scream in pain, instead, he looked at the smoking holes in his legs and whined, "No. That was my favorite gun." Steve shook his head, exasperated. Even with 2 bullets in his legs and a missing arm, this Deadpool wasn't out of the fight. But at least he was slowed down. Steve knew there was no point in killing him, the mercenary would just regenerate. His priority now was getting Logan and Laura out of there. Laura hurried to his side and handed the shield back to him. Did I do good? Steve took a breath and patted her on the back. You did okay. You were trying to protect me, but I had it handled. Just don't let it get to your head. Okay. Their brief moment of respite was shattered by the sound of boots clattering down the corridor. The others were catching up, and they were closing in fast. Move. Steve barked, taking the lead. Laura and Logan didn't need to be told twice, they fell in behind him, sprinting toward the exit as fast as they could. Omega Red groaned. You won't escape this time, Logan. Deadpool, still on the floor with his legs regenerating, called after them, you guys could just surrender. I promise not to kill you, much. Hashtag. Sabertooth and Lady Deathstrike rounded the corner, skidding to a stop just as they caught sight of the other half of the team. Omega Red was sprawled against a wall, and Deadpool was still sitting on the ground, his legs halfway through regenerating. What the hell happened here? Lady Deathstrike demanded. Omega Red wiped the blood from his mouth. Wolverine and X-23, they weren't alone. Deadpool groaned, pushing himself up on one arm. Yeah, about that. It's some guy I saw back in that little town where the Wendigo tore things up. Sabertooth's brow furrowed. What did he look like? Grabbing his dismembered arm, Deadpool paused for a moment, thinking. Blonde hair, blue eyes, built like a brick house. Kinda looks like a soldier, Sabertooth's face darkened. Go on. Deadpool continued, oblivious. Oh, and he's got this snazzy shield. It's really retro-looking. Red, white, and blue, with a star in the center. Classic American 6-. Before Deadpool could finish, Sabertooth lunged forward, grabbing him by the throat and slamming him against the nearest wall. Deadpool's eyes widened in surprise. Whoa. What gives? Sabertooth glared. Are you sure? The shield, the men. Are you sure? Deadpool gurgled for a second. Yeah. What's the big deal? With a growl, Sabertooth released his grip, letting Deadpool fall to the floor in a heap. He paced for a second before he turned to face the others. I think that man you just described is Captain America. His words hit them like a punch to the gut. Lady Deathstrike's eyes widened in shock. Project Rebirth. Omega Red stiffened. Even Deadpool, now massaging his bruised throat, seemed genuinely thrown off. Captain America. Omega Red repeated, frowning. Isn't he dead? Yeah. Wasn't he blown up during the war or something, added Deadpool. You sound as if you met him before. That's because I did. Sabertooth shook his head. I fought him during World War II. I was sent to the Italian Alps. I fought Captain America, and Wolverine. I don't easily forget the shield that cracked my skull. World War II. How old are you guys? Sabertooth deadpanned. I fought in the Civil War. That got another reaction from the rest of the team. About 150. Damn. Deadpool whistled. Healing factors, huh? How does this explain the captain? Questioned Deathstrike. Sabertooth hummed. If I had to guess, the rebirth serum might have given him the same longevity perks Wolverine and I got. His legs finally healed, and Deadpool jumped to his feet. Ooh. Maybe he was frozen and thawed in the future like Buck Rogers and Walt Disney under the Matterhorn. Omega got up and smacked the men in the back of the head. Wade. Shut up. Lady Deathstrike crossed her arms. If that is truly Captain America, our situation became far more complicated. Sabertooth growled low in his throat. Doesn't matter if he's Cap or not. He's still in our way. But this means he's not gonna be easy to kill. Sabertooth sniffed and started following the lingering scent. Perhaps that scene from the woods wasn't wrong after all. Deadpool's arms drooped. Well, shit. The group followed, but Deadpool paused. Wait. If you fought Captain America during World War II, were you a Nazi? Because if you were, I might have to start reconsidering my employment options. Sabertooth groaned. I was hired as a mercenary. I didn't care for the politics. Deadpool rolled his eyes. Right. Now that I think about it, which side of the Civil War were you on? Sabertooth and the others continued to walk away. You're not answering. Which side were you on, Sabby? Sabby. Chapter 29, The White-Starred Whale. New York, earlier. The train pulled into Grand Central Station, jolting Ben from his thoughts. He glanced out the window as the iconic station's vaulted ceiling appeared. He could tell the hustle and bustle of New York City from the crowded platforms. Welcome to New York, he muttered, tucking his phone into his pocket and nudging Emma awake. Emma stirred, blinking groggily. It didn't take long for her to realize the support on the left side of her head. She quickly sat up and looked down at herself, wrapped in the blanket he'd given her. Sorry for falling asleep on you, literally. Ben waved it off. It's cool. It looked like you needed a good rest anyway. Are you feeling better? Emma was thankful she couldn't reach out to other minds while sleeping. That would make dreaming more complicated than it needed to be. Now that she was awake, there were familiar echoes from the people around her, and it was much louder than it was in Boston. That's what I get for moving to New York, I suppose. Emma quickly latched onto Ben's white noise and breathed a sigh of relief. It was one of my nicer ones. So, already here? Ben smiled. Yep. We've arrived. The two stood up, grabbed their bags, and exited the train. The grand expanse of Grand Central unfolded before them, the high, arched ceiling, the massive chandeliers, the marble floors. Ben couldn't help but notice Emma looking up at the ceiling, momentarily mesmerized by the station's grandeur. He chuckled softly. Pretty impressive, huh? Emma nodded as she took in the sight. Yeah. They walked side by side through the throng of people. Compared to Boston, this was all new for Emma. So, Ben glanced at her. First impressions. Loud, Emma smirked. But, exciting. That's New York for you. It's full of surprises. Ben had been to New York on his prior Earth, and it seemed the atmosphere was the same. They reached the main terminal and read the time on the iconic center clock. So, what's the plan now? She asked. We've got time to drop off our stuff before lunch. Any preference? Just anything simple. Signature New York pizza it is. Emma rolled her eyes in amusement. Granted, she was in the mood for it now that he brought it up. So, what do we do first? Despite having moved out of her parents' home, the transition was rather haphazard. There's a lot of things I have to do, from exams to applications. Ben stopped beside her and gave a slight nudge. Calm down. You don't have to do everything all at once. When we get settled, you can start planning your schedule. One step at a time, okay. We've got a whole city to explore. Emma nodded slowly. Yeah, one step at a time. Ben smiled reassuringly. Exactly. First step, drop off our bags. Then we'll go from there. Emma took a breath. Right. So, what hotel are we staying at? He smirked. You'll like it. Real modern. Emma blinked. Oh, okay. Ben and Emma exited the station and hailed a cab. He held the door open for her. Ladies first. She glanced at the cab and then back at Ben. Why, thank you. Ben patted the top of the cab. Edison, Times Square. You got it. Emma smirked. Center of the action. Nice. They both climbed in and looked out the window as they traveled through the city. As expected of the busy New York streets, there were honking cars and distant chatter. Ben sat in the back seat, one arm resting against the door as he looked out the window. Emma sat beside him, focused on the blur of buildings. The cab driver barely acknowledged them as he hummed along to a classic rock radio station. I think that's the fourth variation of Ray's Pizza, Ben said. Finding the best one might take time. Emma chuckled. I'm sure you'll get through them eventually. You know, even though my family is rich, they never listen to me about wanting to visit New York. I guess I can understand. Not all of it is the high society type. Ben smiled faintly. It's got a charm if what I've seen in movies is true. Let's hope. Emma leaned her arm against the door. Ever heard that rumor about dropping a penny over the side of the Empire State Building? Yeah, but there's no way that's true. What makes you say that? That place has got to have thousands of visitors a week. He rolled his eyes. If even a tenth of the people tried chucking coins over the side, we would have gotten major news stories by now. She smirked. True. So what you're saying is, you'd be more than willing to do that with me without feeling guilty. He smirked. You could have just asked, and I would have said yes. Never been to the building either. Emma rested her head back against the seat. I could, but that would be the easy way. Hashtag. Eventually, the cab pulled up to the curb in front of a modest hotel, and Ben reached into his pocket to pay the driver. Ben grabbed his bag from the trunk and nodded toward the entrance. Come on, let's get checked in. Emma followed as they walked up the steps. When they stepped into the lobby, there were a few other guests milled around, but it was mostly quiet. The front desk clerk, a middle-aged woman with a polite smile, greeted them as they approached. Welcome. Do you have a reservation? Ben nodded and pulled out his phone, showing her the details. Yeah, 2 adjacent rooms under Tennyson. The clerk glanced at the screen, typing something into the computer. All right, I see it here. 2 rooms. You'll be on the 5th floor. The clerk handed them 2 key cards and smiled. Here you go. Room 510 for you, she said, looking at Ben, and room 509 for your friend. She glanced over at Emma with a friendly nod. Thanks, Ben said, taking both cards before handing one to Emma. Separate rooms, he added with a chuckle. Didn't want to make you feel uncomfortable. Emma looked at the key card in her hand and gave a small, appreciative smile. Thanks. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I figured you'd want some privacy after everything. No pressure to eat out and hang out tonight. They reached the elevator, and the car began its slow ascent. When the elevator chimed and the doors opened, they stepped into a quiet hallway. Ben led the way to their rooms. So, here we are, Ben said, leaning against the doorframe. Your room's right next to mine, so if you need anything, just knock. Emma gave him a nod, her fingers still playing with the key card in her hand. I think I can manage for the most part. Emma unlocked her door first. She opened it to find a cozy, furnished room. Emma took in the space, clean, simple, and private. It was way better than the alternative, wandering around New York without a plan. Emma dropped her bags by the door and plopped right onto the mattress. So soft. I take it that you like the place. Her voice was muffled into a pillow, but the thumbs up said it all. I'll leave you to get settled, Ben said, stepping back toward the door. If you need anything, I'll be next door. Emma rolled over to face him. Thanks, Ben. For everything. Really? Don't mention it, he replied with a casual wave before exiting. Hashtag. Emma sat hunched over a stack of textbooks. This had become her routine for the past few weeks, poring over practice exams, brushing up on math and reading comprehension, and tackling essay prompts. She was preparing for her GED before she could even think about applying to Empire State University. Ben walked into the room, his phone and a bottle of water in the other. He raised a brow at the sight of her buried in books. Still going at it, huh? Emma glanced up from her notebook. Yeah. I've been stuck on this section for an hour now. Math was never my strong suit. He set the bottle down on the table beside her and sat on the couch. I hear you. School was rough for me, too. She set her pencil down. It doesn't feel like it sometimes. I just want to pass this stupid test and get on with the application. Ben chuckled. Trust me, you're making progress. The GED's just the first step. Emma stretched her arms. You sound so sure about that. Because I've seen it happen before. Ben gave her a reassuring smile. It's not easy, but you've already proven you've got the determination. Now it's just a matter of keeping at it. Emma studied him for a moment. Despite everything, Ben had been nothing but supportive. I just I don't want to mess this up. This chance, I mean. It feels like my only shot at something better. Ben nodded. I get that. But you're not going to mess it up. You've already gotten this far, right? Ben glanced at the clock on the wall. Well, you've been at it for hours. Maybe it's time for a break. You could use some fresh air, maybe clear your head before diving back into it. She considered it for a moment and nodded. Yeah, maybe you're right. A break sounds good. As she stood up, Ben grabbed his jacket. Come on, I'll walk with you. We can grab some coffee or something. Emma smiled and grabbed her coat. Okay. Just as long as we don't talk about school. Ben chuckled as they stepped out. Deal. Just coffee. A week later. A week later. Emma paced back and forth across the living room, her hands clutching the unopened letter from Empire State University like it was a bomb about to go off. Her breath was shallow, and her mind raced with good and bad possibilities. She glanced at the envelope for the 100th time, but she couldn't bring herself to tear it open. Ben sat on the couch. You know, the letter isn't going to open itself. Emma shot him a nervous look. What if it's a rejection? I've put so much into this, and if it's a no, I don't know what I'll do. Ben's expression softened. Emma, you've worked your butt off for this. There's no reason to think it's bad news. You've been studying nonstop, aced the GED, and you've got the high school grades. You've earned this. Emma stopped pacing and turned to face him. But what if I'm not good enough? What if I don't belong there? Ben raised an eyebrow. Come on. You didn't do all this just to doubt yourself now. You belong there, Emma. This is just the part where you have to believe it. She stared at the letter. It was hard to shake the nagging voice in her head. Ben stood up from the couch, walked over to her, and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Look, no matter what's in that envelope, it's not the end of the world. If it's a yes, you will start an amazing new chapter in your life. And if it's not, we figure it out. We'll find another way. You've got options. Emma looked up at him. She took a deep breath and nodded. Okay. She slowly tore open the envelope. Her eyes scanned the words as her heart pounded in her chest. For a moment, she said nothing. Ben waited. Then, a small smile crept onto her face as she looked up at him. I got in. Ben broke into a grin, too. I told you. Emma laughed. Relief washed over her. She clutched the letter to her chest. I can't believe it. I actually got in. Ben clapped her on the shoulder. Congrats, Emma. You earned it. She laughed again, this time more freely. Thank you. She pulled him into a hug. For everything. Ben waved her thanks off with a smile. It was all you in the end. Emma's nerves finally settled. Canada. Weapon X facility. The corridors echoed with footsteps as Wolverine, Steve, and Laura sprinted through the hallway. Faster, kid. Logan glanced over his shoulder at Laura. She kept pace easily, her eyes darting around. Steve was in the lead, his shield strapped tightly to his arm. There's gotta be another exit. Suddenly, a door at the far end of the corridor slammed open, and more soldiers flooded in. All were in tactical gear, each armed with automatic rifles drawn. They've cut us off. Get behind me. Steve shouted, raising his shield. Vibranium absorbed the impact, sparks flying. He pushed forward, acting as a barrier for the others. Wolverine's claws extended as he crouched low beside Steve. Get me close, Cap. I'll take care of these tin cans. The men smirked. Thanks for using my title. Logan wasn't sure why that slipped from his mouth. Oh, shut up and do it. Steve nodded, bracing himself as they advanced. On my mark. The girl crept next to Steve. I'll make your opening. Laura. Trust me. Please. I'm fighting for my freedom. Okay. Laura darted forward. The soldiers barely had time to react before she was up close, slicing through rifles. Go. Steve shouted, slamming his shield into one of the soldiers, knocking him out cold. Logan leaped over Steve's shoulder and landed in the middle of the remaining guards. Bullets riddled his torso but failed to slow him down, thanks to his healing factor. He plowed into them, claws slicing through their armor, sending them to the floor. Steve smirked as he threw his shield, watching it ricochet off 2 guards and return to his hand. You haven't lost your edge. A few soldiers tried to retreat, but Laura flipped over a soldier's head and landed behind him. Before the guard could raise his gun, Laura's claws were already embedded in his side. She kicked off the wall, launching herself into another group and cutting down 2 more soldiers. You're doing great, Laura. Steve called out as more soldiers swarmed into the hallway. He moved right behind her, deflecting shots. Keep going, he barked at Laura, who nodded and darted to the side. When one came toward her, she sliced their gun in half before kicking him into a wall. Not bad yourself, Wolverine grunted, ripping a soldier's helmet off and slamming his head into the wall. Wolverine tore a soldier's rifle in half, tossing the pieces aside like garbage. The kid's a natural. That sounds like a bad thing. It is, but like father, like daughter. 2 soldiers came at Steve, swinging their bayonets, but Steve parried with his shield and delivered a crushing punch to the first man's jaw, knocking him out cold. He turned to the second soldier and slammed the edge of his shield into his gut, sending him sprawling. Says you. Laura landed on one of the soldiers and disarmed him. Another soldier lunged at her with a taser, but Laura's foot connected with his chest, sending him crashing into the ceiling. Logan slashed through another soldier. Steve slammed his shield into another soldier, disarming him with a swift uppercut and knocking him out with a backhand from the shield. Get to the door. Steve shouted, deflecting more gunfire. He grabbed a fallen soldier's grenade, yanked the pin out with his teeth, and lobbed it. The blast spread their enemy out, allowing the trio to break through. Wolverine ripped through the remaining guards in a fury. Steve, already clearing a path with his shield, sprinted for the door. Laura, covered in cuts and bruises, was the first to reach the heavy metal door. She slammed her claws into the control panel, sparks flying as it short-circuited the lock, forcing the door open. Steve and Logan dove through the open door as more soldiers rounded the corner behind them, unloading more gunfire. After Laura dived through, Steve slammed the door shut, ripping off a nearby pipe to bar the door closed. They thought they had gained some distance for a brief moment, but the echoing shout down the hall shattered that hope. Gaijin. Lady Deathstrike's unmistakable voice rang out. Laura tensed. Steve's grip tightened on his shield. Logan growled low in his throat. They were backed into a corner. The only way out was through the entire Weapon X team, all waiting for blood. End of the line, runts. Sabertooth cracked his knuckles with a predatory grin. Got any last words? Wolverine's claws extended with a metallic snick, the sound a promise of violence. Yeah. 2. Sabertooth's feral grin widened as he shifted his gaze to Steve. I've got unfinished business with you, Captain, he said, his tone dripping with menace. Steve's eyes narrowed. He knew he recognized that voice, that facial structure. I thought you looked familiar. His brow furrowed as memories from years ago flashed in his mind. Italy. Sabertooth let out a dark chuckle. Yeah. Italy. I owe you a lot more than you think, old man. Deadpool twirled his katanas with flair. For the record, none of us are Nazis. I mean, sure, questionable choices were made, but let's not get crazy with the accusations. Omega Red glared at him. Shut up, Deadpool. Deadpool huffed and rolled his eyes. Fine, I'll shut up. Let's just dance. He flipped his katanas into an offensive stance, bouncing on his heels like a man about to start a boxing match. The 2 groups stared each other down. Then, without another word, the charge began. Steve hurled his shield through the air as it ricocheted off the walls, aimed directly at Sabertooth. Sabertooth ducked, but the shield clipped his shoulder, sending him stumbling back. Logan lunged toward him and met Sabertooth in a clash of their claws. Laura went straight for Lady Deathstrike. The older woman's claws swiped down, but Laura anticipated the move. She swerved, slashing upward at Deathstrike's midsection, their blades colliding as well. Deadpool cackled as he ran straight for Steve, swords drawn. Oh, Captain. I know you were in Europe, but let's see how well you go against the skills from the rising sun. Go katana action. Steve blocked the first with his shield and rolled out of the way of the second. Steve grunted as he ducked a strike and countered with a punch to Deadpool's gut, sending him staggering back. Deadpool groaned. Oof. Looks like Captain still got it. He swirled around, flailing one katana in Steve's direction. Settle an argument for me. How did you survive up to now? Super soldier formula. Cryogenically frozen. Deal with Lady Death. Steve deflected another swing and shoved Deadpool backward. Well, you got one of them correct. Deadpool paused. Wait. Which one? He got no reply. Meanwhile, Wolverine and Sabertooth's battle was a savage blur. Claws ripped through flesh and bone, only for it to heal seconds later. Sabertooth snarled. I'm gonna rip your guts out, Logan. His claws swiped at Wolverine's torso, but Logan ducked and countered with a brutal slash across Sabertooth's chest, spraying blood across the floor. You've been saying that for years, Creed. Still waiting. Wolverine spat back. He tackled Sabertooth into the wall. Laura was fast, but Lady Deathstrike had experience. Every time Laura tried to land a blow, Deathstrike parried. You're good, child. Deathstrike hissed. Were you not the blood of my enemy, I would have taken you into the clan myself. Sadly, a blood daughter is very unlikely for me. Laura narrowed and thought of Sarah Kinney. You would have been a terrible mother. She faked a low strike, causing Deathstrike to lunge downward. Laura used the opening to leap onto Deathstrike's shoulders, slashing at her neck and sending her reeling back in pain. Seeing an opening, Omega Red jumped in, and coils lashed out towards Steve, wrapping around his shield arm. You cannot stop us, Captain, Omega Red tried to pull Steve off balance. Steve gritted his teeth, muscles straining against the pull of Omega Red's coils. I've heard that before, Steve muttered before yanking his arm back with all his strength, pulling Omega Red forward just enough to slam his shield into Omega Red's face, breaking the man's nose with a sickening crack. Elsewhere. Dr. Thornton sat in a secured room. He leaned toward monitors. For the past several minutes, he had watched the scuffle unfold. It wasn't good news that the escapees were holding their ground. But it wasn't the chaos of the battle that had Thornton on edge. It was the men fighting alongside Wolverine and the girl. The tall blonde with the shield. Impossible. He muttered to himself, leaning closer to the screen. On the feed, the men moved like the ideal soldier. His shield deflected bullets while his fists knocked soldiers unconscious with single blows. The shield. It was the iconic red, white, and blue with a star. It couldn't be. Thornton's fingers quickly tapped his keyboard, pulling up a different set of files. He brought up archived footage from decades ago, footage he had studied countless times in his research. The same men, the same shield, fought in World War II's European theater. Project Rebirth. Thornton whispered, disbelief setting in. He watched the cams again. The men expertly parried Deadpool's sword and headbutted him. There was no mistaking it. This had to be Captain America. The first super soldier. Weapon I. He had no idea how it was possible, but he didn't care about the whys. The pieces fell into place. He had dedicated his life to the Weapon X project, creating the perfect weapon. Wolverine, Deadpool, and even Omega Red. All were products of the same ambition, modeled after a single original source. But now. Steve Rogers, Captain America, the original experiment, the man who had inspired the entire program, was alive. The official record said he had vanished at the end of World War II, presumed dead. How could he have survived? And more importantly, why now? Why was he here, fighting alongside Wolverine and that girl? Thornton clenched his fists. Of all people. The implications were enormous. Captain America wasn't just some outdated experiment. He was the pinnacle of everything Weapon X sought to replicate. And now, he was standing in the way of everything. He couldn't let Rogers leave the facility. If the world learned he was still with us, the race for a new super soldier generation would be restarted with a target painted on Rogers' back. Thornton tapped a button on his desk, opening a secure line to his remaining operatives. Listen carefully. The blonde man you're fighting, he's Captain America. Weapon I. Judging by the expressions on their faces, it seemed that they already figured it out before him. And they decided not to tell him. Change of plans. Do not kill the captain. I repeat, you are to capture him alive. A brief silence was on the other end before Deadpool's voice came through. Wait, you're telling us we can't kill Captain America? Come on, Doc, you're asking a lot. Sabertooth's growl cut in. Alive? What the hell are you talking about, Thornton? You know what he's capable of. Thornton's jaw clenched. I don't care. He's more valuable to us alive than dead. He's the original source of the program. The super soldier serum runs through his veins. Do you understand what that means? He is the key to perfecting the next generation of soldiers. We cannot afford to lose this opportunity. Lady Deathstrike joined the conversation. He caused this entire mess, and you want him unharmed. I never said unharmed, Thornton replied. Incapacitate him. I don't care how you do it, just make sure he's breathing when you bring him in. Omega Reds grumbled, trying to grapple the captain. And the other two? Sabertooth's growl deepened. Yeah. What about Wolverine and the kid? Thornton's eyes flicked, watching Logan uppercut Sabertooth, whose legs swept back. They still have value, but Rogers is the priority, non-negotiable. The doctor chuckled. It would be interesting to see how well the super serum interacts with mutant DNA. Deadpool pumped a fist as he dodged a shield throw. I'm getting an upgrade, baby. Sabertooth braced as a rebounded shield struck him from the left, and Wolverine came in from the right. Like hell, you'll be getting juiced first. Understand this, if you capture him, you'll have proven yourselves invaluable to the future of Weapon X. Deadpool grinned. So, no killing the Star-Spangled Man. Got it. That's not confusing at all. Thornton's patience was wearing thin. If we can get Rogers back under control, we'll be unstoppable. The serum in his blood could give us the edge we've been looking for. Every failure we've encountered in this program could be fixed with him. Do not kill Captain America. A tense silence followed before Sabertooth spoke again. Fine. We'll take him down and bring him to you. Understood, Thornton replied. Do your job. He cut the line, exhaling slowly. His eyes returned to the screens. Steve Rogers jumped toward X-23 and protected her from Deadpool's sidearm. Laura took the opportunity to help the men and slice off Deadpool's right arm. Seriously? Again, kid? What did I ever do to you? Laura grumbled. I hated catch the bullet. Oh, right. How about we play a new game? Captain America, Thornton muttered to himself. You may have been the first, but soon, you'll be just another asset. Everything was now riding on this. If they captured Rogers, Weapon X would reach heights it had never dreamed of. But if they failed? Thornton shook his head. Failure wasn't an option. Not this time. Hashtag. Chapter 30, Disarmed. New York, Times Square. Ben stood outside Emma's door, his arms crossed as he leaned against the wall. A bunch of luggage sat at his feet. He checked his phone out of habit while waiting for her to finish inside. A few days ago, they had gone shopping for all the college dorm essentials. It had been a busy day, but Emma seemed more excited than nervous, which was a good sign. As Ben wondered if she needed help, the door clicked open. He turned his head, and immediately froze. Emma stepped out, grinning widely, and her new look surprised him. Her dark hair was now bright blonde. She adjusted a new pair of stylish glasses on her nose, and her freshly painted pink nails matched her trendy outfit. She wore a denim jacket over a fitted blouse, gray jeans, and black heels. For a second, Ben just stared, completely surprised. Emma noticed, her grin widening as she teased, "You like?" Ben coughed awkwardly into his fist, trying to regain his composure. "You definitely look confident." "Yup." Emma twirled around, enjoying his reaction. "New school year, new me." Ben smirked. "Well, it suits you." Emma adjusted her bag strap. "Thanks. I figured, if I'm going to do this, I might as well look good doing it, right? Ben nodded. You're owning it, that's for sure. Emma's grin softened. Thanks, Ben. It feels nice to be free like this. My parents would have hated this. Ben smiled warmly. Glad to hear it. Now, ready to haul these over to campus. Emma rolled her eyes but kept her grin. Let's do it. Ben and Emma each grabbed a piece of large luggage and made their way toward the elevator. Empire State University. Exiting the cab, Ben and Emma arrived on campus with all her stuff and started heading toward the dorms. The campus was bustling with students, everyone moving in for the start of a new semester. Emma looked around, her eyes wide as she took in the excitement and energy all around her. It felt surreal, she had worked so hard to get here, and now it was finally happening. Thanks again for helping with the move. Emma glanced at Ben. Ben shook his head with a smile. Nah, it's fine. You have enough on your plate without worrying about throwing your back out on the first day. Emma half smiled, her eyes scanning the campus, taking it all in. The whole thing felt surreal. After all the studying, the tests, and the stress of waiting for that acceptance letter, she was finally here. Ben nudged her with his elbow. You okay? It feels like it was just yesterday I was trying to find another retail job. Emma let out a small breath. I don't even know what I'm more nervous about, Emma admitted. Meeting new people. Keeping up with classes. Or trying to live in a dorm with a total stranger. You'll be fine. Emma considered how much she had relied on Ben over the past few weeks. The steady white noise she sensed in his mind had been a comfort, keeping her grounded. As they approached the dorms, she realized that being alone meant adjusting and finding her way without Ben constantly by her side. The thought scared her, but this was her chance to grow and prove she could live independently. They finally reached the courtyard near the dormitory, and Ben set down the luggage, wiping his forehead. We're almost there. Emma nodded, her gaze drifting around the courtyard. Students were everywhere, some chatting in groups, others sitting on benches, absorbed in their books or phones. She knew she needed to take a step and let herself experience everything without the crutch of Ben's presence in her mind. She took a deep breath, focusing inward, and slowly allowed herself to disconnect from the comforting white noise that Ben provided. Immediately, she felt a flood of thoughts and emotions hit her: anxiety, excitement, curiosity, lust. It was overwhelming initially, but she took another deep breath, letting it wash over her. Don't tune into the thoughts. Ben noticed her expression. You okay? Emma looked at him and smiled. Yeah, just getting my thoughts in order. Hashtag. Ben and Emma entered the dorm and down the hallway. The building buzzed with students moving in. Emma checked her room number and led them to the third floor. You know, I was kind of hoping my roommate wouldn't show up for at least another hour so I could settle in, she said. Ben laughed. Hey, you never know. She might turn out to be cool. Yeah, maybe, Emma said with a shrug. When they finally reached the designated room, they noticed a brunette in a pink sweater standing at the doorway, apparently trying to push out two people, unmistakably her parents. Your father and I think this room should be asbestos-proofed, Chipmunk, her mom insisted, looking around with a worried expression. Mom. Dad. Will you go to the airport already? The girl snapped, her face scrunched in frustration. You're driving me. The father turned and noticed Ben and Emma standing behind them. He raised an eyebrow. And who's this? The girl threw her hands up. How should I know? I just got here, Dad. Now, will you two please leave? Emma stepped forward with a polite smile, holding out her hand to him. I'm Emma. I think I'm your daughter's roommate. Ben put down one of the luggages to free up a hand and did the same. Ben. Emma's friend, just helping her settle in. The father shook both their hands with a wide smile. Jack McDermott. And this is my wife, Jill. Just like the nursery rhyme. It's a panic, ain't it? Ben and Emma shared a quick look, both forcing polite smiles. We suppose, Ben replied. Jack turned back to Emma, his tone shifting to something more inquisitive. So, you're going to be sharing living quarters with our little chipmunk, Emma and Ben blinked at the nickname. Chip. Emma started, confused. The daughter had clearly reached her limit. Enough, she shouted before grabbing Emma by the arm and pulling her into the room. She also allowed Ben to enter before slamming the door behind them with a heavy thud. Once the door was closed, the girl took a deep breath, her frustration visibly melting away. She then extended her hand toward Emma, finally offering a proper introduction. Christy McDermott. Emma shook her hand, smiling warmly. Emma Frost. She set her suitcases down at the foot of the bed, looking around the room. Ben, still holding a box, gave a small nod. Ben Tennyson. Christy raised an eyebrow at Ben, her lips curving into a smirk. Then she turned back to Emma, giving her an appraising look. So, we're roomies. Tell me, do you like scented candles? She asked, her tone lighter now as if already trying to bond. Emma blinked at the sudden change of topic but then smiled. Yeah, I guess I do. Christy clapped her hands together. Great. Because I have a few, and I figured we'd set the vibe, you know. She motioned around the small, undecorated room. We've got a lot of work to make this place livable. Emma chuckled. Yeah, I'm definitely on board with that. Ben cleared his throat. All right, where should I put all this? Christy waved a hand toward an empty corner. Over there is fine, thanks. Wow, Emma, nice of your boyfriend to come along, huh? She teased. Emma and Ben show a light blush before looking away from each other. Ben rubbed the back of his neck with a chuckle. We're actually not like that. Emma scratched her cheek. But we are good friends. Christy giggled mischievously. Right. They dropped the subject. Christy gave him a mock salute. I'm sure she appreciates the assist, hero. Later. After spending about a half hour unpacking, it was time for him to leave. Emma turned to Ben. Thanks for helping me move in. Ben flashed a warm smile. Anytime. You two have fun getting settled. He pointed at Christy. And take care of my friend, all right? Christy put a hand over her heart, giving a dramatic nod. Cross my heart. Emma walked up to him. This was it. This was what she was aiming for. She couldn't help but miss Ben. As far as she knew, he was one of the few people who didn't discriminate after learning about her powers. She wouldn't admit it, but it helped that he was kinda cute. Well, I guess this is it, Ben started. Emma nodded, her smile faltering slightly. Yeah. I guess so. She looked down at her hands, fidgeting slightly. It's going to feel different without you here. He chuckled. We'll still be in the same city, Emma. I know, Emma interrupted. You're just a call away. I want to say thank you, Ben. For everything. I don't know how I'd have managed all this without you. Her imagination went to something like using her illusions and mind reading to cheat people out of money on the street. Ben shook his head. Don't think about the what-ifs. Think about what you're going to do moving forward. He hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and pulled her into a gentle hug. I'm proud of you, he said quietly. Emma hugged him back tightly, closing her eyes. Thank you. I don't think I could ever repay you for everything you've done. Ben pulled back slightly, looking at her with a reassuring smile. You don't owe me anything, Emma. Just go be amazing, okay? If anything, pay it forward to someone else who needs a pick-me-up. Emma nodded, her smile growing as she quickly wiped her eyes. I'll do my best, she said. Just as Ben was about to leave, he took out a small envelope from his jacket and handed it to her. Here. It's not much, but it'll help if you need anything while settling in. Emma blinked, surprised. You've already done so much, Ben. I can't keep taking from you like this. Hey, I'm just ensuring you have what you need. It's not a handout. Think of it as an investment in your future. You still have to buy your textbooks, no? Oh, right. Emma's lips curved into a small, grateful smile. She nodded, sliding the envelope into her bag. Thanks. Really? You're kind of a real catch. Emma kissed the hero on the cheek before nudging him out the door. Meanwhile, Christy stood there with a shit-eating grin. I fucking knew it. Hashtag. Over the next week, Emma's college life seemed to go as expected. She quickly earned a reputation as the smart one in her classes, always having the right answers. Even the professors wanted someone besides her to answer. It wasn't long before a basketball player started trying to woo her, showing up after class and trying to impress her. Emma found it flattering on some level, but she focused more on her studies after everything she went through. Granted, the guy's initial plan to bump into her while she was carrying a bunch of papers to ask her out didn't help. What surprised her more was seeing her old high school teacher and first love, Ian Kendall, on campus. He was tutoring Christy, who seemed to be crushing on him hard. That brought up complicated feelings. One afternoon, Emma was walking back from class when she came across a protest against mutants. A group of people had gathered near one of the campus buildings, holding signs that read things like, "Mutants are dangerous," and "Keep our schools safe." Emma felt her stomach twist as she watched them chant. Was she one of these mutants? It would explain her powers. Emotion started to build as she mind-read the anti-mutant sentiment from students and professors. Christy started lying about dating Ian. A house party turned violent because a rival sports team accused them of having mutants. This all culminated with her first meeting with another mutant telepath, Astrid Bloom. Perhaps she should finally give Ben a call. Canada. Weapon X facility. Professor Thornton watched multiple screens with a grim expression. Since giving the order, he saw the battle taking place, and what he saw was not encouraging. The fight between Wolverine and Sabertooth was a bloody struggle. Wolverine's claws clashed against Sabertooth's as they tore into each other. They were evenly matched. Professor Thornton watched as neither could gain the upper hand. With Wolverine, Sabertooth's claws slashed at Logan's torso, but Logan plunged his claws into Sabertooth's side. Blood spattered the walls. He gripped Logan by the throat, lifting him off the ground and slamming him into the wall. The concrete cracked behind Logan as he swung his claws into Sabertooth's arm. Sabertooth snarled and threw him to the floor. Logan got back to his feet, blood dripping from his wounds, but his healing factor was already kicking in. He grinned, wiping blood from his mouth. With a feral growl, Wolverine lunged at Sabertooth, slashing wildly. Sabertooth blocked the first strike with his forearm, but Logan was relentless, twisting and stabbing his claws into Sabertooth's ribs. The bigger man howled, his claws grazing Logan's face, leaving deep gashes across his cheek. Wolverine barely flinched. He'd felt worse. Sabertooth kicked Logan in the chest, sending him sprawling across the floor, but Logan quickly rolled to his feet, crouched low like a predator. Wolverine charged forward again, claws aimed for Sabertooth's throat. Sabertooth sidestepped, grabbing Logan by the waist and slamming him into the ground. He raised his hand to deliver a fatal strike, but Logan was quicker, thrusting his claws upward and sinking them deep into Sabertooth's chest. Sabertooth staggered back, clutching the wound, but his healing factor kicked in almost immediately, closing the wound as fast as it had been made. He smiled through the pain. Sabertooth lunged again, claws aiming for Logan's heart, but Wolverine was ready. He sidestepped at the last moment, slashing Sabertooth across the back, sending him crashing into the wall. Logan was on him before Sabertooth could recover, driving his claws into his stomach with a savage growl. Sabertooth roared, trying to shake him off, but Logan twisted the blades deeper, his face inches from Sabertooth's. Hashtag. Thornton grimaced. He knew how strong Logan was. Seeing him hold his own against Sabertooth only reminded him of why Wolverine had been such an asset. "Come on, Creed," Thornton muttered under his breath. He turned to the other screen. With Steve. Lady Deathstrike moved first, her razor-sharp claws surging forward with deadly precision. Steve raised his shield to block, but the impact sent him skidding back. Omega Red's coils shot toward him, trying to ensnare his body. Steve ducked under the first coil to block Lady Deathstrike's next flurry of attacks. A flurry of claws aimed to kill, and Steve deflected her strikes using his shield. She slashed for his head, but Steve moved under her arm to deliver a powerful kick to her midsection. Lady Deathstrike staggered back, wiping blood from her mouth. "I can see why my father wanted his ultimate soldiers after the war," she sneered. "Your reputation preceded you, Captain." Steve tightened his grip on his shield, keeping an eye on Omega Red's movements. "Unfortunately for me, I only served in Europe." Omega Red's coils snaked forward with terrifying speed. Steve dodged to the side, raising his shield to deflect one of the tendrils. Lady Deathstrike lunged at him again, her claws slicing across his side. The blow tore through his uniform, drawing blood. Steve winced but remained focused. Lady Deathstrike leaped forward to strike at Steve's neck. He rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding her deadly claws, and countered with a spinning strike of his shield. The edge caught her across the jaw. Omega Red's coils managed to wrap around Steve's leg. Omega Red yanked Steve off his feet and slammed him into the ground. Steve's shield clattered beside him, but he wasn't finished. He grabbed his shield and swung it down, striking the coil that held his leg. The force was enough to loosen the grip slightly, and Steve kicked out with his free leg to knock Omega Red back. He quickly got back to his feet, just in time to see Lady Deathstrike lunging. Steve sidestepped her attack, slamming his shield into her back. She crashed into a wall, dazed. Omega Red's coils came at him from the other side. Steve spun on his heel, ducking under one tendril while slamming his shield into the other, deflecting it away. He used the momentum to close the distance between himself and Omega Red, charging forward. Steve swung his shield with all his strength, the vibranium edge slamming into Omega Red's midsection, forcing the air from his lungs. With Laura. Deadpool hurtled out of nowhere, yelling, "Bonsai," as he launched himself at Laura, his katanas raised above his head. Laura's instincts took over, her eyes narrowing as she moved with lightning speed. With a sharp snick, her adamantium claws extended, and she swung them upward, slicing clean through Deadpool's arm. Ah! Ow! Deadpool tumbled to the ground. He looked down at the stump, then turned to see his severed parts lying a few meters away. "Dude, that is just not cool." Laura glared at him. Deadpool looked between her and his arm with a grin. "Wow. Look at that. Could you give me a hand?" He giggled to himself. "Get it? A hand?" Laura's expression was something between annoyance and disbelief. "I hate you." Deadpool was unfazed. "Just kidding. All right. I'll go get it." He casually jogged over to his severed limb. "Yep, still good." The girl ignored the idiot and moved to support Steve. Hashtag. Professor Thornton pinched the bridge of his nose. Perhaps I should have sewn his mouth shut. Wait. Where were Wolverine and Sabertooth headed? Hashtag. As Wolverine continued to fight against Sabertooth, they started crashing through several walls. They'd been trading blows for what felt like hours. Failed. His dream was slipping away. His team was being overwhelmed. With a frustrated growl, Thornton turned away from the screens. It was time to abandon the facility. Retreat. He moved toward the exit. Let them have their victory today. But this isn't over. Not by a long shot. He glanced out the window where the helicopter was waiting, its blades already spinning, ready to take him to safety. He backed up the data, but he still had to do one last thing. He typed in a final command. The screen flashed red, displaying a warning, "Initiate self-destruct sequence, Y/N." Thornton hesitated briefly, but there was no salvaging this mess. Thornton pressed Y. A mechanical voice echoed. Self-destruct sequence initiated. The facility will detonate in T-10 minutes. Evacuate immediately. The countdown flashed across the monitor as Thornton rose from his seat, grabbing his coat and briefcase. The alarms had changed now, the urgent klaxon signaling impending destruction. He hurried out of the control room, moving quickly down the narrow corridor toward the exit where his helicopter waited. As he walked, the floors beneath him vibrated with distant explosions as the destruct sequence began to power down sections of the facility. He felt a grim satisfaction. If he couldn't have his research, no one would. Wolverine, Steve Rogers, that clone of Logan, they would all burn with this place. He would make sure of it. Thornton pushed open the heavy doors leading to the helipad, the wind from the helicopter's blades tugging at his coat. The pilot glanced back at him with a questioning look, but Thornton simply waved him off. "Get us out of here. Now." The pilot nodded and pulled up on the controls, lifting the helicopter into the air as Thornton settled into his seat. Hashtag. Hearing the announcement of a self-destruct over the intercom, Logan and Steve didn't question Deadpool following them, and Laura as the pack of Wendigos chose them as their new targets. "Hey! Wait for me!" Deadpool shouted, lagging behind the trio. In a burst of inspiration, Deadpool turned and leaped onto the back of a rampaging Wendigo. "Who wants snacks?" "You do." Deadpool shouted, yanking a grenade from his belt. He forced it down the Wendigo's throat, patting its head like it was a pet. Then Deadpool jumped off, rolling on the ground before landing alongside Wolverine, Steve, and Laura, who were still running ahead. "Guys, I think we lost him." Deadpool called over the thundering noise of footsteps. A second later, the grenade inside the Wendigo exploded, shaking the hallway with the force of the blast. Dust and debris filled the air, and Deadpool triumphantly raised his arms. And they all lived happily ever after, except the beast. Deadpool announced, laughing. Wolverine glared at him. "Bub, you just made them angrier." As the smoke cleared, it revealed about 15 more infected Wendigo minions. They all turned their heads toward the red-suited mercenary. "Oh, crap," Deadpool muttered. Wolverine gave Deadpool a wicked smile. "It's time you take one for the team." He looked back at the horde. "He's all yours." Without warning, Wolverine grabbed Deadpool by the collar and hurled him back. "Logan. We're friends." "No. No." Deadpool's arms flailed as he sailed through the air, straight into the waiting horde. The Wendigos caught Deadpool and began chomping on his body. Deadpool let out a dramatic wail. "This is not how I wanted to go. You guys have terrible table manners." Wolverine, Steve, and Laura didn't waste the opportunity. While Deadpool was a distraction, they kept running, pushing towards the exit as the Wendigos munched on Deadpool. Steve glanced back, concerned. He knew the men had a healing factor, but is he going to be okay? Wolverine grunted with exasperation. "He's Deadpool. He'll be fine, eventually." The rumbling beneath their feet intensified. T-minus 60 seconds until final detonation. Evacuate immediately. Logan ran ahead, hacking through anything blocking their path. "Just keep moving." Steve used his shield to cover Laura. The heat from the initial detonations licked at their heels. Laura's breath came in ragged gasps as she ran. The raw survival instinct drove her forward. She had come too far to die here. They turned a corner, and Logan snarled as an exit appeared. Logan slammed into the door, using his claws to pry it open, just as another explosion echoed. The floor beneath them shuddered violently. "Go. Move." Logan roared, holding the door open as Steve and Laura rushed past him, out into the cold air. The freezing wind hit them like a slap. Steve pulled Logan through the doorway just as the final blast wave hit. The facility behind them erupted in a massive explosion, fire and metal ripping through the building. The shockwave slammed into them, sending all three lying in the snow. Steve twisted in midair, using his shield to brace against the impact. He hit the ground hard and rolled several feet before stopping. Logan tumbled beside him, his healing factor already knitting together whatever injuries the blast had caused. Laura landed in a crouch, sinking into the snow. For a moment, everything was silent except for the distant crackling of the fire. Steve groaned, pulling himself up on one knee and wiping the dirt and ash from his face. He looked over to Logan, who was already getting to his feet. "We made it," Laura said. Steve nodded. "Barely." They caught their breath. Looking back, the facility was basically gone, buried under rubble. Wolverine stood on the edge of the wreckage. He scanned the distant tree line. The scent of the Wendigo was faint. The beast was out there, somewhere. With his previous deal with Department H, he couldn't leave it roaming free. Steve approached, and Laura trailed behind. "You're staying behind, aren't you?" He already knew the answer, but he wanted to hear it from Logan himself. Logan gave a slow nod. "Yeah. The Wendigo's still out there. I've got a trail, and I'm not letting it disappear again." Laura remained silent, watching her father. Steve frowned. "You don't have to do this alone, James." Logan shook his head. "No. This is something I need to handle for the government." His voice softened as he looked at Laura. She doesn't deserve to get caught up in this any more than she already has. Steve followed his gaze, understanding what Logan was asking of him. And where am I taking her? Steve took out the card from earlier. Below the address was a name, Charles Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Steve raised a brow. You're sure about this? Logan nodded. If anyone can help her, it's him. Charles is one of the good ones. He'll make sure she's taken care of. Steve sighed. And you? I'll be fine. We'll meet down there when I'm done. Laura finally spoke up. I don't want to leave you. Logan's expression softened at her. I know, kid. I have questions for you, but this isn't over yet. Laura stared at the ground, fists clenched at her sides. Are you going to be okay? Logan kneeled slightly to meet her gaze. Kid, I've been through worse. This'll be nothing. He rested a hand briefly on her shoulder, his voice unusually gentle. You don't worry about me. You take care of yourself. You hear me? She looked torn, but something in his voice stopped her. She nodded, though reluctantly. She hesitated but nodded. There was a glimmer of something in her eyes, maybe concern, maybe fear, but she swallowed it down. Okay, but you better come back. We're not done yet. Logan made a cocky grin. I ain't that easy to get rid of. He straightened up and turned to Steve. Take care of her, Cap. She's tough, but... I will, Steve said firmly. He glanced at Laura, who was still watching Logan, before stepping forward to shake Logan's hand. You stay safe too. We'll handle things on our end. Steve clapped a hand on Logan. Once you've handled things here, you know where to find us. Logan glanced at both of them one last time. I'll see you in New York. Just don't expect me to be all touchy-feely when I get there. Steve chuckled softly, the tension easing for a moment. Wouldn't dream of it. With that, Logan turned away, knowing he had a long hunt ahead. Steve and Laura watched him disappear into the trees. Laura's grip tightened on the super soldier's hand. After a moment, Steve spoke, his voice quiet. You ready? Laura took a deep breath and nodded. Yeah. Let's go. We've got a long way to New York. Together, they set off to the States, leaving Wolverine to face the wilderness, and the Wendigo, alone once more. Later. The entire base was in ruins. Suddenly, a gloved hand burst out of the rock pile and pulled upwards. Deadpool slowly climbed out. He looked around, his mask half torn, revealing part of his scarred face. He had finally regenerated all the bits those beasts took out of him. Thankfully, any of his cells with a trace of the Wendigo infection were quickly killed off by his cancer. You gotta look at the bright side sometimes. Guys. Hey, Red. Deathstrike. No one answered, but the possibility was still there. He wasn't the only one with a healing factor. He got to his feet. I can't believe it. I'm alive. I'm Ollie. Deadpool shouted dramatically to the sky, his voice filled with glee. Crunch. A large chunk of the remaining ceiling dislodged and fell straight onto Deadpool. Ouch, he groaned weakly from under the chunk. He managed to move slightly, trying to lift the heavy piece but failing. Suddenly, unfamiliar voices spoke. Oh, I love comedic endings. You really should have seen that trope coming. Deadpool frowned beneath his mask, making a confused noise. Ah. Who was that? He looked around, his head struggling to turn beneath the weight. Seriously, if this is some kind of weird ghost or spirit thing, at least help a guy out. He wiggled a bit. At least tell me your name. I'm open to new friendships, you know. There was only silence. Deadpool groaned. Great. I'm hearing voices in my head more than usual. Hashtag. Chapter 31, Adaptation. Present. New York. In the briefing room of Avengers Mansion, Ben sat alongside Iron Man, Thor, Ant-Man, Hulk, and Wasp. The holographic display above the table projected a rotating list of faces, names, and last known locations of escapees from the global breakout. Tony cleared his throat. The hologram zoomed in on one of the faces. All right, here's what we know. We are still waiting on the remaining list of high-priority escapees from the raft at large from S.H.I.E.L.D. So far, the only one crossed off the list was Graviton. Still, now that Graviton's existence was public, S.H.I.E.L.D. was currently in discussions with the courts regarding Graviton's detainment and lack of a criminal conviction within the scope of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s jurisdiction for national security. Franklin Hall may have been driven mad, but the Avengers agreed that the men deserved a fair shake after being detained without a trial for so long. They saw the faces and profiles of Baron Zemo, Purple Man, Wendigo, Lion God, and Baron Blood. Tony huffed. Unfortunately for us, both Baron Strucker and Baron Zemo, figureheads of Hydra, are on the loose. Janet raised a brow. What are the chances that they waste time and compete against each other for control? Tony hummed. I'd say 60/40ths. And considering the recent Hydra attack on the UN, I'd assume that there is a base somewhere on the East Coast. Ben sighed as he pulled up the Wendigo profile. I encountered the Wendigo back during the breakout and thought I had disarmed it. However, I had forgotten to take into account a healing factor. Hank took a closer look at the profile. Assuming that it follows animal instincts, I would assume it looked for a place to recuperate. Judging by the amount of fur and color, it likely went somewhere with a colder climate. So toward Maine or most of Canada. That's gonna suck. Ben kept his focus. Do we have any leads on Wendigo's last sighting? Tony nodded, switching to another file. So, reconnaissance is priority 1. We'll monitor where escapees were last sighted and possible targets. Hank narrowed his eyes. And how do you plan on doing this surveillance? With Jarvis hacking into CCTV and some recon drones. Ben, Janet, and Hank stared at the tech mogul. And you don't see anything wrong with that? What? Janet crossed her arms. Doesn't that seem a little, big brother? Hulk was also not a fan of the pseudo-police state implication. Meanwhile, Thor was trying to understand the metaphor. Tony blinked. Ben rubbed the back of his head. It's not a good look if the public learns this is a standard practice. Tony held up a hand. That is a good point. We'll put that back on the drawing board. Does anyone have better suggestions? Ben was about to speak up when his phone buzzed in his pocket. He glanced down, seeing Emma's name. Ben raised a hand. Do you mind if I step out for a second? I gotta take this. It's important. Tony shrugged. All right, fine. 5-minute break, everyone. In the hallway, Ben answered. Ben. Hey, Emma. Long time, no see. Are you busy right now? Ben peeked into the room to see Thor and Hulk distracted by something else. Meanwhile, Tony and Hank were discussing a prediction algorithm. I'm good. How's college going? It's been okay. I just wanted to catch up and let you know, but it's also very, very complicated. Ben grew concerned. Oh, I hope it's nothing bad. Do you want to talk about it now? Emma smiled. Thanks, Ben. I appreciate the offer. I know I'd feel better talking to you about it. But it's kind of a sensitive topic. I'd rather not talk about it over the phone. Are you free this afternoon or tomorrow? Ben checked the time and considered tomorrow's plans. Tomorrow afternoon should be fine. Are you okay with meeting up at my place? You got an apartment? Something like that. All right then. No problem. I'll text you where to meet up. Thank you again for this. Anytime, Emma. You know I'm here for you. I know. We'll catch up soon, all right? All right. Bye, Ben. The next day. Emma sat across from Ben at his dinner table. Emma had to admit that his home was on the larger end for something in the city. Thanks for this. I'm sorry if I'm imposing or something. Ben waved it off. No worries. Thankfully, the city has been quiet recently. Emma rubbed the back of her neck. I know. I heard all about the breakout on the news. Thank God those Avengers guys kept Manhattan from sinking. Granted, classes were put on hold for a week. Ben coughed into a fist. Yup. They do what they can. Emma laughed. For what it's worth, when classes got started up again, I've now been labeled as the smart one in class. Half the people are annoyed, and the other half is asking me for help. Ben chuckled. Well, at least the professor won't be calling on you for a surprise gotcha question. How are your classmates? They're okay. Emma sighed. There's also this basketball player who's been hitting on me. Ben gave Emma a teasing look. Well, looks like you've got an admirer. Emma rolled her eyes. I know. The first thing he did when he saw me was try that old bump and fall cliché. And let's just say he got a mouthful when all my books and papers went flying everywhere. Ben cringed sympathetically. Oof. In hindsight, he really should have seen that coming. Emma laughed. Yeah. At the cafeteria, he tried balancing multiple lunch trays. Ended up spilling food everywhere. That sounds more like something out of high school. I know. It's kind of embarrassing. He's not bad looking and pretty decent at sports, but I'm not much of a sports fan either. Emma decided to hold off on talking about the migraine until later. Ben leaned in with a grin. So, did you tell him if you're interested or not? Emma shrugged. I told him I'm focusing on getting my degree, not a relationship. Ben nodded. Nothing wrong with that. Emma's smile faltered slightly, and she looked away. Although, recent developments have made that harder. Ben tilted his head, sensing something more serious. What do you mean? Emma hesitated, then sighed. Remember my high school teacher I had a huge crush on? Ben raised an eyebrow. Oh no. Don't tell me. It was, a moment, okay. She looked at him, embarrassed. We kissed. It was, technically legal, she added, seeing his expression. Ben pinched the bridge of his nose. Okay. Fast forward. Why is that relevant now? Emma glanced down, her tone softening. Well, Mr. Kendall is tutoring my roommate, Christy. And it's pretty obvious she has a crush on him. Ben shrugged. That's not so bad. Is he treating her poorly or something? No, nothing like that. Oh. Ben studied her face, piecing it together. Are you jealous of Christy? Emma's cheeks turned pink. I don't know. Maybe. It's just that some old feelings resurfaced. It doesn't help that she's lying to my face about not dating him. Emma tapped her fingers idly on the table. I know he was my teacher, and it was years ago. But, a part of me still feels that little crush. Hey, I get it. Feelings don't always make sense. It can be awkward seeing an old crush with someone else. Emma shook her head. I just wish she'd be honest. It's not like I'd go off on her or something. I just don't want to be lied to. Ben reassuringly squeezed her shoulder. If it's bothering you, you could confront her about it. Ben's expression shifted from surprise to curiosity. Wait. How do you know she's lying? Emma's eyes widened slightly. That's actually another can of worms. Ben, you know how I have powers, right? Yeah. Illusions. There's more. Emma's voice softened. I want to get this out of the way first. My power, it isn't just illusions. It's something to do with the mind. Ben raised his eyebrows but kept silent, waiting for her to continue. Emma looked at him. I can read minds, Ben. Ben blinked. Instead of anger or fear, his gaze remained thoughtful. Wow. Telepathy, huh? Emma's voice shook as she finally let her question slip out. Do you think I'm a mutant? Ben held up a hand before she could continue. Before I answer that, let me say this. I've been reading up on the recent spike in superhumans, and I really don't like how the word mutant is being thrown around like some kind of scarlet letter. He gave a small, sympathetic smile. Don't even get me started on the times I've been called a filthy xeno on some planets. So, what do you think? That depends. Emma, were you born with your powers, or did something happen? Lab accident, radiation exposure, anything like that? Emma shook her head. No, as far as I know, I've always been this way. My powers were there before I even understood what they were. In that case, you're naturally enhanced. Ben rolled his eyes. Or a biological mutant, if you will. Emma groaned, her face dropping into her hands. I knew it. She murmured, her voice muffled by her hands. I've kept it hidden for so long because I didn't know what else to do. My parents thought I was a freak. They made that clear every time they saw me do something unusual. And it hasn't been any different with most people I've met. People whispering, calling mutants freaks, blaming us for things we didn't do. Her voice grew strained. I saw my first anti-mutant protest on campus earlier this month. Ben's expression grew concerned. What happened? Emma folded her hands tightly. Apparently, one of the star athletes on a different campus was revealed to be a mutant. After that, it felt like everything went downhill. So many people came out to protest, shouting that mutants were a threat, agents of destruction, or cheaters. Like we're something to be feared or hated. Ben's face softened as he listened. Emma, I certainly can't imagine the woman I've known these past few months trying to take over the world. Maybe getting a free lunch here and there, he added with a small, reassuring smile, but those protesters are just paranoid. Our school played a basketball game against another college, and I heard people accusing that there were mutants on our team and cheating. And then the protests. Ben's face softened. Emma, I'm so sorry. I can't even imagine what you must have felt. There was so much hate, she whispered. They wanted us all gone, Ben. Like, they thought the world would be better if we all just died. They wanted me to die. Her fingers tightened around her mug, her hands shaking as she fought to control the emotions surging up from her memories. Ben reached out, placing a gentle hand over hers. They're wrong, Emma. You're as much a part of this world as anyone else. The pain was still visible in her eyes. It's not just random people, Ben. It's everyone, even those who are supposed to help. Even my own professor. I heard her thinking that she wouldn't help any mutant students, that were just less than everyone else. She shook her head as though trying to shake away the sting of it. It's like there's no place for people like me anywhere. Ben stayed silent, letting her vent, knowing how much it must mean for her to finally say these things out loud. Emma clenched her jaw as she struggled to hold back her emotions. I get it if you're upset with me for hiding it. Or if you don't want to be around someone like me. She closed her eyes, bracing herself for the response she was sure would come, rejection, judgment, maybe even anger. But that reaction never came. Instead, she felt Ben's hand reach across the table, his fingers resting gently on hers. Emma, I'm not mad at you. And I could never be angry with you for being who you are. Her eyes fluttered open, struggling to believe what she was hearing. You're just you, Ben continued, his voice calm and steady, grounding her. You're smart, strong, and yeah, you have a gift, a power. But that doesn't make you any less. And it definitely doesn't make me want to stay away. Emma quickly wiped her face, fighting to keep her composure. That's easy for you to say. You're a human like everyone else. Ben sighed and extended his hand fully, holding hers more firmly. Actually. He closed his eyes, focusing. Emma's eyes widened as a soft blue glow began to gather in his palm, swirling like stardust before steadying into a calm, warm light. When Ben opened his eyes and saw her gobsmacked expression, he smirked. I never said I was just a regular human, did I? Emma's shoulders relaxed, and the tension that had been coiled tight in her chest for days finally began to unwind. Then, you really understand, she said, her voice breaking softly. You meant all that. Ben nodded, giving her hand a gentle squeeze. I do. Look, Emma, I know people can be awful. They can be judgmental and hurtful. But not everyone is like that, and not everyone sees you the way those protesters do. His gaze was warm, unwavering. And you don't have to face it alone. A small, grateful smile appeared on her face as she looked down at their joined hands. His reassurance filled her heart. Thank you, Ben. I didn't realize how much I needed to hear that. Ben nodded, squeezing her hand once more before letting go. Anytime. And Emma, don't ever feel like you have to hide who you are around me. Not now, not ever. Emma glanced over at Ben. There's something else I should probably tell you, she began, a hint of embarrassment creeping into her voice. Ben raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh. What's that? For what it's worth, when we first met, I tried to read your mind. She peeked at him nervously, half expecting annoyance or surprise. To her surprise, Ben chuckled. That sounds about right. Emma blinked, caught off guard by his easy acceptance. You aren't mad. Ben shook his head, smiling. Not at all. In retrospect, I don't blame you. If I had telepathy, I'd probably use it to get a read on strangers, too. Emma sighed. So, how did you manage to block me? Ben leaned back. I've met telepaths before. So, I set up walls with my energy. Nothing too fancy. Emma made a face. That's fair, honestly. Ben laughed. I can only imagine what it must be like living with constant background thoughts. I try not to use my powers that way, but sometimes it's hard to control. Ben's gaze was warm. No judgment here. Emma leaned forward. It's actually kind of nice, you know. When I connect to your mind, it's just white noise. No thoughts, no feelings, just this constant, gentle hum. Ben blinked. I never thought to ask anyone what my mind sounds like with those protections up. Guess it never came up. Emma's smile softened. It's comforting, really. Compared to the usual mess of thoughts I hear around me, yours is calm. Like a blanket of static, just quiet enough to help me tune everything else out. Ben tilted his head, taking that in. Huh. I had no idea it'd be helpful in that way. Emma nodded. Ever since we met again on the train, I kept a connection to your mind just to have that white noise. It helped me sleep, even if you were in the next room. Ben felt his cheeks warm a bit. I'm glad I could help, even if I didn't know I was. Emma let out a soft sigh. But now that I'm here at college, I've been training myself to manage all the noise around me independently, without needing that constant connection. It's hard, but I'm getting there. Ben nodded, impressed. That's no small feat, Emma. Especially with how noisy college must be. But hey, if you ever need a little white noise, I'm still here. Emma smiled at that, but then her expression grew thoughtful. There's something else. I met someone on campus. Someone like me, another telepath. Ben's eyebrows shot up. Another telepath. What are they like? Her name's Astrid. Astrid Bloom, Emma explained. She came up to me one day, speaking in my mind. I was projecting my thoughts, and she picked up on them. She wanted to be friends and offered to help me learn to control my powers better. She sounds interesting. What did she say about herself? She told me she'd read a few texts on human evolution and mutations, Emma continued, and she mentioned a name, someone named Xavier. And she'd read articles in Scientific American, too. She seems to know a lot about people like us. Ben considered that. Xavier, huh? Maybe he's some kind of researcher on mutants. It sounds like Astrid's done her homework. Emma leaned forward. Astrid, she could read my thoughts like they were on cue cards. When I tried to read her thoughts, it was like hitting a brick wall. Different than your mental shield, more deliberate. Ben raised an eyebrow. Interesting. A stronger telepathic block, maybe. Emma nodded, her fingers tapping lightly on the table. Yeah. And she has some pretty intense views. For instance, she thinks humans hating mutants is like them envying birds for having wings. Ben shrugged. It's not exactly untrue for some people. Envy and fear go hand in hand. We spent more time together, and I saw just how skilled she is. She can read so much about a person with just a glance. It takes physical contact for me to get that much insight. Ben frowned. That's, well, questionable. Reading random people on the street like that. It doesn't sit right with me. Emma let out a breath. I said the same thing. Diving that deeply into someone's mind and pulling out their most private memories feels more invasive than surface thoughts. But Astrid sees it differently. She says it helps her experience the human condition and makes her a better psychologist. Ben shook his head. I don't know about that. For someone pursuing psychology, I'd question her ethics. Knowing people's secrets without consent. It's a slippery slope. Emma looked away, her expression conflicted. She even projected her memories into my mind. It was surreal. Ben's expression softened, respectful of the privacy of those memories. I won't ask what they were. That sounds deeply personal. Emma nodded, her voice quiet. It was. She left home at a young age and had to use her abilities to survive. She showed me how she could sift through a sea of minds, drowning out the noise and finding one single thought in person. She taught me how, and I did it. First try. It felt natural, like tuning a radio to the right station. Emma, that's powerful, but it sounds dangerous too. With that skill level, it's easy to go too far without realizing it. Yeah, it's more than I ever wanted to know about people, but with her showing me, it felt like the easiest thing in the world. Ben's eyes held a gentle understanding as he looked at her. You know, they say nature takes the path of least resistance. But is that what you want to rely on moving forward? Emma met his gaze, and for the first time in a while, she felt a clarity she hadn't had before. No, she said softly. I want to do this the right way. My way. Hashtag. After a short break, Emma seemed to simmer on the name Xavier. It was oddly familiar. After a few moments, a memory finally surfaced. When my powers first manifested. She began quietly, it wasn't pretty. I was in high school, and I just lost control one day. I had a really bad breakdown, and somehow, without even meaning to, I rendered the entire school unconscious. Just like that. Everyone, teachers, students, all of them. Ben's eyes widened in surprise, but he stayed quiet, his expression gentle as he let her continue. I didn't know what was happening, didn't understand what I'd done, Emma said, her voice laced with an old sadness. But not long after that, this man named Charles Xavier showed up. He said he could detect my presence and had come to help. He spoke to my father and tried to convince him to let me go to his school. Ben raised an eyebrow. And did he? Emma shook her head, a faint, bitter smile on her lips. Not a chance. My father wasn't interested in having a mutant daughter, let alone one that needed special schooling. And at the time, I didn't want anything to do with it, either. I just wanted to forget what happened and pretend I was normal. Ben nodded. Do you remember the name of the school he mentioned? Emma tilted her head. I think it was some institute. Ben hummed. He quickly Googled the man's name. According to the internet, he's the headmaster of his own institution, the Xavier Institute. Emma let out a laugh. A rather straightforward name. Ben grinned. Maybe we should call them up and stop by sometime. We can check it out and see if they have any advice. You think so? Why not? Ben shrugged. This guy seems to know a lot about evolution and mutations. If he was willing to help you back then, maybe you can still learn something from him now. Plus, I wouldn't mind checking out what could be a superpower school. Emma managed a small smile. I never really thought I'd want to revisit that part of my life, but maybe you're right. Maybe it's time to face it. Ben's smile widened. You've got nothing to lose. And I'll be right there with you. Later that week. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Seeing modern-day New York was difficult for Steve. Laura and Steve walked along the quiet backroads on the outskirts. It had been a long journey, and as they approached, Steve could see the slight awe in Laura's eyes as she gazed at the distant skyscrapers. Welcome to New York. My old home. Steve still couldn't help but have a sad smile. In some parts, it was comforting. It was where he had grown up. Laura nodded. It's bigger than I thought. She had been raised underground for years. When she finally got out, even the small town she visited moving south filled her with awe, and this metropolis even more so. Steve glanced down at her. It can be a lot to take in. Steve Rogers and Laura stepped off the bus. Steve had insisted on making a quick detour before heading to Westchester, and now they were standing in Steve's old neighborhood in Brooklyn. It had changed in many ways, new buildings, new people, but there were still pieces of the past. Laura looked around. She wasn't used to cities, especially ones as busy as New York, but the neighborhood they were in had a certain calm, a lived-in feeling that made it different from the rest of the city. Steve scanned the row of brick buildings and the old streets. He could remember running through these very sidewalks, playing stickball with the other kids, his best friend Bucky by his side. The memories were vivid in his mind. He led Laura down the street as he took it all in. "Where are we going?" Laura asked. Steve smiled. "I just wanted to see my old home. It's not far from here. I grew up in this neighborhood," he explained. They walked a little further until they reached a narrow building that looked like it had seen better days. The brick was worn, and the paint on the door chipped and faded. Steve's eyes softened as he looked at the building. It felt strange to be back here, to see the place that had once been his home. "This is it," Steve said quietly. "It looks old." She was blunt but not unkind. Steve let out a soft laugh. "Yeah, it was old even back then." He pointed towards one of the windows on the second floor. "That was my room up there." Laura followed his gaze. She wondered what it would have been like to have a place to call home like that, where she felt safe. Steve's expression softened. "You know, my mom worked hard to keep us going. She was a nurse and never gave up, no matter how tough things got. She taught me to always stand up for what's right, even when it's hard." Laura nodded slowly. "She sounds nice." Steve smiled, nodding. "She was. Even more, she was stronger than anyone I knew." They stood there for a while longer. There was no doubt that someone new was living there. More than likely, the military had taken his belongings to storage. "Come on. We should get going. There's still a place we need to be." Laura nodded, and they turned away from the old building, walking back towards the bus stop. Steve took one last look at his old home, a small smile on his lips. It was good to see it again, to remember where he came from. But now, he had a new purpose and was determined to help Laura find a place she could call home too. As they walked away, Laura looked up at Steve. "Do you miss it?" Steve thought about it for a moment. "Yeah, I do. But I think it's more about the people than the place. I was hoping we could all celebrate after the war. Maybe even get one dance." Laura was quiet. She wasn't sure if she understood completely. Maybe one day, she'd have that too, a place and people who made her feel like she belonged. Soon, they boarded the next bus and made their way towards Westchester.